All right, friends, we should be ready to rock and roll. Give me 1 second. We're setting up the TikTok stream real quick. We'll have TikTok set up and ready to go in just a moment. All right, TikTok's live. Both of the YouTube streams should be live now. So welcome in, friends. I'm glad to have everybody here for our pre-Rapture party. As far as we're aware, according to what we've heard from Christians, it seems that tomorrow's the rapture. Tomorrow's the day, friends. Tomorrow is when Jesus comes back riding the clouds to collect his bride, which ironically isn't entirely of the female persuasion. Apparently, the men are the brides too, which is for Christian theology seems to be a little bit problematic, given what Christians keep telling us that God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. But what are you gonna do? I mean, we've never once figured out how coherent this exact theology is. So, welcome in, friends. I'm glad to have everyone here tonight. I think Dalton's here with us too. Welcome back, Dalton.
Hey, let's see. Do we got the echo today?
We're about to find out. I'm curious if the TikTok video echo is still a thing, or if it's been remedied. I did find there's no echo. Good. So I think I did find the reason why after I updated it, it started to do an echo, is because Windows and TikTok can't agree on how to do audio routing, and I have to manually go into Windows and tell it where to route the audio from TikTok within Windows. And when I updated TikTok, what happened was it reset that setting. That setting was no longer active. So that seems to have been the thing. All right, let's grab our. Well, we got a guest already waiting to get in. Maybe. Well, they were in the guest box. I tried to bring them in, and now they're gone.
Oh, someone already got raptured.
That's
Pre-rapture.
what it was. The rapture. It was absolutely the rapture. All right, we'll get the next one in here hopefully. Oh, they dropped two. They got raptured as well. Okay, we got a lot of raptured guests going on here. All right, I guess we'll try someone from our YouTube queue. We'll try to get Anka in here. Anka, welcome in. Anka. Anka. Did you
Sorry,
request by
my
accident?
mic was off.
There you are, Anka. Welcome
Yeah.
in.
Uh, Hello. Yeah, I'm unfortunately not a believer, but I guess they getting raptured right and left. So like, maybe there's gonna be a slow day for you today. I just have a really simple, quick question. What's
Mm-hmm.
your favorite dumb story in the Bible, except probably the bears one?
Bears does get a lot of extra play. I think one of my favorite dumb stories that doesn't get a lot of love shows up in is it First Kings 13 or 15? There's a prophet who goes out to deliver the word of the Lord, and on his journey he's instructed by God to not stop and stay the night at anyone's house or eat their food. It's a weird command, but it is what it is. Well, he goes and does his job and leaves. On the way home, another prophet of Yahweh says, "Hey, I'm a prophet of Yahweh. Yahweh sent me a message saying that you need to spend the night at my house." So he spends the night at a guy's house because he's like, "Well, shit, it's a prophet of Yahweh, right? God must have changed his mind." And then the next morning, God's so mad that he sends lions to eat the first guy.
Why not the second guy though?
Well, I mean, presumably the second guy was a false prophet.
So
He
nothing happened to him, or we
yeah,
just don't know?
exactly. Yeah, nothing happened to the false prophet, just the good guy. God likes to kill his
Okay.
own.
That's why he never killed Jesus, I guess.
Well,
Because
yeah, we'll
he
see
was a
about
false
that.
prophet.
Anyways, I mean, Anka, great question,
Yeah.
though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have fun.
Cheers, buddy.
I
All
personally
right.
have always liked the story. I personally always like the story where Samson somehow manages to corral hundreds of foxes and manages to get them to burn.
It ties their tails together. It's crazy. Listen, I don't know much about tying foxtails together, but that's a fanciful story if there ever was one. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we're going to get Saucy Nugs in here. We'll see if Saucy Nugs can have their connection work. Shadow, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, what are you doing for the Rapture tomorrow? I'm thinking pizza. Actually, we're going to be doing a live stream tomorrow. A couple of us. We haven't got all the details set up, but we'll try. We'll try. We're going to do what we can. It may or may not go off. One thing I do know is Jesus won't be coming back. Melanitis, thank you for the 25 PLN, says, when I talk to some believers, they always seem to have an answer that nobody you talk to has. How to deal with that? Read more of the Bible? Well, that's the fun thing about apologetics is when apologetics happen, a lot of them are on the spot and they're just kind of making shit up. They're not really, they really have no idea what they're talking about. So like, no matter like how many Christians you talk to, you're always going to end up finding somebody just making up answers on the spot, which means not only do you have to know the typical rebuttals, you also have to be able to combat the bullshit rebuttals that are on the spot. It's a rough one. Yeah, you got to know the Bible very well, though. Carlos, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Bing, bing. Totally appreciate that, buddy. Got 20 new members in the crew. Those are 20 people that will not be getting raptured tomorrow. And Eric, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thanks for all you do. You're amazing. Stay rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Eric. I really appreciate that. And we appreciate you supporting the channel. Trump failed says, I had 2 blade razors last longer than Kimball's ban. What, did he come back already?
Yeah, he was brought back. He's gonna be back tomorrow, I think.
That's crazy. Actually, Von Doodle says the same thing. Von Doodle says Jesus isn't returning, but Kimball is. I did not know that. Well. That is a turn of events I did not see coming. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Thanks for the news. I appreciate that, friends. And Eris, thank you for the $5 super chat, says it would be funny if only the progressive Christians worldwide get a ticket to heaven. Wouldn't that be hilarious? No. We don't want that at all. No. Leave the progressive Christians here with us atheists. Don't leave those King James only morons. We don't need that. And Space Lord, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I used to play poker with Jay Jenkins, author of Left Behind. Oh, I didn't know that. You mean Jerry? He was on the board of the Moody Bible Institute. He was indeed. He tried to get poker unbanned by the school, ended up getting kicked off for abuse of school perks. I believe that, actually. I believe that a lot.
His son, Jerry Jenkins' son, is the guy who made The Chosen.
Oh, I didn't know that. Unsurprising. Well, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? I've got 2 more super chats. We'll get our first guest in here. Bob, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Bob says, shameless promotion. Check out the new song, In the Name of the Lord, by No Quarter in Baltimore, wherever you stream music. It's a blues-style atheist song. I wrote it. Well, fuck, Bob. You can promote here. I don't care. Guys, make sure you check out this new atheist song called In the Name of the Lord. It sounds tantalizing. Somebody find the song and send me a link on Discord so I can listen to it after this live stream. And last super chat for now from our friend John. Thank you so much, John, for the $20 super chat. John says, yo, Doug spoke in a vision. He's pissed that Yahweh believers used him and his family to unalive stick gatherers. Well, yeah, that's Numbers 15. And demands tithes. On a side note, Matthew 24 makes 0 sense if end of the world, if it's the end of the world, go to the caves because the world is ending. Well, that was the thing, is they believed there needed to be a battle that preceded the ending, right? So this is a reenactment of what happened during the Maccabean revolt. That when Jesus says in Matthew and in Mark, when you see the army surrounding the city, head for the hills, that is a quotation from the Maccabees. That's what Judas Maccabeus called out when they started their guerrilla warfare. Everyone who is zealous for the law, come and join me in the mountains. Come and join me in the wilderness. And so that's why I'm a firm believer that Jesus didn't think that he was fulfilling the prophecy of Daniel in the primary sense, but only in a secondary sense, just like all the other prophecies. Because Jesus knew about the Maccabean revolt because he referenced it in regards to the war. All right, let's get our guest in here. Ty, how you doing?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are
I'm
you?
doing pretty good. I'm pretty good. I remember being on here a bit ago. I think it was about 2 weeks ago
Okay.
or 3 weeks ago. And I remember that, I don't know if you remember our discussion. You probably talked to a lot of people. You probably don't remember a whole bunch,
A
but
lot of people.
yeah, that makes sense. But I do remember that you mentioned you wanted to talk about the devil, about my views on the devil. But we can start from point A if you want.
Well, right now, point A is whether or not you think Jesus is coming back. It'd be even better if you think he's coming back tomorrow.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think he's coming back tomorrow. I do think he's coming back eventually, but certainly not tomorrow.
Okay.
It's only
When's he
it's
coming
only
back?
not anytime soon. We have no idea. I don't think anybody who even claims to know they have some sort of idea knows. I think that Revelation is written in a purposefully cryptic manner. There's really no way to figure that out, I don't think.
When did Jesus say he's coming back?
He said he was coming back soon, but I think that I don't necessarily believe that 100% that's what he said. I think that probably was a statement made by either editors or original writers of the Gospels to encourage a fledgling church that, no, it's okay, let's all form together, let's make a group, he's going to come back soon, we promise. And it's sort of a way to, I think, gain momentum.
Well, I agree with you there. So are you saying that the Bible authors are saying things that are untrue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I think in
well,
some
why would
places they
we?
do.
Well, the Bible just can say things that are untrue. Why would I trust it that Jesus is coming back?
Well, I think that I covered a lot of this, but I can sort of go over what my belief in the Bible sort of encompasses, if that would be okay, because I think
Well,
that covers.
well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, like, is just from a logical standpoint, right? If there are some things in the Bible that are simply not true, then what would lead one to believe in the claims of Jesus coming back when we already know that the Bible says some things that aren't true?
I think that you have to be careful when reading the Bible, since it is a historical document that has been assembled by a committee that's basically been edited back and forth for thousands of years. And pretty much, in my view, I think I take a lot of the books that are deemed as non-canon. I take those into account too. Like I like to look at Enoch and obviously the Gospel of Timothy and things like that. And I don't think that there's all these books deserved to be sidelined. I think the nature of how we organize the book in general is a little bit arbitrary in some spots. I don't think that everything in that book is 100% trustworthy. I feel like some things are more trustworthy than others, depending on the historicity, the general context, the cultural context, etc. I think that good scholarship comes from applying a general heuristic to ancient documents.
Okay, but the Bible itself is the Word of God, right? Or no?
It depends on what you mean, because I don't think that makes it perfect. Like to say something is the word of God, it's certainly not the word of God in the way that John describes as the word was with God in that Jesus sense, because that's not what he was talking about at all. And actually, there's no reference to a circular. What would you call it? It's a circular definition when you say that Scripture is inerrant and God breathed, when the Scripture itself that's claiming to be God breathed is what you're reading it from. So that's a circular reasoning.
Okay,
In
so
that sense,
when
no, I
it
don't
says
think.
in the Bible that all Scripture is God breathed and all that nonsense, what's
Mhm.
it referring to?
It's referring to the logos, I think, and that would be Jesus. That's basically it's not referring to a text in that sense. It's referring to a tradition or a story, or the I guess the old law embodied in form. Like, it's referring to Jesus, I believe.
Okay, so when Jesus says that you shouldn't live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, he's not referring to the actual scriptures, he's referring to himself.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he's referring to himself as scripture. I'm saying that when John is talking about it
Right, but I just asked
in
you about Jesus.
okay, so I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood your question then. Can you
Yeah,
repeat
my
it?
question is when Jesus says that man shouldn't live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God,
Mhm.
that certainly couldn't be interpreted as Jesus. He's not saying that man should not live on bread alone, but on me. He's obviously referring to some sort of words that were uttered from God's mouth, correct?
Yeah, I think that I'm not sure if that's a reference to the Old Testament. I'm not super brushed up on that, but I think that might have been a reference to an Old Testament passage about the law, and he does make references to the law, like he is there to fulfill the law, not to contradict the law. I think that's the word that he's talking about in
Okay,
those contexts.
so when Jesus says every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, what are those words?
I think you could argue that's the law and the Pentateuch in the Old Testament and the history, because they had access to those. At least they had the people who could read had limited access to those documents and those stories.
Okay,
So I
and
think when he's
so the
talking
Old,
about the word
so the Old
from
Testament
God,
is the word of God.
no. I'm not saying that it's the word, because I feel like I feel like when people say something is the word of God, I feel like that's sort of a trap statement, because it's well, what do you mean the word of God? Do you mean it's from God's mouth? God doesn't have a mouth. He doesn't speak to people. That's I don't believe that. Yeah.
Are you sure about that? The Bible doesn't seem to agree with that.
Well, I mean, he doesn't speak to people literally, is what I'm saying. He doesn't like have a mouth. He appears to people in dreams. Um, I think most likely a lot of the oldest stuff that we have in the Bible is probably drug induced. So I don't.
Drug induced.
Yeah, for sure,
Oh
absolutely.
boy.
Like,
You think
yeah,
all the Israelites in Exodus 24 were all simultaneously tripping on some drugs and they heard Yahweh, the God of Israel, speaking?
no. But those are old stories. So what I'm saying is that who knows what actually happened there. What I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of evidence to point that these early religions were very, very, very heavily influenced by psychedelic drug use and things like that. And I believe that that's one of the avenues that God or other beings communicate with humans.
Yeah, but the problem that we're still having here is I'm trying to figure out when the Bible says the word of God, what is the word of God? Where can I find it?
I think I think you can be safe to assume that when the Bible refers to the Word of God, besides in John 1, I think there may be a couple other examples when I feel like it's talking about Jesus. I think that you could say it applies to the Old Testament and the Pentateuch and the law, and um, I think everything before. You could probably say everything before Isaiah, anything like that would probably be accurate, because those are things that people looked at a lot as the Word of God. I think back then they would even say that. So
Okay, so then what you're saying
the
is
Word of God is not the Old.
when God
What I'm
says
trying to say is
things
that
in the Old Testament, they're true.
no. What I'm trying to say is that back then the Word of God is not
This
the
guy's
New
like
Testament.
bathed in olive oil today. We'll try this again. I feel maybe Dalton. Am I going crazy? I feel like I'm asking easy questions. I'm still trying to figure out when we talk about the Word of God, what is it? Where can I find it?
I think I've said it's the Old Testament. It's the Pentateuch. It's the
You
things that
just
were
told me
around.
that it's not. You said the Old Testament's not the Word of God and it's not perfect.
No. I said that's in my opinion, and I felt like
I didn't ask you
saying that
your
something.
I didn't ask you if there's a difference
No.
between theology and your opinion. What I want is your opinion, right? In your opinion, is the Old Testament the Word of God?
No, not in
Okay,
my
does
opinion,
it
because
does it
I
contain the Word
believe
of God?
yes.
Okay, and how do you determine what is from God and what's not?
Like I said earlier, we're using a general heuristic and looking at the cultural context,
That's a
etc.
meaningless answer. We'll try again. What metric are you utilizing to determine which parts of the Old Testament are from God and which ones are not? Just saying the word heuristic doesn't get you anywhere.
I know, but there's a lot of methods that scholars use.
I know. Name one.
Well, the cultural context would be one, and how many copies of a document would be another.
So
And
if there's a lot of copies, it's true.
no, this just means it's probably more culturally important if they come around the same time period.
But I'm asking you what's true, right? When you say that there's the words of God in the Old Testament, and you're saying sometimes it's the word of God and sometimes it's not. All I need to know is what are you using to determine which parts are the word of God and which parts are not?
I can certainly use the same logic that the Romans used to eliminate a lot of the old documents from the general corpus of the Bible. I can use their same logic. You can basically say, oh, was this probably or likely written in a certain style that this person would have used 1,000 years ago, or does it seem like
God has a
written
writing style?
I
No,
don't
no, I
think
don't.
that
Again,
I
I
don't
don't think that God is writing any of these things. Again,
I don't think anyone in the council was taken into consideration. Like they weren't critical scholars. Like they didn't like look at the style of the text when determining if an Old Testament text was valid or not.
I think they did. I think that was a pretty big consideration. There's a lot of apocrypha, and I think there's a lot of bullshit that they had to sift
Most
through.
of them couldn't even read the original scriptures in their original language, let alone critique them.
Most of the people on the Council of Nicaea, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, most of them couldn't speak Hebrew. I mean, people like Origen had to like especially not Origen. Help me here, Justin, who wrote the Latin Vulgate.
Jerome.
Jerome, thank you. Jerome had to go and learn Hebrew in the Holy Land. Like most of the bishops and stuff on the council didn't know how to read Hebrew, let alone like be able to like critically critique it.
In fact, yeah, the official Latin documents of the church were translations of the Greek, not the Hebrew.
Oh, I'm aware of that. I actually am not super aware on how much that they knew, but they seem to. I mean, it feels like they had authority. I don't know. I don't think that claim is accurate. Could you maybe pull up some evidence?
It's accurate, yeah.
The people in the Council of
When,
Nicaea didn't know what the
when,
original language and everything like
when
that.
when the church fathers quoted the Old Testament, did they quote the Hebrew text or did they quote the Septuagint?
I'm not sure. Do you know?
They quoted the Septuagint. That was their like text. I mean, just like the authors of the New Testament. Authors of the New Testament don't hardly ever quote like the Hebrew or Aramaic. They quote from the Septuagint almost exclusively, and so did the early church fathers.
In fact,
It does
Justin
make
Martyr,
sense.
Justin Martyr spent like 3 chapters ridiculing the Jews for trying to discourage Christians from reading the Greek Septuagint because it was his opinion that the Greek Septuagint was superior and contained prophecies about Jesus that weren't in the Hebrew scriptures. He wanted people to read the Greek.
Yeah, I think that I actually now I'm thinking about it more. I actually probably wouldn't disagree with anything you just said. I don't think I don't think it's common knowledge back
Okay.
then that they were the original Hebrew. But I like to look into
All right,
that
so
more. I'm not sure. Maybe they weren't super well known there. So
Yeah, let's not spend a bunch of time on the rabbit trail. The reality is, here's where this whole conversation should have been finalized by now. You're saying Jesus is going to return. I said, well, the Bible basically says things that are untrue, and you agree with me, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is if the Bible says things that are untrue, you can't even tell me how you've determined what the true parts are. Why in the world would I believe the Bible when it says Jesus is coming back, when it clearly gave you indicators that he was coming back right away and then it didn't happen? At what point do you just be honest and say this book is untrustworthy?
Well, again, I think I sort of have to re-explain myself. Is that the heuristics that I'm trying to explain with that scholars use for
Buddy, what do you think the word heuristic means?
well, there's a bunch of different criteria. There's like the multiple attestation criterias. There's criterias of dissimilarity and all. I think you're aware of all these as heuristics, right? You were. You
Yeah, I'm
studied this.
asking you, what do you think the word heuristic means? Because you just keep saying the word heuristic like it's meaningful to the conversation. I don't think it is.
I guess we can just say a heuristic in this sense means a practical method for deriving truth.
A practical method for determining, like through like experimentation and study what is true, not just what I feel is true.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that some of it is based on
Okay.
opinion. That's kind of the best that we can do with
So
history, right?
so
We can't
that's
do
why
any
I
better.
keep asking you. The word heuristic doesn't get you anywhere. I've asked you, what is the metric? What is the scientific metric? What is the observational metric that you are utilizing to come up with your heuristic exploration of the scriptures to determine what's true?
Okay, you cannot reduce the texts like a Bible or a religious text or even any historical text for that matter down to scientific facts. You can't, or else we
You
can't do
can't.
it.
You can't. Holy shit! So if
No,
the
you
if the
can't.
book says something
Besides
happened, you
archaeology.
can't use science and history and empiricism to determine if it actually happened. Holy shit! If a book
I
says
don't
a
know.
volcano erupted 1,000 years ago, I'm going to use science to determine if a volcano erupted 1,000 years
It's
ago.
called archaeology, yes, and I'm aware that that's
Yeah,
not a heuristic, though. Remember, that's not a
it is.
heuristic.
It's the definition of heuristic. Yes.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is a practical method for studying the text, like
It,
looking into whether or not
yes,
a volcano
a
exploded.
practical method for studying the text is using science to determine if the text is telling truth or
Using archaeology,
lies.
I actually completely agree. Using
Okay,
archaeology, but
so what I'm
I'm
asking
talking
you
about.
is
Yeah.
what is your metric for determining which parts of the book is true and which parts are false? And just vibes isn't an answer.
Again, the heuristics that you're already familiar with, like multiple attestation, criterion of dissimilarity, variential analysis, contextual, like cultural context, archaeological corroborations, like anachronism. You know all these stuff. That
But
you can't not.
none of that has anything to do with Jesus' return. Because all of that
No,
could be
but
applied to Tacitus, it could be applied to Suetonius, it could be applied to Plutarch, and all of those books have mythological claims too. And you don't believe
yes.
that the mythological claims in those books are true. So why would I believe that the mythological books in this, or the mythological claims in this book, are true when you reject all the other mythological claims in all the other historical books?
How do you know I reject all the other mythological claims? I
Do you
don't.
believe that Vespasian healed a blind man using the power of Serapis?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. If I get
So
evidence
do you
for it,
reject that he did it?
I don't know about it. I haven't studied that.
Shit. Do you believe that Aristeus rose from the dead after being found dead in the fuller's shop?
Now that one is definitely. I'm aware of that one, but I think that one was probably politically motivated. So,
Politically motivated by who?
oh wait, no, that one Aristeus wasn't. I think it was. What was the one that was politically motivated following the time of Jesus? It was, I think, 300 AD. There was
Nero?
one of them that was. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, Nero.
But I didn't ask you about Nero. I asked you about Aristeus.
No, I
Aristeus
mixed it up.
was a nobody.
I actually don't know too much about Aristeus. I'm talking about
Well,
Nero. I think Nero was the political one.
well, you heard it here. Praise Aristeus, the god who arose from the dead. Heuristically, it makes the most sense.
Does it? Is there evidence for that?
Yeah.
Okay. What about redactions and
There's
anachronisms and
there's
archaeological
multiple attestations. There's multitude of witnesses.
criterion of embarrassment, anything like that we can apply to this? Well, why do most scholars not believe that Aristeus rose from the dead? Why is that the case?
Because most scholars don't think anyone rose from the dead, much less like the sky fairy Jesus.
I'm not sure about that. I think that there's a
And,
different
and,
level of scrutiny
and,
that's been applied to the resurrection story of Jesus.
It's not
and,
remotely
and
true.
I've yet to see anything that like in the Gospels that is remotely like you can use like a criterion of embarrassment to like prove that the text is authentic. Like not most of the things the Christians point to aren't really all that embarrassing.
I know. What I'm trying to say here is that I think that there's a different level of scrutiny that the Jesus story has been held to over the years that you can't compare
disagree.
to things like Aristeus and Nero. You just can't.
Not only do I disagree, I'm doing it right now. Tell me what's special about Jesus's second coming as opposed to the second appearance of Aristeus.
I'm sorry. Or you want me to compare the Aristeus rising from the dead and Jesus?
You said you can't compare it. I'm asking you like what's uncomparable about him.
Well,
And
crowds
of people claim to witness the resurrected Aristeus.
I think that we have to slow down and understand that this Aristeus thing. I'm not super familiar with it, but it makes sense to me if there's a lot of people claiming messiahs from all around the world, and this guy rose from the dead, this guy did this guy did that, and there's a bunch of stories, and not all of them are true, right?
Well, I think none of them are true. That's what I'm asking you for. Give me the reason why I would believe that your fiction is true, but the fiction about Aristeas isn't true. What's the reason?
I haven't looked too much into Aristeas. So what are some of the evidences that we have that I kind of heard you about saying there's multiple attestations. I'd like to hear more about that. Is that something that's well documented about Aristeas's?
Yeah. Yep, Herodotus documented it in Book 4 of Histories. Pliny the Elder wrote about it in Natural History. Apollonius wrote about it in his histories. Diodorus wrote about it as well, and so did Plutarch in Roman histories.
And this was something that and this is something that's pretty well known in the circle, is that this character of Aristeas is risen physically from the dead.
Yep. What's crazy is that now you're in a logical position where you have to consider whether or not Aristeas rose from the dead, rather than being like a normal human being and just realizing that nobody rises from the dead, and not even Jesus.
Well, I actually don't know, because I think that if there's evidence for it, then we have to examine that claim a little closer, I think.
I know. Here's how I examine claims of people rising from the dead, and I think Dalton probably agrees with me. Dalton, has anyone ever risen from the dead?
Not that we can see.
Yeah, same. Never seen someone rise from the dead. As far as we know, death has a 100% win record. I'll believe in like necromancy when I witness it with my own eyes.
But there's a lot of here's what I'm going to say. I don't know specifically about Aristeas, but there's a lot of claims in these old religions, and even in non-religious environments. Was Aristeas a religious figure, or was
he became a religious figure after they saw him rise from the dead? He was a nobody until that. Once he rose from the dead, then he became deified.
Okay, again, if it was mythicized heavily, or
it wasn't. I love how he's calling the story of Aristeas mythologized, but he can't see the mythology in front of his face when he reads the Bible.
No, I absolutely do.
The double standard is crazy.
I'm asking the mythic resurrection tropes around Jesus's and how those are similar or different to Aristeas. I want to know more about this. That's what I'm asking.
They're similar in that there is an individual who resurrected from the dead, appeared to multiple people after his resurrection, and then became a deity after people recognized that he was resurrected. They put a statue of him next to Apollo.
I think a really good parallel would be, like, for example, the stories of the resurrection of Romulus, who was killed in a conspiratorial, a conspiracy by the Senate, and then appeared to some of his followers as they were making their way towards the city of Rome.
Okay, but if this is any way related to Romulus, then these are not presented at all as historical by these Greek authors.
They are. They're in histories. To be clear, the books that record the resurrection of Aristeas are in Roman histories, in natural history.
But they're not written like that.
They are.
Obviously.
The book is history. Yes, they labeled the book history.
I don't know about Aristeas, but the Romulus thing, that certainly is not presented as historical by the authors.
Wrong,
sure it is.
Wrong again. If you actually read the story of Romulus, you'll recognize that they believed it was history as well.
The Romans truly believed that Romulus was the founder of Rome, and even give historical the name of his brother and family members and his place in starting the Roman Senate.
I don't know what to say else other than I disagree. I don't think that these stories were written and attested.
Have you read them?
As actual truth. Well, no, I haven't, but I'd love to.
So how could you possibly know how they were interpreted? You haven't even read them. That's crazy. That'd be like if I said, "Listen, I don't think people thought that the Gospels were true." And be like, "Have you read the Gospels?" No, I haven't. I actually haven't read the Gospels.
I think we're making a big mistake, and we're comparing the mythical tone.
It's not very heuristic of you.
There's a mythical tone. These are mythical tones to the Gospels.
No, there was not. Absolutely not. There was a very, very early, vehement attestation that these were real historical events. That's very different. And I think
just like Roman histories.
no, it's not the same.
Yeah, no, just then you haven't read them. How could you say that? Quit lying to us, Ty.
No.
Ty, this is the crazy thing about Christians is they'll come up here and lie about books they haven't read.
No. I am familiar with the early Roman history. I'm somewhat familiar with it, not super familiar, but I know that these were written as mythical traditions, and the resurrection of Jesus was not written as a mythical tradition.
Who wrote the resurrection mythology?
Wait, what mythology? There's no mythology.
You said you know the mythology around Romulus was mythology. You don't even know who wrote it, and you haven't read it. How could you make that claim?
Well, I've learned it in school. Like I would assume that unless
from which author?
You want me to start Googling things? I could, but
it sounds like you haven't actually read it because you already said you haven't.
No. I was taught that, and I've seen evidence that it is written as a mythology, and it's different than written.
I'm asking you to back it up. Who said it? Which
do you
author?
Want me to start again? Do you want me to start?
Which author? Yeah. Quote me the source. Which author tells the story of Romulus as though it's not actual history?
You can speak at me as I look this up if you want. You can talk to me a little bit more as I look this up. Whatever you want to say, I'm listening.
Yeah, by the way, Livy, Plutarch, and Dionysius did write about Romulus as if it were a national history and biography of Romulus. And it was a bios.
In fact, we can pull it up.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
In the founding of Rome, Romulus and the founding of Rome, Livy, literally fucking chapter 1. To begin with, it is generally admitted that after the capture of Troy, whilst the rest of the Trojans were massacred, against two of them, Aeneas and Antenor, and so it literally starts with the Trojan War, or with Troy.
What I'm seeing, at least when I look this up, is pretty much close to what I said. Plutarch includes Romulus in Parallel Lives, a biographical series comparing Greek and Roman figures.
Yeah,
but he
biographical.
But
you know that
he
Plutarch
treats
also
Romulus
included
as a semi-mythical figure and discusses multiple versions of his disappearance.
You know, in that same book, Plutarch includes Alexander the Great and Caesar.
I'm just looking up what I just Googled, like how you asked me, and it says,
Do you think
what
Alexander the Great was?
Well, again, it's kind of funny about Alexander.
And to be clear, Ty, we're not asking you for a Google AI overview. We're asking you to quote the text.
No, I know.
But we can Google too. We know how Google AI works as well. We're asking you to quote the text.
I know, but you asked me to do this, and
I'm reading Livy right now. And literally in the text of Livy, he's telling the story. Romulus successfully defended himself, but Remus was taken prisoner and brought before Amelius, his captor, imputedly accusing them of their own crimes. The story of Romulus and Remus are recorded as history in the writings of Livy.
No, it actually doesn't say that. It says a national myth history. It's not the same.
It doesn't say myth.
No, that's the overview that I'm seeing.
The AI overview isn't a text. Quit relying on AI nonsense. I'm quoting you the text.
Well, but then why do people say it's a myth history and not history?
Because they're experiencing cognitive dissonance, like you. Because you've got Jesus blood goggles on. AI is not intelligent. I don't know why you keep defending AI. AI is intelligent. It has no idea what it's doing. It's copying shit from Reddit. It has no idea what's happening. You're experiencing cognitive dissonance because you're realizing that your story reads just like every other mythological story. The difference between you and us is that we're reading all of these mythological stories as mythology, and you're coping for your special mythology.
No, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from because it doesn't seem.
I don't think you are.
The claims are being backed up from what I'm looking
at. I read you the text. Read me the text that says that Romulus was a mythological figure.
Okay, I'm just going to look up, is Livy writing a history or a myth? And I'd like
read me a text. I don't care what Google AI says about the text.
Okay. Oh, where do you want me to go? Maybe you could pull it up in your live because that would be
Read
easier.
a text from an actual ancient source that treats it like mythology. Don't tell me what Google AI says. No one cares what Google AI says. If I wanted like Reddit tier apologetics, I would go to Reddit.
How do I find the actual text so I can read it?
Just type in the text, the complete works of Livy PDF.
Okay, complete. So,
If you want the history of Livy, you can just do Livy history PDF.
well, I think I found it. Yeah. Complete works of Livy Delphi classics.
It's crazy how much work you have to go through to ignore the tale of Aristeas, thinking that maybe if I pivot to Romulus, I'll have a better chance when Romulus is going to cook you just as bad as Aristeas.
Okay. I see. It says, I understand what you're talking about more because it's written, it says a history of Rome, book 1, book 2.
Yeah, what about that? Yeah, it's almost like it's a history. Shit, what about that?
Well, why do you think so many people who study this attribute this as a myth history and not actually as history?
Because it's anytime you have mythological claims in a book, we know now that it's mythology. They didn't know it then. We know now that the New Testament is mythology, right? So I don't know if you know this, but people who aren't Christians all think of the New Testament as mythology the same way you think of the Quran or these histories as mythologies, right? So the difference is you're special pleading for your mythology the same way a Muslim would special plead for their mythology, the same way someone who practiced Hellenism would special plead for their mythology. It's just it's all mythology around the board. The question is who's going to special plead for what?
I actually I see what you're saying because there are people who claim to write history that are not writing history really. The study of history is more of an oral tradition that's passed down, and people believe certain things that happened when they're really not actually attributed to have happened because we have the modern consensus and we have the scientific method and things like that. I understand that point of view. I suppose what I was trying to say earlier is it's held to, it's back to my same point, is that I actually don't disagree that from your point of view that you think it's special pleading. I see how you could assume that, but what I'm trying to say is that it seems like there's a lot higher scrutiny that is being applied to the New Testament authorship.
Yeah, which is why we know it's not true. The scrutiny's only there because a bunch of people believe this shit. If nobody believed that the New Testament was true, nobody would be scrutinizing. We wouldn't give a damn. The same reason why, like here in the States, there's so little energy being put into the scrutiny of Hinduism because we don't give a fuck. It's not our religion over here, right? We're scrutinizing the Bible because not only is it just demonstrably untrue, it's also the fact that people believe it haven't even read the damn thing. And the people who have read it have to do the nonsense you're doing, which is like, oh, well, fuck, it's not all true. But you have to use like vibes to figure out what is true.
And I know you've asked me about like what criteria do I apply for this to show that I'm not using special pleading, and I'm having trouble because I am not an expert on this. But I think that you know that I'm not trying to apply a selective rule to favor my conclusion here. I'm really trying to be open to all sorts of mythic accounts, like the Romulus and Aristeas. I'm just saying that the books in the New Testament are not written in the same genre of the Greco-Roman.
They're identical. They're identical. They're actually trying to tell a biographical history, and they mix in a sprinkling of mythology. They're identical.
But they focus on like public events, and they focus on historical figures like Pilate and Herod.
So do the Roman histories.
But
so
I
does
don't think
Josephus. Was Josephus writing history? I think we're stuck because you can't be honest. You keep lying about Roman histories. You haven't read them.
No. I'm just trying to say I don't think
I'll never understand why somebody can go to Plutarch histories and say Plutarch wasn't writing history. The fucking name of his book is called Histories. He called it Histories. Same with Diodorus of Sicily. The names of most of these works are history. Livy, we just read from, is called Histories. These people were writing history. They were mixing in mythology on top of it. The exact same thing the New Testament's doing. They're writing their version of history mixed in to reinforce their mythology.
And I understand that argument. I'm just saying I think that it's treated at a much higher level than the Greco-Roman myths are. And that they're
no, it's
basically
not.
because
It's not
Well,
textual.
no,
this is a lie,
agree with you.
Ty. You have no idea what you're talking about. Do you know textual criticism literally developed in studying of the classics? Like the criticisms that we use against the Bible started in the classics department, trying to determine the reconstruction of the text of Plato and the other histories, Pliny, so on and so forth. These disciplines, these methods of criticisms were first applied to non-biblical texts, only later than applied to the biblical text. We've been scrutinizing these other non-biblical texts for centuries.
Well, like with Romulus and things, these are legends that they've evolved over centuries. With Jesus,
Fucking
it's
so
like
did
one
Jesus.
person. No, it's with
Yeah,
Jesus.
no.
It's
Yeah,
one
for
person, a written testimony, a
for-
single
for
generation of
example-
claimed eyewitnesses. That's different. That's
Wrong
different.
again.
I think you know
There's
it's
not a
we don't-
single
we-
eyewitness.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know anyone who wrote the Gospels.
I'm trying to say something here. It just seems like it's not landing. I'm trying to say that
Because
with
you're saying
Romulus,
things that are
even-
untrue. Like you can keep saying it over and over again. And it's untrue every time. Like it doesn't matter how many times you lie to us. It's still a lie.
Okay. Do you think the ancients were gullible when Herodotus they're not gullible when they express like doubt and Plutarch gives like many different contradictory versions of all sorts of different things. I'm still in the PDF, by the way. This stuff is
Yeah.
self-contradictory.
So does
Yeah,
the
that's
Bible.
one of the ways that we.
Of
one
course,
of the ways
I know.
we
That's what I'm
identify.
trying to say.
One of the. Oh, you go ahead, Justin.
To be clear, you can't criticize Plutarch for contradicting itself or saying things that are untrue when you started this conversation by admitting the Bible contradicts itself and says things that are untrue. Like now, like you're biting the hand that feeds you. That's not a criticism that you're allowed to use. Sorry for interrupting you there, Dalton.
Oh, you're good. I was just going to say that, in actual history books like the Josephus works, Josephus will talk about how he'll express doubt about whether or not a certain event took place, and he'll talk about alternative possibilities for what actually happened. That's what you would expect to find in an actual history book, but in the Gospels you don't have that. They just say things very matter-of-factly without ever expressing doubt, which is exactly what you would expect of a mythology.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is that these are not stories that evolved over centuries. I'm making the argument that
They have
these early
evolved.
sources.
We have
I'm
no
trying
early
to make the
sources.
argument.
We don't have them. You're lying.
That-
We don't have early sources or eyewitnesses.
We have sources that go back to what, 60, 80 AD?
No.
That's pretty early.
They're not sources, they're accounts. We don't know who wrote them.
Well, I think that we don't know who wrote them, but they're certainly absolutely attested as historical by the earliest writers.
but
Except for they
that doesn't mean
contradict
anything.
history.
Yeah, they contradict history. They get details wrong. They contradict each other. Jesus can't be born during the reign of Herod the Great and then also born during the census of Quirinius. They're 10 years apart.
Well, what was that detail that you added? Jesus was born during different time periods?
Jesus cannot have been born during the reign of King Herod the Great, as it says in Matthew, and then also be born, according to Luke, during the census of Quirinius. They are 10 years apart.
Oh, yeah, I don't think Luke is very trustworthy, first of all. But that's a different.
So again, we're back at where we're going. You're criticizing these other ancient historians because they get details wrong. And then when we go to the Bible and say it gets the details wrong, you're like, well, fuck, it's okay because it's my special book. This is the special pleading and dishonesty that we're talking about, Ty. I hope you listen to this back. I hope you listen to this sometime later and realize what you're doing.
No, seriously, what I'm trying to say is
you trust Matthew over Luke, but we know that Matthew also allows twisting any sort of historical event that could have possibly took place, because unlike Mark, who describes Jesus as riding into Jerusalem on a single donkey. The author of Matthew, mistakenly reading the passage of Zechariah wrong, makes Jesus riding into Jerusalem on two donkeys. So we see that even he's like introducing non-true history into his work.
Back to what I was trying to say one thing. There's a big difference back to the Romulus and Aristeas and that discussion. I think that you guys know there's a difference between centuries of developed myth and then someone writing that and weaving that into history versus early sources from one person.
What do you think Herodotus wrote? You realize that Herodotus, Josephus, Plutarch, Diodorus, a lot of these people wrote about events happening in their lifetime. It's not like they're all recording ancient history from a long time ago.
Even when they are, Plutarch, for example, writes about the life of Alexander the Great. He gets his information from Ptolemy Soter I, who was one of Alexander's generals. That's an actual eyewitness that we have named, unlike the Gospels.
Yeah, like
I know, but I'm just trying to say a simple thing. It's with Jesus, there's a written testimony about what single generation. That's different than
again.
Romulus.
Not only is there not, it's not unique. I don't know why you keep bringing Romulus back into this. Like the Roman historians are recording mythology from their own time period. Suetonius, who records the miracles of Vespasian, along with other miracles, lived in the 1st century. He was alive at the time period. He was writing at a time period much closer to the events of the supposed authors of the New Testament to Jesus's events. So why don't you believe in the miracles told in Suetonius's 12 Caesars?
Maybe it would be helpful to say what kind of ancient evidence would convince you that something actually happened.
I would need to have verifiable evidence that miracles of gods exist. I would need to know first that Serapis existed before I would believe that Serapis healed anyone. I would first need to see somebody going to hospitals and curing babies with bone cancer before they tell me that Asclepius is granting healing miracles. Miracles, by definition, simply do not happen, and all the claims of miracle workers are fake. Every miracle worker I've ever seen is just a liar and a fraud, and that includes Jesus. And there were people that lived roughly in Jesus's time period that said the same damn thing about Jesus.
Well, I feel like the standards that you're applying to other ancient evidence, like for example, for let's say Alexander the Great existing, are actually pretty similar to the types of ancient evidence I would consider for the New Testament story being true. So I feel like,
and you'd be wrong.
It stacks up relatively well.
Not even close.
Again, our information on Alexander the Great comes from Ptolemy, who was a general of Alexander. We don't know who wrote the Gospels. We don't know where their sources. We don't know where they're getting their information.
Is there proof of that? Is there proof of that claim, though?
Yeah, Plutarch tells us that's where he gets his sources from.
Okay, but what's the proof?
Yep. The proof is that Plutarch directly tells us that he gets his information from the works of Ptolemy I, wherein the Gospels never tell us their sources.
Yeah, and if your standard is the author of the work lied, then why wouldn't I just apply that to your nonsensical book? The author of the Gospels lied.
Well, you can.
What a dumb apologetic. Plutarch lied, so therefore I don't care what he says. Okay, well, the Gospel authors lied.
Well, no, I'm not saying Plutarch lied. I'm saying that you can use that across the board. I'm saying it doesn't help either argument.
Do you believe in the miracles of Alexander the Great? Do you believe that he performed miracles? Because there are historians that talk about the miracles that he did.
I don't know. Maybe there was. Maybe there wasn't.
It's crazy
I have no idea.
that you have to now, in order to remain a Christian, you now have to consider the proposition that fucking Alexander the Great was performing miracles. This is crazy. All right, listen, Ty, you've been up for like 43 minutes, and I think we've had one hell of a dialogue so far, but I gotta keep the conversations moving, okay?
Sure, yeah, no problem.
All right, cheers.
I had a very same thing happen yesterday on my live. That I had someone come up and tell me that I was lying about what the Greek of John 1:1 said. So I asked them to read the Greek, and they go, "Well, I can't read Greek." like telling me I'm wrong about the sources. You don't know the sources.
That's crazy to me how quickly they'll lie about things they know literally nothing about. It's the craziest thing. All right, friends, let me read a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Dr. Joe, great to see you tonight, my friend, and thank you for the $20 super chat. Dr. Joe says, we have a new nuance to Christian categories: conservative, evangelical, progressive, charismatic, Anglican, Gnostic, Orthodox, mystical, contemplative, restorationist, and now adding psychedelic, not to be confused with psycho. I love that clarification, Dr. Joe. That is amazing. Super appreciate that. And friends, if you don't know Dr. Joe, she's an actual real doctor and a licensed therapist. If you need therapy during your deconstruction, please get a hold of my friend Dr. Joe. And Ike says, watching from Belgrade, Serbia, subbed last week and now I'm addicted. Keep cooking. Well, thank you so much, Ike. I really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for watching. And of course, thank you for supporting the stream. And V, thank you for the $5 super chat. V says, I attended your talk with the Humanist group in Arizona on Sunday. It was excellent. Love to hear you talk about the prophecies without a crash out. Well, thank you, V. I appreciate that. And there might be some crash outs tonight. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I mean, you never know, right? It depends on if the guests are going to be honest or if they're going to pretzel, you know? Patch Grabber, great to see you, says, I was going to joke about the rapture, but it's just not happening. Okay, here goes. What do you get when you cross Jesus and a dinosaur? Velociraptor. Of course you do. Of course you do. I'll give you... There you go. We got a drum roll. Dave, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, what time zone is the Rapture working with? You know, I like to think that it's on television standard, so Eastern Standard Time. I don't know. I could be wrong. Optimus Rhyme says most Christians are actually Paulites. Will anyone even get raptured? This is a good question. Like, because if you're a Christian, the reality is you don't really follow Jesus's words. You're following Paul's words. You don't believe in Jesus's words. And Mike Bowen says, think about how much free land will be available in the Bible Belt in a few days. I cannot wait. Can't wait. And Squeegee, thank you for the super chat, says, thank you for your donation. Squeegee Expert, thank you for your donation, friend. And our friend Yoda's with us tonight. Good to see you, Yoda. Thank you for the $19.99. Says, my weekly offering to Douglas Rockhard of House Stone, first of his name, Slayer of Goliath, foundation of the planet, and the sediment of truth. A Doug. I couldn't have said it any better. And your mama's house says, thank you for your donation. Well, your mama, thank you so much for your donation. That donation's almost as big as your mama. Chris, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says $10 from Crispy said, thank you so much for your super chat, friend. Crispy says, hey, Justin, did you see you got a shout out on today's Mr. Dirty? I think you mean Mr. Deedy video. It's good. Brian likes you. I love Brian from Mr. Deedy, by the way. I haven't seen it yet, friends. I'll send it to me on the Discord. I'll check it out tonight after the stream. And Nightman, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Mary Rapture Eve. I hope Satan leaves presents under my altar. I'll make sure to leave him out a plate of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Yes. Just remember, it's probably not an apple. Maybe a fig. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I do love me some figs, though. And Jeff, thank you for the $9.99. Jeff says, I have a Rapture ice cream on me. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Thought it would be better for the hot sauce tummy than a drink. Listen, I would, if the Rapture is coming, I would definitely turn to ice cream before hot sauce. I'm just saying that's my personal preference. Ice cream all the way. And Hank, thank you for the 669, says, guest has confused heuristics for apologetics. Oy vey. That's exactly what happened. He thinks using the word heuristic is going to get him to the end point of his apologetic, and it's not going to. Chip, thank you so much for the $9.89. Says, I'm not familiar with that guy, but I know he wasn't written the way you say he was because reasons. I know. I'll never be not surprised by the boldness of Christians to say things that are entirely false that they know nothing about. And just two more super chats. Hank, thank you so much for the 666. Says Ty would be the first to accuse secular historians of using double standards. Christians, please read more than one book. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Hank, you know he's not even reading the Bible. Like they're not even reading the one book. And Crucifix, me, great to see you tonight. Says, greetings from Oktoberfest. Pretzels everywhere. I didn't know Oktoberfest was already upon us, but I got to be honest, October is maybe my favorite month. It's such a good fucking month, friends. It's such a good month. All right. Well, thank you for being here. Friends, if you're watching this on TikTok, there's a link, button on the bottom bar. You can join the conversation if you think Jesus is coming back and why we should believe it too. Hit the guest request. We don't have a lot of people waiting on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tinycc.com/DZ guest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video if you don't want to type it in. You can join the conversation as well. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to give me your email. You don't have to have an account for anything. You just have to put the link in your browser and you'll be in line with everybody else. Welcome in, Source. Source? Source, are you with us? Source? Did you walk away from your phone, Source? Source?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh, well. Source got tired of waiting in line. Walked away from the phone.
Justin, after last Friday's, your last stream happened, would it be appropriate that we can now refer to you as Justin Martyr?
Yes, indeed. I'm okay with that. I'll get a chat GPT painting made up. Jag, welcome in.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry I did leave the other night. I had some stuff going on.
It's okay.
Just a question for you. Why does everyone think that the rapture is happening tomorrow?
Because they're not smart.
Well, no, aside from the obvious.
So I mean, most people think that the rapture is going to happen in September because it's got to be tied to the Feast of Trumpets, and they're convinced that the rapture needs to happen within the generation of Israel becoming a nation again because they can't read the Old Testament properly and they have no idea what Matthew 24 is talking about. And so every year since the founding of Israel, they're like, well, fuck, September's rolling around. Must be rapture month. Feast of Trumpets is coming. And so that's kind of why we keep getting these repeated rapture claims like literally every September.
Yeah, and like Christians have sort of noticed that Jesus dies on Passover and he sends the Holy Spirit on Pentecost. So they see that a lot of these events from the life of Christ are coincide with Jewish festival days. So they just naturally think that the second coming events are also going to coincide with Jewish festival events.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, really, obviously, purely ignorance. Got it. Okay.
Basically. Yeah. Thanks so much,
That's
Jag.
literally all I was wondering.
Love you, Jag.
Love you
Good
too,
to hear from you, my
Dalton.
friend.
Good to hear from you too. Bye, everyone.
Jag's good friend. We don't actually have any opposition in the queue. We've got one friendly. I'll grab Kashka. And then if you think Jesus is coming back, especially if you think he's coming back tomorrow, we want to hear from you. Shit, maybe we'll be. Oh, they dropped. Okay, maybe we'll convert. Maybe we'll be Christians if you lay down a solid argument for Jesus coming back in September between the 23rd and the 26th. I mean, theoretically, it could be anywhere in between those dates, but let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, while we're waiting for the opposition to populate. Eris says, do they have a +1 option on the rapture form? And what would Jesus come down wearing? That's a good question. Theoretically, it kind of seems like from the New Testament, Jesus is supposed to be returning with Elijah. So, in Moses. So maybe a +2 on the form. It's hard to say. But I don't know if we get a plus when we fill out the RSVP because technically we're the bride. I don't know. So Jesus is the groom and he's got 2 best men, I think is how this is supposed to work. I don't know. It's a tough one. And Space Lord says, my favorite dumb Bible story is Solomon and the custody fight. What kind of idiot agrees to take half a baby? Oh, I know. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think he wanted the baby to be cut in half. I think what he was suggesting was the mother of the baby would not allow it to be cut in half. So if I command the baby to be cut in half, the mother would step forward to preserve the baby. But I don't know if that's even like good and sound because theoretically anybody with a heart wouldn't want the baby to be cut in half. So at that point, I think the only way to determine who's the mother is by who is more vehemently against the baby being cut in half. I can't imagine that the non-mother would want the baby to be cut in half. That's asinine. But what are you going to do? It's mythology. All right, let's bring in Emily to the conversation.
Real quick, Justin, I'm just going to head out for just a second so I can go walk my dogs, and I'll be back in a second.
Sure, yeah. Welcome in, Emily.
Oh, hi.
Emily, are you at least 18?
Oh, yes, I am.
Awesome. Yeah, we can't talk to kids on TikTok. Okay. And do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
Just like.
Oh, you're breaking up on us, friend.
Oh.
Do you have Wi-Fi? Hello?
Hold on. No.
Thady, I can see you in the comments saying that you want to talk with us. Use the link on the screen. If you want to talk about this topic, there's a link on the screen. It's in the description of the video. And if you're on TikTok, I mean, you just have to hit the guest request on TikTok. You'll get in. You don't have to do anything special. Well, they left. They got raptured, friends. Actually, Jesus came early. Jesus came prematurely. I guess you could say Jesus is pre-cum now. Cool. Well, let's see what we got going on here now. Zen, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Zen says, hi, Justin. So glad the hot sauce didn't disable you. Next time, douse it on the crispy chickens, not on your vocal cords. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I did survive the great sauce apocalypse of 2025. I was lucky enough that after I ended stream, I basically just threw most of it up. So most of it came out the top end, not the bottom end, which is kind of nice actually. But yeah, the next day or two after, my throat was pretty sore actually from, repeated hot sauce endeavors. All right, let me grab our next guest from our TikTok queue. Welcome in, Fioric. Oh, or not. They're raptured. That didn't take very long. For some reason, God's connection is very weak today. A lot of guests getting up into the guest box and dropping nearly immediately. Bill Ash, thank you for the super chat. Bill says, hey, Justin, just so you're aware, but I know someone who got raptured. Wait, just so you're aware, I know someone who got raptured already. You wouldn't know her, though she goes to a different school. I know, right? Just like Jesus, right? Jesus is basically your supermodel girlfriend that goes to another school over in Canada. I got a picture in my wallet, though. She's real. I promise she's real. 55445, thank you for the super chat. Says, reference, no one has ascended into heaven and or the imminent return of the Son of Man, since both apologetics are in conflict with each other. I mean, I agree, right? Because contradictions just don't exist. That's been my experience. All right, well, we do have one guest in our YouTube queue. Let me grab Sean. Sean, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Sean, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Cool. And do you think Jesus is coming back?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, well, big fucking W there. Okay. Well, I
I
guess we don't have nothing to debate about.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to, I know you're always looking for someone to hash it out with, but I was curious, like around what age did you start to deconstruct?
The beginning of my deconstruction was about the summer I turned 22, right before I went into Bible college.
Okay.
And it took me about 10 years to get to the finish line, though. It was a long one.
Yeah, it's definitely a process. I
That
grew
really
up, I
was.
was raised Catholic, went to Catholic school most of my younger years, and it was around 11 or 12 that I started to kind of go, wait a minute, why are all these little, inconsistencies here? Why won't God reveal himself to me? I would pray and say, show yourself to me. And my pastor or whoever would say, oh, well, God doesn't work that way, and you can't, just invoke him.
Mhm.
And as a young child, I thought to myself, wow, that's really dumb. Doesn't really kind of make much sense. And then as I got older, a lot of the stuff just kind of fell apart for me, and I realized that most of the things that people preach about the Bible are absolutely achievable without any kind of scripture connected to the, the teachings and yada yada yada.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there. Well, we're glad, Sean, that you're on the right side of reality and common sense. Appreciate you watching the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for talking.
All right, cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Big W for thinking logically. We do have one guest waiting to get on TikTok. We'll grab them in a second. Joshua says, Houston, we have a problem. I don't think he's coming back. No, he's been trying to come back for 2,000 years and hasn't been able to do it. I can only assume because he's already been like fertilized into the ground and turned into like a tree or a plant that some deer has already eaten like the leaves of and then pooped them out elsewhere in the forest. Eris says, Doug approves Tylenol usage. I don't know if that is the case. I don't think Doug makes prescriptions or recommendations on medications. S, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, what happens if the rapture happens tomorrow? Less hate, less misogyny, emptier jails, less assault, more science, no mega. I couldn't agree more. And remember, your child is 3 times more likely to get SA'd in a church than even the second most common location, which unfortunately is a school. Still 3 times more likely. And keep in mind, 25% of those schools are religious institutions. So it's fucking bad. And I don't know if you've been tracking history. It's typically those religious institutions, those religious schools and orphanages that are doing the children touching. They make up a bulk of it. Chambermaid, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, Chambermaid, and beautiful puppy. Says, doing a Bible reread made it through the Exodus, and I have to say, the Bible could have been a pamphlet if it left out all the repetition. Couldn't agree more. All I do say, get to the fucking point the whole time I'm reading. I cannot agree with you more. The amount of repetition in the Bible is baffling for modern readers. It makes sense if you read ancient literature. In ancient literature, the repetition was important for memory purposes, and there were very well-known writing structures to help people to aid in the memorization. So if you read some of the more ancient cuneiform literature, you'll find a lot of synonymous parallelism. You'll find a lot of chiastic structures. You'll find a lot of things that are repetitious in order to aid the memory of telling the story, because they're assuming it's going to be passed orally. But Exodus had a lot of those memory aids in it because part of it is old, but it has also been redacted so much. Last one for now from our friend Carnage. Great to see you, Carnage. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. It says, when did the rapture become such a widely accepted belief? Well, the form of the rapture that we have now really seems to have come and started from the followers of Darby. Obviously, prior to Darby, we have rapture theology. We have rapture theology going all the way back before the Middle Ages. However, it wasn't in the exact form we have it today. It was more along the lines of like what we would see in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, where Jesus comes back, they meet him in the air, and then they live forever on the earth. We really don't even call this a rapture. This is more or less just the second coming. Prior to Darby, there's only one other guy prior to Darby that had this view that Jesus is going to come back, or that he's going to take people away and then come back another time. So it is kind of a modern phenomenon. To be sure, though, the church has always believed that Jesus was going to come back to the earth in the form of the second coming, just not in the Tim LaHaye nonsensical way.
Yeah, in the Bible at least, what happens is that the believers are quote unquote caught up to meet Jesus in the air, but they don't like wisp off away to heaven. They just like return to the earth. It's sort of like the language that the author uses is sort of like how people would leave their town to go meet the emperor as he was arriving to sort of usher him in. It's the same kind of language that Paul uses. And that word for caught up in the Greek, harpazo, In the Latin Vulgate, it's the word from which we derive the word rapture.
Thank you for the addition there. We've got Tom in the guest box, but again, let's get Tom into the conversation. Welcome in, Tom. Tom? Tom? It says you're connected, Tom, but I don't hear anything. And Tom is half connected? Tom, I don't think you got a good connection. Okay. Well, they're gone now.
They said they didn't mean to request.
Oh, that was an accidental request. I couldn't hear anything they were saying because it didn't fully connect on my end. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, not a lot of Christians out tonight. They must be busy trying to prepare for the rapture. We'll give them some minutes. If you're a Christian, you're like, listen, the rapture is going to happen, and you need to know about it. You're welcome to join the discussion. The link on the screen is tiny.cc/dzguest. You don't need to give us any of your personal information, not your email address, not any accounts, not your name. You just got to click the link in the description of the video. Or if you're watching on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button on the TikTok and you can get into the conversation. And I know that there are people who believe that the rapture is coming because they're filling my TikTok feed. So come and talk to us. Give us a reason why we should believe that your precious Jesus is coming back. Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, guest is louder than you. Can you up your volume, please? I can, and I did. I appreciate the warning. My Discord moderator crew let me know that my volume was a little bit low. I do have a little more boost I can give it if I need to. So let me know if I need to boost it any more than what it already is. What I've already boosted it. You know what I mean? All right, let's get our next guest in here. Try to get Yaya into the conversation. How you doing, Yaya?
Oh, I'm sorry, love. I didn't mean to request.
Oh, it's okay. We'll drop you down. Thanks for tapping. I think most people that accidentally request, it happens because you're tapping on the screen. And sometimes if you tap in the wrong spot, it'll just pull you up. Or it'll pull up the dialogue to ask you if you want to join as a guest. And it just is one of those things that happens sometimes. Robin, thank you for the super chat. Says Jesus as lost as last year's Easter eggs and probably just as smelly. He's been rotten and bloating for at least 2,000 years. Thank goodness he's underground. Peter says, Justin, have you considered reading it carefully? That's the problem, Peter. I failed to read it carefully, and fuck, I should have been outside looking at the trees when I was doing it. I don't know what I was thinking. I gotta go out to the woods. Squeegee Expert, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I goofed on my first super chat. What's the difference between divine hiddenness and God not existing? Honest question, Hell Nero. Oh, we've pointed this out before, right? So this is usually something we use against like the deistic God concepts when people come up to debate them, which is like, if there's no distinction whatsoever, like in our reality between your God existing and your God not existing, then based on Occam's razor, it's just more logical, more parsimonious to assume that the God doesn't exist. That just seems to be the best inference from the data. And last one for now from our friend Jennifer. Jennifer said, God breathes fire and sulfur, breath from his mouth in Isaiah. Jesus wasn't always the Logos. Actually, that's a good point. Unless Jesus is fire and sulfur. Although I've got questions. If God is breathing fire and sulfur, then he certainly must be within space and time. But I know what they're going to say. God enters space and time whenever he wants to. It's just nonsensical.
Or it's all allegorical language.
It's all allegorical. It is. Welcome in, Luis.
Hi. So I'm agnostic. I think I might even be an atheist. But I wanted to ask you a question on a rabbit hole that I've been going down, which is, and I'll like phrase this carefully for TikTok, that around the time of early Christians and when the Bible was written, a lot of archaeologists have found evidence of a lot of happy plants and happy wine in the early Christian vats. And they assume that, like, within the culture at the time, a lot of that was taken, and that would possibly be an explanation to things like burning bushes and hallucinations, and a lot of the stuff written in the Bible that is like not factually reliable, put it that way, like men living for 600 years and talking snakes and all that kind of thing. And I kind of wanted to know what your opinion is on that.
Yeah, so archaeology has been has kind of known for years that certain sects of Christianity had like spiked wine, if you could call it that. It's unclear how common the practice was, and there have been a lot of archaeological musings about whether or not the magic mushrooms that are on Patmos were there at the time when John the Revelator would have been there. There's a lot of loose connections, but we do know this. We know that this was a common practice within Greek and Roman society. It was widely believed that in Delphi, the oracle in Delphi was most likely kind of out of her mind when she was giving oracles. The same has been said of the Sibylline oracles that were given under the influence. And we know at the Temple of Arad, it's a early Iron Age temple near Jerusalem. There are 2 standing stones in the altar, one female, one male, and there are 2 incense burners for each individual deity. And on the incense burners are the remnants of resin, which is what happens when you burn particular substances. It forms a resin, which seems to be there's probably a long-running tradition in most of these ancient religions where they were using substances to encourage religious phenomenon.
Yeah, and that's what I'm like gathering as well. And I was looking at Pompeii. They found in a lot of the vats there as well, like different types of happy plants and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, like, how much of an influence that would have had on all the scriptures at the time that they were written. I find it very interesting because I think that they partook in a lot more of that in those days. And also, I think the breads, the sometimes the grains were not they were fermented or whatever it is, and also caused issues. So so I was just wondering on that, but I found it fascinating, and I think that was one of the reasons why I take the Bible with a grain of salt, is that, like, a lot of it doesn't make any sense to me, and so.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you look at like the mystical books of the Bible and compare them to other books where we know that they had utilized psychedelics in their religion, it's weird how similar they read.
Exactly.
And this isn't a fringe conspiracy. Like this is not something that like New Age atheists made up about like the biblical authors. Something that's been known for quite some time. In fact, there was an article I thought that was, I forget where I heard it first. I think it was on PBS radio back in like 2016 that turned me onto this rabbit trail. Somebody, I forget who, literally wrote a PhD dissertation on it. Like, so this is, there's legitimate, like academic prowess going into this particular field.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth, and I love your TikTok, and I've got to run to work. But thank you so much for everything that you do.
Hey, thank you so much, Luis. I appreciate it. Have a good time at work.
You too. Thank you.
Justin, even it wasn't even absolutely necessary that there be direct drug involvement, as it's suspected that many of the individuals who were members of the New Testament organization could have been schizotypical individuals, which doesn't mean that they're schizophrenic. Like they're not having hallucinations to the point where it's like harming their ability to like function in society, but more of the fact that they can just through certain rituals like chanting and rhythmic prayer and fasting can induce these episodes.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. And the book I was looking for, indeed was published around 2016. It's called The Psychedelic Gospels, The Secret History of Hallucinogens in Christianity, by Jerry Brown, PhD, and Julie M. Brown, Masters. It's available on Amazon. It's only $18 for the paperback, $9.99 for the Kindle. And this is certainly would be an interesting, if you're interested in the topic, it would be a good place to start. They do have both those two authors do have like available free purchasable or free non-purchasable articles on the internet. If you search their names, you'll find articles that they wrote that you can acquire without paying for their book. But for $18, support the work and just buy the book. I don't think it's all that much for a good piece of literature. But with that, we had two guests pop into the YouTube queue, and then they popped out as quickly as Jesus was a king, which is for about 3 seconds maybe. And so we're still waiting for opposition. It's weird that all the Christians in the chat are too afraid to come up. I've seen a lot of Christians in the chat saying Jesus is coming back, Jesus is coming back, yet they can't actually pinpoint why Jesus is coming back. Weird. I don't know why you would say it if you can't actually prove it. Crispy says, I mean Mr. Deedy. I know, we knew what you meant. Mr. Deedy, but my autocorrect gave him a spicy new nickname. I know. Mr. Dirty. I might call him Mr. Dirty and just see how he reacts to it. David Burke, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $9.99. David Burke says, drop in a line to say hi and help keep you doing God's work. LMAO. Well, thank you, David. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well, and we're going to be here doing the work. That's what we do, day in and day out. Varen says, as a cephalopod enthusiast, I'd like to contribute to the Kraken Fund. Well, thank you so much, Varen. I appreciate that. And the Doug approves. Thank you so much. In fact, I'm actually out of Kraken right now. I haven't restocked. I need to restock my Kraken and get it going. All right, we've got a guest waiting to get in on TikTok. We're going to bring in our guest right after Adam's super chat. Adam, thank you so much for the super chat. Adam says, I think the second coming of John F. Kennedy is politically motivated. I base this on my heuristic. Listen, if you use enough fancy words, you can obfuscate your point so well that nobody knows what you're talking about. Dalton knows about this. There's a phrase that you'll hear thrown out there called baffle him with bullshit.
Yeah.
If you don't have a good argument,
point.
You can baffle him with bullshit. Welcome in, Chab.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, my name is Chabs. I'm calling in from the UK. I'm 25, Chabs. And yeah, I'm single. So yeah, hey guys.
Shit. Okay, all right. Well, Chabs, are you at least 18, and do you believe Jesus is coming back?
Yeah, I'm 25. Jesus is coming back.
Sure. When?
So I'm sure you know the verse. Nobody knows, nor the angels, nor the Son. Only the Father knows.
Okay. So why would somebody like myself believe that Jesus is coming back?
And tell me about you. Are you an atheist?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, so it's like, hey, laughing. If you're an atheist, you don't need to worry if he's coming back or not.
I'm not worried. I'm asking you why I would believe he's coming back.
Do you believe he's coming back?
No, I'm an atheist. But you believe he's coming back, and I'm asking you why. Why do you believe he's coming back?
Because the Bible's true.
All of it's true?
Yes.
Why would you say that? Have you read all of it?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so there's not a single false thing in the Bible?
Can you... What's false in the Bible, please? Please show me.
Okay. We can start at, like, the very beginning. You want to start Mark chapter 1? Okay.
Come on, then.
It's the earliest thing about Jesus, Mark chapter 1. I'll just show you.
Come on,
Says
then.
in the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way, the voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight. Can you find me in Isaiah where it says, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way?
Listen, I'm not a flipping scholar. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I know, because it's not in Isaiah. That is a quotation from somebody other than Isaiah. Are you aware of this?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a scholar.
I know you don't know. You said every word in the Bible is true. Now I'm showing you something that's just not true.
In the Bible. I believe the church fathers. I believe in the flipping Nicene Creed. I believe what they said. You know.
Okay, so not everything in the Bible is true.
Oh man, what? Why do you believe? Why is he laughing?
He's a troll.
Are you sighing? Are you tired or something? Is it?
I think he's a troll.
I'm just tired of dealing with atheists because like they want proof of everything. Like,
I'm just asking you about the Bible. I'm not asking for proof. I'm just asking you to read the Bible with me.
You know what? Let's make this interesting. Let's entertain your guests. Why don't you prove to me atheism is the way? And I'll be an atheist today if you prove them to be facts.
Atheism's the default position. It doesn't need to be proven.
Yeah, also, that's not my goal. My goal isn't to convert everyone to atheism. My goal is to deconvert people from harmful religions. Like, if you deconvert from Christianity and now you're a deist, I could not give two less of a shit than anything else in the world. Deism isn't harming anyone. These religions, I think, are inherently harmful, which is why I don't think that people should participate in them. And they're pretty easy to debunk. Like, Christianity is super easy to debunk.
Super easy to debunk. Oh, can you prove to me religions?
Yeah, we already started on this. So we already started demonstrating that the Bible says things that are untrue. So let me ask you, like, if the Bible said, I don't know, 20 things that were untrue, would it mean that the Bible shouldn't be trusted?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me answer that now. So I believe that knowledge is passed down from higher knowledge, right? I was born in 2000, right? So obviously I don't know anything about the world when I was born. Where do I get my knowledge from? I get my knowledge from...
That doesn't answer my question. My question was, like, what number of failures do I have to find in the Bible before I'm warranted to say, hey, I don't think this book is trustworthy?
Say that again, buddy.
Okay. How many errors and lies in the Bible do I need to find before I'm warranted to say, hey, I don't think this book is trustworthy?
Honestly, maybe one.
Maybe. So I already found you one.
But I told you, I'm not a scholar. I'm sure there's people who are more smarter than me can answer you, but I'm not a scholar.
Well, I mean, do you need to be a scholar to know if Isaiah did or didn't say something?
Oh, listen, baby.
He's a fucking troll. He's not even real. He's trolling.
I'm not.
Chat, I know you're a troll.
I'm not a troll. Why do you keep saying
liar.
I'm a troll?
I mean, listen, you're doing... To be fair, Chabs, you're doing a really good job. You sound like most Christians. Like, we know you're a troll, but you're doing a hell of a job at it.
Why are you so angry with Christians? What did we do to you?
What atheists hurt you, Chabs?
No, I'm asking, what did we do to you for you to be angry about us?
Nobody in the Christian religion has done anything to me personally.
The reason why you're an atheist because your life is shit.
No, my life is great.
No, it's not.
Buddy, I'm my own boss.
Okay, doesn't mean you make a lot of money though.
I literally quit a job in electrical engineering to do this. So I'm making enough to replace an electrical engineering job.
You hate your life and you blame God for it. And then you say, I don't want to believe it.
Fuck.
He's trolling.
It's true though. Am I lying?
Okay.
I
hate my life.
I think you hate your life, Chad. That's why you're always sighing.
Those are the reasons why people they stop believing in God, because they believe.
All right, Chab. Good troll. You did a good job. You did sound like most Christians, to be fair. Those are all nonsensical points that Christians would say, but I can hear you laughing under your breath as you say them, so I know you're a troll. But anyways, listen, thanks for coming up. I'm gonna give him credit. I think that was a decent troll.
Yeah, that guy was single-handedly supplying every tree in his area all the carbon dioxide they needed.
Indeed, indeed. Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says a dead person squeezed my hand once. Well, I believe that. Corpses will do some things. That's a real thing that can happen. Actually, it'll really fuck you up too. You touch a corpse, and you think that it's completely inanimate, isn't going to move again, and then it gets that last little electrical pulse through it. Mino, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I have a ridiculous remedy for hiccups that actually works every time for me. Eat a heaping teaspoon of sugar with a minimum of chewing. Good luck. Well, I appreciate the advice. It certainly won't work for me, as nothing does work for me, but I do appreciate the advice. Steven says, primary sources or get the fuck out. That's where I'm at. I don't care about your Google AI overviews. We deal with the primary text here. And House says, thank you for your donation. Well, House, thank you for your donation. Really appreciate that. And Peter, good to see you. Thank you for the 5 Canuck bucks. Says those Greek and Roman histories have a greater veneer of historical truth to them than the Gospels. To him, it's as if they were writing the Aeneid. I agree. Yes. He doesn't know the difference between the Greek and Roman histories and like the writings of Homer. He thinks that they're legitimately the same thing. And to be sure, though, there were a lot of Greeks and Romans who thought Homer was real history, too. Retired Bomb, I'm going to get 2 more super chats. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, my wife is looking online for cheap Rapture deals. Can't wait for all this land getting ready to open up for purchase. Here's to your future hot sauce Netflix and chill GoFund. I'm sorry, Netflix and Chill Fund. Get you some. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Retired Bomb Tech. And yes, as soon forthcoming, a new edition of Spicy Ones. I don't want to use the other name because it's probably a copyrighted name. And last one from our friend Rock Hard. Great to see you, Rock Hard, for Doug. I appreciate the $20 super chat. Says, I want to learn more Babylonian mythology, reading Reversing Herman and the possibility of Genesis 6, 1-4 passage, as well as the first Enoch Watchers potentially being a polemic for the Apkallu is super interesting. Hail, Marduk. And Nicotine, I saw you in my guest box for 5 seconds. Get your butt back in my guest box, Nicotine. You're not going to run from me. Get back in my guest box. You haven't been here for a year and a half. You got some splaining to do, buddy. Don't run from me. Rock Hard, here's where I would start. I would get a copy of the Ancient Near Eastern Literature relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard. If you want something free, then you can get Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament by Samuel Driver. A lot of what you'll find in James Pritchard's works was already published by Samuel Driver in his prior works, which is available on PDF on the internet at the archive website. Also, if you have money to spend, if you got a couple $100 to spend, just go buy the complete 4-volume set of the Context of Scripture, and you'll never run out of literature.
I would also suggest everyone check out this really great YouTube channel called The Ancient Near East.
Yes, exactly. I have a channel that I add readings to from these volumes called The Ancient Near East. It may or may not be in my link tree. I don't know if I added it yet, but I'll be adding more readings to it. Hopefully this week. I've already got 1 or 2 that I started. Who asked you to talk? Welcome in.
Hi.
Hi. What should we call you?
Just call me Layla.
Layla, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Sure. Yeah. And do you believe Jesus is coming back?
I don't believe Jesus is coming back. I think God is.
Do you think Jesus is God?
No.
So who is God?
God is the father of Jesus.
So Jesus isn't coming back, but his father is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's your religion?
Christian.
Are you Marcionite?
No.
Have you read the New Testament?
Yeah.
Do you think that
who does the New?
Do you think that Jesus is speaking of the Father when he says he's coming back?
No.
Where are you getting the idea that Yahweh is coming back but not Jesus? Oh, they gone. They might be a troll. Could be a troll. Randy, thank you for gifting out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge, my friend. 10 more people marked safe from the rapture. Those are 10 more people not getting raptured tomorrow. We really appreciate that for saving the sisterin and the brethren from the rapture. All right, let's get Shadow from the YouTube queue. Shadow's been waiting here for a minute to get into the discussion, so we're going to get Shadow pulled in, and we'll see what we can do here. How you doing, Shadow?
Hi. I'm super nervous. Sorry.
That's okay.
Hello.
You'll be all right. Shadow, are you at least 18? Because we can't talk to children.
Oh, I am 37 years old on this planet.
Dope. And do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
Nope. Just a friendly. Just wanted to give you some good vibes. Really like the show, and don't want to take up too much of your time.
Well, I appreciate the vibes, Shadow. Big W for living within the actual reality.
Yeah, I have a Rapture rap actually.
Oh?
Yeah, because I figure it's appropriate for the Rapture to have a rap about the Rapture.
Tell me more.
Okay.
Is it titled The
All right.
Rapture?
Yes. All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, friends. I'm here to say the end of the world might be today. They said it would happen in 2012, but we're still here. Can't you tell? They said in 2000 the computers reset, but nobody wanted to take that bet. Don't worry when they say such things. Have fun and enjoy what the future brings. And the day after the rapture, to believers you can say, thanks for playing, it was fun. Try being an atheist today.
I love it. When you gonna have the vinyls printed?
Bro, like tomorrow. No, I don't know.
All right, we're on it. We're on it. Well, thank you, Shadow. I appreciate that.
Thanks. Hey, have a good one. Later.
Cheers. You do the same. All right, Shadow bringing in the beats. We appreciate it. I want to grab just 2 or 3 super chats, and then we're going to get JQ into the conversation from the YouTube queue. Arvin, thank you for the super chat, says, world would be better if some of these callers' mothers practiced their oral tradition a bit more diligently. And to that, I would say absolutely. Absolutely. And Josh, thank you for the super chat. It says, these other mythologies developed over centuries. Cough, cough, Trinity. Yeah, dude, the nonsense of the Trinity is crazy. It's crazy. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, Justin, please give me hope. Please tell me Christians are getting raptured tomorrow. Here's the thing. I want the rapture to happen. We got to get these people out of here. Like the play is getting worse, like by the year. Crazy Robots, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian chat. Says, Doug, bless you for all you do. Heuristic, your lives are worth the wait. I appreciate that heuristic word. I really do. I mean, such kindness. And House 70 says, mythology versus mythology, they can't all be true. The only true one is rock hard for Doug. Y'all submit to the truth. And no, this isn't special pleading. Of course not. We don't special plead for Doug. Doug is rock hard. You've seen Doug with your own 2 eyes. I don't know if anyone's paying attention. Your own 2 eyes, you've seen Doug. And Randy Wilson, thank you for saving another 10 people from the rapture tomorrow by sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Those are 10 more people that can aid with our post-rapture pet care business. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get JQ into the conversation. JQ looks like they got headphones on and they're ready to rock and roll. Let me bring them in.
At least I got the headphones on. Oh, there I am.
Yeah, how you doing, JQ?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. JQ, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
I believe that if it does happen, I'll be surprised if it does. But
So,
I
but
really don't know. I can't really say that. I think it's I think it's possible that I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that question if he's gonna or not.
But you think
Really.
he's coming back eventually, right?
He could be coming back eventually. Uh, I think you're right when you talk. I watch a lot of your episodes, and a lot of them state that Jesus said in the Bible that he was going to come back during the time of his contemporaries, right? So, really, I'm not sure what's going on with that, but it looks to me like he already came back,
Oh,
right?
what does that
Yeah, and
mean?
I think he came back. He has orange hair, and he's called Donald Trump now.
Oh, fuck me.
But anyways, I won't take much of your time, but I just want to, I study the Christian religion with all, I've been studying it my whole life. All right. And I just have a few questions I would like to ask you because you have vast knowledge. All right. So my question is about the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? In the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were dated at 100 years BC, right? But basically,
there is a range. There's a date range for the individual scrolls are all dated to various time periods. The oldest one possibly going back to the 3rd century BCE, and some of the newer ones actually date to the 1st century CE.
right. And those ones that talk about the wicked priest and the sons of darkness and all that, those stories match that of John the Baptist and Jesus, right?
Well, it's widely believed that the Book of Revelation and some of the Johannine philosophy mirrors what we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there's going to be a teacher of righteousness, and then eventually there's going to be a cosmic battle between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. And even in the Great Melchizedek Scroll, we find Melchizedek warring with the archangels against Belial and the sons of darkness, and kind of the same nonsense in the War Scroll. So it seems like the New Testament Christian community, like they were walking hand in hand with the Dead Sea community. They seemed to, if they're not the same community, they at least are like super related.
So it's possible Jesus could have grown up in the Essene community. It could be possible.
I mean, so personally, I think Jesus probably was an outcast that, like, the historical Jesus probably did actually go into Egypt, and then probably got hooked up with the Essene community when he left Egypt, coming back into Judea before he went up to Galilee. That's my best guess.
Okay, because the original scholars were saying that these scriptures were talking about the Maccabean entities, and one of the scholars that brought that up in the beginning admitted that it was speculation and he never thought anybody was going to take it seriously. So those stories really, I think, in my opinion, point towards John the Baptist and the Jesus character. Now, my other question is, I don't see any evidence that the Exodus ever happened. So basically, when the Jews were they were Israelites, right? So they were part of the Canaanite basic civilization, right? And so all those different societies that had ites for their last name, they were kind of like all under one roof, right?
I mean, not so much. They wouldn't have identified themselves as having any political unity. In fact, they fight with each other a lot in the archaeological record. But to be fair, I think the legend of the Exodus goes back to the expulsion of the Hyksos in the 1600s. I think that is, and I think that is such a well-known event that the Israelites are tying, we'll say the Judeans rather than the Israelites, are tying their heritage to that event, even though it's been passed down to them orally and almost none of the details actually match anymore. And this seems to also explain the Midianite hypothesis, which is why the worship of Yahweh seemed to be imported from Midian originally, and then into the Judean foothills, and why the religion of the north seems to have actually still followed the Canaanite pantheon. They didn't seem to adopt the Midianite religion until the Judeans became more powerful after the Assyrians came in and wiped out the northerners. So there seems to be there is a small contingent of Semitic-speaking people that probably did leave Egypt at some point, that serves as like the historical memory of the people, even though, most likely it was a really small amount of people. Most likely what we know about them doesn't match anything that's in the Bible. It's one of those things where there's always a kernel of truth somewhere. And in like the conquest narratives, you have more like historical kernels. We've got a bunch of nomadic people in the Amarna tablets. So Akhenaten, when we discovered his palace, we found about 315 different cuneiform tablets that were correspondences between the pharaoh and between various city-states within Canaan during like the 13th and century or so, 13th and 14th century. And it depicts a great number of cities being attacked by nomadic people groups referred to as the Habiru. I don't think they're Hebrews, though. I think that the naming is simply not the same. That being said, it seems like we've got these core archaeological histories that are then molded into mythology hundreds of years later to explain people's backstories. Much like I was told stories about my forefathers when they first came to America, and I'm sure most of those stories are nothing close to what actually happened because they're just like oral memories passed down.
So a lot of the ites had battled between each other. Did the Israelites become in the end the victorious ones? Are they the ones that were mostly successful?
I mean, so yeah, after the Bronze Age collapsed in the 1170s, it seems like the nomadic tribes that probably made up the Judeans and some of what was left of the northern Israelites, because the northern Israelites were already more developed, and some of their territories would have been collapsed during the Bronze Age collapse. It seems like this gave rise to the nomads. The nomads, since they weren't reliant as much on civilization, were able to gain power in the land, and then they eventually became powerful enough that they started to build their own mega cities and became the most dominant people. So that's how most scholars of this time period would suggest that the way that the Judeans got to power was starting with the rise of the nomads during the Bronze Age collapse, culminating in their survival of the onslaught by the Assyrians. Once the Assyrians wiped out all of their cousins to the north, there was nobody left to fill that vacuum but the Judeans.
So basically, because the Canaanites were polytheistic, is that why the Christian religion has the 3-in-1 God, that where they have the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? Was that trying to adapt the polytheistic gods?
No.
Okay.
The Trinitarian doctrine had nothing to do with their polytheistic background. The Trinitarian doctrine was developed because they wanted Jesus to be God, but they didn't want to admit that they were polytheists, which is against what the Hebrew Bible says. The Hebrew Bible says there's only one God. So, but
okay. Well, thank you very, very much for taking your time to answer my questions.
Thanks for coming by,
and
man.
I do have my nephew, he's very, very high roller, Jesus, and he's planning to call you with his entire Bible study class and his father to debate you. And I'm trying to get him set up to call you. So hopefully look forward to that call. And I'm going to be standing by listening when he calls you because I want to hear what happens.
We'll be looking for him.
Oh, he's got his whole Bible class is going to be there backing him up. This ought to be interesting. So I can't wait for that.
It doesn't matter if there's
right
5 or 50 of them. The conversation is going to end the way all of them do. We appreciate that, JQ.
Yeah, because they can't hold their arguments. They don't
Right.
make any sense. I understand.
Right.
Well, thank you, Justin. I want to just say, I thank you so much for what you were doing. I wish there was a million more people doing what you do. It blows my mind that I walk down the street every day and I have all these people that live in la la land and imagining these things are real. You know, I just can't see how our society functions with not dealing with reality. You know, they
Right.
sidestep it with this religion, and you know, I lost my religion when I was 12 because I was 12 years old. My 16-year-old uncle died in my arms of a asthma attack.
Sorry to
And
hear
at that point, you know, I was a Christian. I prayed to God, please save his life, please save his life. And my grandpa got him to the hospital, and 30 minutes later, he passed away. And after that, I thought, well, if there's some guy in the sky that's controlling everything, he let my beautiful angel uncle die, well, then I hate that person. And I said, if it was just nature, and nature just doesn't have a thought one way or the other, it just is and it just does, I was able to accept that. And at that point in time, I realized that Christianity was not true.
Right.
But I was 12, you know.
Well,
And that's what it did it for me. And then ever since then, I felt like I've been an outsider and I don't fit into our society.
well, that is the case. Well, JQ, it was great to hear from your friend.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Well, WJQ.
I gotta say, Justin, 50 Christians versus the two of us seems unfair for them. It seems like they might be a little bit outnumbered.
I know that it doesn't matter if you have one person or 50 people. If they're all giving bad arguments based out of cope, it doesn't matter how many people are giving the argument. It's still a bad argument. But at least they can be like Googling feverishly on Google AI to try to find answers in the middle. We'll see what happens. I've never seen a good argument from AI apologetics yet. Mike Leitner, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. That's huge. It says, my brain is rattled from recent events. So in a moment of silliness, I ask, is Hugh Ristix a cousin of Herman Nudix? Thank you for using your platform for good with the hugest grace. Praise, Doug. I appreciate that. My understanding is that Hugh Ristix is the sibling of Huge Grace. That was my understanding. I don't know if they're a cousin to Herman Nudix, but there seems to be some sort of relationship there. We don't know exactly how much, maybe just a tip of a relationship. And Mike,
just
thank
a friend
you.
of the family.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mike, thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that. That's 10 people, 10 more people that are safe from the rapture. Super appreciate it. And Hank, thank you for the 777. Says the reason Yahweh breathes sulfur and fire is because he starts with ghost pepper and goes up from there. Indeed, he does. Good questions back tonight. Thank you so much for being here. It says, have you recovered from your spicy sacrifice? I have, my friend. I have, and I'm feeling great. I am feeling great. And Science Lover, thank you for the 1800 THB. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, sorry your life is so bad, per the troll, Justin. Keep your spirits up. I know I hate my life. I hate it. It's the worst. I get to do the thing that I love the most and be my own boss. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And Larry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the Browns, yeah, exactly. And the Browns fucking won. Praise Doug, Sharon, Bam Bam, and Pebbles. Indeed. Indeed. What a weekend of miracles. And last super chat for now from our friend Alan says, FYI, the she-bears are a lunar myth. Elisha is the moon, and the she-bears are Ursa Major, and Ursa Major circling the pole. Dragons in Genesis YouTube channel. Oh God, no. Why do people do this? Why are people so desperate to mix astrology with the Bible? I'll never get it.
It's very reminiscent of that Zeitgeist film.
You're right, it is. Let's bring in Gaston.
Oh, one fights like Gaston.
Welcome in, Gaston. Gaston? If you're busy doing push-ups rather than talking, that's okay, but you're going to have to get up. Gaston?
He's eating a dozen eggs.
So he could be as large as a barge or big as a barge?
Yeah.
That may be one of the best early Disney songs from the Disney revival era. I guess we'll give him a second. I'll read a super chat from our friend Cora while Gaston's trying to finish gulping down a dozen eggs. Cora, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hi, DZ. I'm really hoping they're raptured. It might help stop the cult from designating everyone as an extreme terrorist, especially the trans community. We, in fact, are the least violent and actually receive the most violence. I couldn't agree more. Of all the minority groups that violence are committed against, the trans community is one of the most, most harassed groups on the planet. And it's not just in America. This is true even in foreign countries. Go to Thailand, Philippines, places where you even think that the trans community are accepted, and they're still harassed, they're still bullied, they're still executed, they're still treated poorly. Gaston, are you with us? It looks like you're trying to talk, but I can't hear you. Can anyone hear Gaston? Gaston? Maybe Gaston, drop and come back, okay? Because like I saw the little bubble around Gaston's G blink, which usually only happens when it detects speech, but I couldn't actually hear anything. So maybe something was wrong with their connection, and it was kind of goofed. I don't know. We had just now, we literally had 2 people pop into the YouTube queue and pop out. So many scared Christians tonight. Weird. A lot of Christians not ready to defend Jesus's second coming, probably because they were disappointed by his first coming. Robin, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, for it is written, Doug is holy silica quartz, exalted above all others. Where is it written? Please see above. Exactly. I thought Sharon was a weather stone, but she's always hot and wet. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Absolutely. Absolutely. Stay sinfully wet for Sharon, friends. And Jake the Muse, thank you for the 20 New Zealand dollars, says, fun fact, when you ingest too much capsaicin, it leaches into the soft tissue around your stomach, which causes the pain. That soft tissue is the same area where most period cramps occur. You, sir, had period cramps. Shit. I didn't know that. Damn. That's good information. I appreciate that, Jake or Jack. It might be Jack, given there's no E at the end of that name. Well, I'm going to read a couple super chats because we're literally waiting for opposition at this point. What a weird topic. Everyone thinks that Jesus is coming back, and not a single Christian can give a reason, according to 1 Peter 3:15, for the hope that is within them. It's almost like they know it's all bullshit. Darnell, thank you for the $9.99 super chat, says, what would it take for you to debate Cliff and Stuart Connectley? They go to colleges debating students. I will debate those clowns literally any day of the week. And to be fair, I don't think Stuart's a clown. I think Cliff is a clown. I think Stuart's a decent individual. I watched a lot of their debates, and Stuart seems to be, I mean, he got the same shitty arguments, but he's at least kind of calm and polite and poised. And Cliff is just he's a clown. He's a clown of clowns.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people online think that people like Cliff and other online apologists, like they think of them as being like these like top tier professionals, but really, their arguments are not very much better than the people you'll see here in the guest box.
Right, I agree. Actually, Amir, thank you for gifting out 1 and 2 Deconstruction Zone memberships so that we can save 2 more people from the rapture. Appreciate that, Amir. Good to see you. And John, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Browns win. Oh, Justin, prophet of Doug, please rain down your blessings on my poor saints. I hope my meager tithe will suffice. I will do what I can, John. And Mr. Gonzalez, I saw you pop in and out of the guest box on YouTube again. I don't know if your connection is bad or what's happening over there, but once you're in that guest box for more than 5 seconds, I'll be happy to bring you into the conversation. I don't know what's happening over there. I hope your connection isn't just connecting and disconnecting automatically, or else we might not actually be able to have a conversation. But if you're in the guest box on purpose, and I assume you are, because the YouTube guest box can't be called up by accident, then by all means stay up there. If you're watching on TikTok and you want to tell me why Jesus is coming back, obviously you don't have to use the link on the screen. You can just click the guest request at the bottom of the screen. I can take you on TikTok or on YouTube. It doesn't matter which platform you're on. Steven, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says a dumb apologetic is kind of redundant. Steve, I agree. That's a fair point. And Keith, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says instead of the title New Testament, it should read New Testaments, or more accurately, New Anecdotes. Yeah, I could rock with that, Keith. Thank you. And Yoda, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, wait, do we put the blood on the doors for this? What's the sign for this one? This is a fair point. In order to not get taken in the rapture, is there something we need to do? Maybe
foreskins on the doorpost. I've been saying it this whole time.
It is. Yep. Okay. We just like Exodus chapter 4, we need to get rid of those foreskins and rub them on the doorpost. That's going to be that's apparently going to be the thing. This could work out. All right, we've got one guest waiting to get on YouTube by the name Mini Boss. We're gonna get Mini Boss into the conversation. How you doing, Boss?
Hi guys.
Boss, are you at least are you at least 18? I'm sorry, what's that?
Yeah, I'm 43.
Okay, cool. And you're a little bit quiet. I'm going to turn up your microphone. There we go. That should be a little better.
Okay.
Can you guys hear him now? I can hear him a little bit better.
Can you hear me better now?
I think so.
It's much better.
Okay. Mini Boss, do you believe Jesus is coming back?
I sure don't. I'm an atheist, just like you guys are.
Well, big fucking W.
I heard this theory just today on another atheist channel, deconstructing Christianity, about how he's supposedly going to rapture the church up tomorrow, according to some African preacher that got social media links. I never heard of that until today. What is this all about? I know it's not going to happen, but I was wondering, why does everybody think the rapture is happening tomorrow?
Well, we're here debating Christians on whether or not Jesus is actually coming back. The reason why they think he's coming back is because they're all brain dead.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, there's no good reason to believe he's coming back.
He was supposed to come back 2,000 years ago, before the Israel got attacked by the Romans, but he never did. Christianity should have died off then, but for some reason people kept believing in him and keep believing in him now. And when he doesn't come back in tomorrow, they'll keep making excuses to postpone the date. So
yeah, cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug.
That's what I'm saying. Are you Justin from Deconstruction Zone?
Yep.
Hi, I contacted the Atheist Experience with a question for the old host, Matt Dillahunty. They said they were going to pass it to you because he's no longer there.
Okay.
And they said you have they said you know a little bit about the Old Testament. What are the Urim and Thummim? The little thingies.
Yeah, the Urim and Thummim are they're stones, and you use them to do the act of casting lots. And casting lots in the ancient Near East is basically akin to rolling the dice and seeing what God says. It's not too far off from doing tarot cards either. The general idea is that you ask God a question, and then they cast the lots to determine the answer to the question. So you might ask, like, will the rapture happen on September? And then you would cast the lots, and the lots would provide you with either a yes or no answer. So you might say, have lot A turn up and lot B turn down when I cast it, if it's a yes.
Oh, because one of my rabbis, he was a female. I know they're not allowed to be rabbis in the first place, but which is why I don't serve religion. I don't like misogyny. Anyway, she told me that the Urim and Thummim were the breastplate itself. But my new rabbi, before I became atheist, he told me that there were stones inside of the breastplate. So I was wondering which one they were.
Yeah, they went up here on top of the breastplate. So, and they were there for the high priest to divine the will of God. So like in Numbers chapter 15, when they have to figure out what God wants to do with the one caught picking up sticks, and they take them to Moses, the thing that would have happened there is the casting of lots. You can look up the casting of lots in the Old Testament, and you'll discover that the casting of lots is just synonymous with divining God's will by the casting of lots. And the Urim and Thummim were the name for the lots.
How would you do that? Would you like throw sticks or something like that? I mean, it's impossible to get a decent answer or something.
Well, there's a lot of theories as to
casting.
what shape they were and exactly how they were used, but we know they were used essentially like two-sided die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they did it in the New Testament. Remember to pick a new disciple.
Well, that's not entirely known. If that's related, that seems to be a different form of casting lots.
Yeah, it sure did. That was definitely a different form.
Right.
It seemed like illegal or something.
Right.
Kinda, because Jesus never told them. It seemed like the same thing that Roman soldiers were doing with his garments, casting lots to choose who would choose his garments. How did they do that one in the New Testament to choose the new disciple?
Listen, Minnie, as long I would love to shoot the breeze with you on these questions because they're fun questions, but this is a debate live stream, so I've got to move on to the debates. Okay, friend?
Okay, can I ask one last question about the rapture?
Well, you're about to find out. We're debating the rapture all night, man.
Okay. If the rapture did happen.
All right. Well, we had a guest in the TikTok queue. I was trying to get to them, and they dropped out. So if you just dropped out of the TikTok queue, come on back. We'd love to talk to you about your rapture. This is why...
You know, it's really strange.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's really strange, Justin, that, you know, when I was a Christian, I used to look at things like shaman, throwing the bones and thinking that was a very strange practice, and yet the Urim and Thummim was part of my religion. It's a strange phenomenon where believers are blind to exactly how the religion is, just like everyone else's.
Yeah, they really ignore the stuff pretty easily that seems like out of their wheelhouse. The Bible's full of this supposed God deciding for you through the casting of lots. Just like type in the word lots in the Old Testament, you'll find tons of examples. Penelope, thank you for the $20 super chat. Penelope says, I'm sure a lot of us can relate to JQ's sentiment of not fitting in. DZ is making life more bearable and giving hope to thousands. Thank you for what you do. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Penelope. I appreciate the kind words. And yes, my goal is to normalize deconstruction. It's okay to question and realize the bullshit you've been fed is bullshit. It's okay, friends. You're safe. You'll be fine. Brian, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, got my Doug's Pretzel Factory mug today. I'm so excited to spread the word of Doug and his huge grace. Well, thank you so much for ordering one, Brian. We do have Doug merch on the YouTube channel shop. Friends, get your Doug merch. We've got all kinds of fun stuff. And I've got a cheat sheet. It's like a 32-inch desk mat, a keyboard, mouse, desk mat cheat sheet with a lot of the contradictions and errors in the Bible for your computing fun. Rob Feller says, raised LDS, the Mormon callers are giving me PTSD. Less, please. Well, we haven't had a Mormon yet today. I can't make any promises, though, whether or not we're going to get more or less of them. And Josh, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, been binging your content, which at times means watching old lives. Apologies in advance if this is a sore spot, but whatever happened to Hanji? She used to be up with you all the time. Well, I don't talk about the Hanji episode a lot because, there are reasons why she's working on other projects now. But I love and appreciate Hanji in our community. She's a beloved friend in the community, and even though she's not on the show, I support her work. So if you love Hanji, please, by all means, find her on TikTok and follow her channel. She's just another great creator in our community. And Smack, thank you for the 50 NOK, says, are rabbis looking into upgrading from casting lots to magic 8 balls? Big increase in godly specific fucking words. Specificity. Guys, asking someone with a lisp to say specificity is the most evil bullshit you can do. I'm just saying. Smack, thank you so much, though, for the $50. And yes, God could definitely use an 8 ball. I agree with that. And Brian Petite, Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, I am now an atheist and just recently found your show. I was thankfully mentally liberated from the very hyper-Calvinistic reformed line of poison. Keep it up. What you're doing is much appreciated. Listen, I'm going to agree with you, Brian. The hyper-Calvinist form of Christianity it's not just brain rot, it's poison. It's the most horrific doctrine ever invented. The doctrine is based on the principle of God can be evil and fuck you up all he wants. He's God. You can't question it. What an evil
My
doctrine.
least favorite form of Christianity.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's, to be fair, it does line up with the book of Job. The book of Job, really the conclusion is you can't fucking question God. Just take the shit he's dealing with you and love him for it. Yeah, I'm gonna
Romans
say
as well.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deborah Grace, great to see you. Love your new profile pic. Deborah Grace says Jurassic Jesus coming on a Rapture. I could not agree more, Deborah. Good to hear from you. Also, guys, if you're not following Deborah Grace, I do recommend it. Follow Deborah on YouTube and on TikTok. We'll get our next guest into the conversation, although I've talked to this guest before, and I don't recall if they're a troll or if they're for real. It's hard to recall. How you doing, Christian?
Hey, I'm good.
Christian, are you at least 18? And do you believe Jesus is coming back?
Yeah.
Okay. And when do you think Jesus is coming back? Oh, that's right.
Not sure.
Christian, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But you do believe Jesus is coming back, but you don't know when.
Yep.
Okay. Next question. Why do you think Jesus is coming back?
I'm Christian.
Yeah, I know you're a Christian, and I know that's what Christians believe, but I'm asking for like a solid reason why. Like, why do you believe that Jesus is coming back? Maybe, I don't know, something from the teachings that you believe in.
That's pretty much what Christians believe, unless you're a preterist. So,
I'm aware. Just to be clear, I'm aware of this. I'm asking you, why do you believe Jesus is coming back?
do you want to talk about the book of Job?
It sounds like you do.
I think it's... Yeah.
So you don't want to talk about Jesus coming back?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's coming back, for real.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Job,
but what I'm asking is why, though? Why do you believe he's coming back?
Oh, that's our Christian belief that he's coming back.
But why?
I'm going to drop you because you're a waste of time, okay? We'll get the next one in here.
Like pulling teeth.
Yeah, I know,
Hello?
right? How you doing, Righteous?
Hi, Justin. I'm very good, thank you. Sorry, I didn't come up to debate. I listened to you a lot. I was just wondering if it's possible. Your mic sounds really harsh. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know if you need to turn the gain down or something. But yeah, it sounds really harsh. I don't know if you noticed.
The problem I have is I turn it down, like it should be about right there. That's a normal volume for this mic. The problem is every time I talk to somebody, people shout in the comments that my mic is too quiet and they can't hear me. So I don't really have too many options other than turn my mic up.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Fair enough, man. I wasn't trying to kind of tell you what to do. I was just, I listen quite a lot, but it does sound a little bit harsh to me sometimes. But yeah, I guess it is what it is.
It's just one of those things where I'm running like 5 different applications at once to bring in the guests and to route the audio. And every time I bring somebody in, they're at like a different volume. And I don't have like a soundboard that anyone's running that can do my volume mixing for me. And so what happens is like I'm like during like literally every guest, I'm basically just up here adjusting the audio one way or another, trying to keep the audience happy. But if the audience doesn't tell me, like if my mic's too quiet or my mic's too loud and the audience doesn't tell me, I don't have a way to know. I can't hear myself talking to the guests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
I appreciate you letting me know that.
Well, I'll just have to live with it anyway. But yeah, thanks for having me up, and keep up the good work.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Big
Take
W
care.
Kafir.
Bye.
Now, I could also do this. I could leave the volume down and just talk closer to it. That makes it so it doesn't distort, but I'm probably louder if I'm talking really close to it. Is that louder but less distorted?
It all sounds the same to me, at least.
Yeah. We'll do what we can. It is what it is. You know what? There's going to be people up here that they're like, for one reason or other, their microphones are just blasting, and they're going to be louder than me. It's just one of those weird things. You know what I mean? Just there's not a whole lot of ways around it. What are you gonna do? Dakota, thank you for the $5 super chat. Dakota says, it should go without saying, after Rapture, all the unoccupied land in the U.S. should return to Native American tribes, which they were stolen from. I actually agree with this, Dakota. You won't get any dissent from me. I'll never understand why people are complaining endlessly about illegal aliens while being illegal aliens themselves, as if our ancestors illegally stealing this land makes us better than other people coming into the country right now. David, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. David says, Browns win. God does perform miracles. Justin, you lied. Doug performs miracles. Make sure we're tracking here. Make sure we're tracking. Yahweh performs no miracles. That's why they end up like stoning people who picked up sticks on the Sabbath, is because they're just out there casting lots to divine the will of God. And the lots just happened to say that day that you have to kill the guy who didn't know he was breaking any laws. Acme Hero, thank you so much for the $5. Says, I suggest all Dougites go to the thrift store tomorrow and buy a few complete outfits. So lay out in public spaces around town. Actually, I'm going to be putting together a live stream tomorrow. We're going to be doing a Rapture watch tomorrow, friends. It's most likely only going to be on TikTok. I don't know if there's a way to get it onto YouTube, because I'm going to be driving around to remote locations, doing live at location type of stuff. So if there's a way to get it on YouTube, I don't know how to do it, but it will sure be live on TikTok. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have some friends involved. The Rapture Watch live stream is going to be dope. I'm going to be waiting out by the abortion clinic to see if the protesters disappear. Bob, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, ask them to transfer all their money. They won't prove Jesus is coming back tomorrow, but it will prove they actually believe he will. Bob, this is a good point. If they really think Jesus is coming back tomorrow, then what we need to do is make them prove it. Also, Trinitarian in the TikTok comments, I can't invite you. I mean, there might be a way to do it. If you don't know how to use the guest request button, then there's no hope for you. I certainly don't believe your Messiah is coming back if you're on TikTok and you don't know how to hit the little dumb indicator to talk. Jeff says, saw you and Sarah on AXP. Meant to tell you both, great job. Well, thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate that. And Sarah is incredibly sharp. I couldn't imagine a better debate partner than the ones we have in this community. Like Sarah, nothing, and I mean nothing, gets by Sarah. Dalton too.
It was a great show. It was the first time I tuned into AXP in a long time.
I was sad that it's like the beginning of September and it's football season and we didn't actually get any opposition, but I've been working on them so they can integrate TikTok and get guests via TikTok. But you know, September's a tough month. It's literally it's the slowest month on YouTube of all the months. It just is one of those things. Primetime television comes back.
If they get TikTok people on AXP, god damn, it's gonna be crazy.
I know. We're getting more of them. We're getting more of them. Patty has been waiting in our YouTube queue. We're gonna grab Patty from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, Patty.
Hey, how are you? And I apologize. I can barely hear you. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that.
I don't think anyone else is experiencing that. It might be your headphones are turned down.
Yeah, let me turn it off and see if I can just.
Sure. What about now? Well, now you got the wrong microphone plugged in. Let me grab 1 second. If you unplugged your headset, it's not going to hear you anymore.
Oh, that's way better.
All right, good.
Hear you really well.
All right, dope.
Yeah, great.
So
Okay,
Patty,
hey, so first, thank you for having me on. I appreciate that. And channel seems cool. A couple things. So you're saying the rapture, but you're also saying coming back of Jesus, and those are two different things. I was wondering which one are you debating?
both.
Okay, well, the rapture is like a dispensationalist belief. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, neither one's happening.
Versus the coming back of Jesus. The rapture of the people is different, and really, I don't see that in the Bible.
I'm
Then when I say
aware.
that, I mean the pre-rapture.
Yeah, I'm aware. Neither one of them are happening.
Okay, so what's the debate? And we'd love to have a conversation.
The debate is Jesus is dead. He's worm food. He's fertilizer. He ain't coming back.
Okay, what do you do with like Pliny the Younger and all that information?
Pliny the Younger wrote a letter insinuating that he was killed, not that he rose from the dead.
I mean, there's like, I don't think that's accurate. I mean, they
have you read it?
They talked about Pliny the Younger talked about people debating or talking about Christos as well. I mean, there's a lot of information written about Jesus's resurrection.
What does Pliny say about Jesus?
There's 5,000 witnesses. There's quite a bit of different things.
5,000? You're misquoting 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians says there's 500 witnesses and not a single one of them is named. Not a single one of them left testimony.
What are you talking about in 1 Corinthians? I'm definitely not talking about 1 Corinthians, but what are you talking about?
Well, there's not a single source that says 5,000 witnesses.
There's a lot of, I mean, yeah, there's Mary Magdalene, there's the witnesses. Of course, you got the Bible there, so I don't want to cite.
Did Mary Magdalene write something for us?
No, I mean that would be John.
Okay, right. So I'm asking, like you said, there's 5,000 witnesses. Where did you get that number from?
Yeah. I apologize. I was not ready for a debate on this. So most of that comes from, like I said, there is a lot of historians that do talk about this, and then you have the early church fathers, you have the 12 disciples, the idea that pretty much every one of them died saying these things, and
we don't know.
All of them
we don't
are
have
martyred.
any.
We have
The only
no idea
ones
how
that
the
we
disciples
really have-
died, other than ones that are mentioned in the Bible. So James was executed according to the book of Acts.
There's more than just James executed in the book of Acts. I mean, there's a story about every one of the disciples. Everybody.
Who
but
got executed
probably
in the book of Acts?
maybe
other than
John.
James, the son of Zebedee.
Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, who got executed in the book of Acts other than James, the son of Zebedee, of the disciples? We know Stephen, obviously, Stephen in Acts chapter 7, but I'm saying.
Yeah, I was about to say Stephen too. Is he not? Stephen's a disciple.
He was not one of the 12 disciples.
He was just a deacon.
Sorry.
Patty?
Paddy Wagon, are you there?
He got raptured. Fuck, the rapture actually happened.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
He's back. Like, where do you think we get all these stories from, Patty? About, like, for example, you'll probably be familiar with the story of Peter being crucified upside down. Like, where do you think these stories actually come from, and how much later, after the supposed deaths of the apostles?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, you do have a lot of the early church fathers. I mean, you have Polycarp. You've got a lot of guys that you're these people aren't fighting over ignorant things. I mean, they're fighting over.
Polycarp recorded the death of the disciples?
I don't think it's right to argue like that. You asked me one question and then you asked me another completely different question.
No. I'm asking you what you mean when you say Polycarp.
I'm talking about just the early church fathers and the writings, and these people that, I mean, these guys are not ignorant, and to sidecast them as if they're just ignorant drobes is kind of silly. I mean, they're fighting about details. I mean, you talk about Jesus. I mean, I agree with you. There's a lot there when it comes to the question of who is Jesus? I mean, they can't figure this out. I mean, you know this. You know, what do you do with a Trinitarian God? I mean, there's not much you can do. I mean, you've got 100%
Do you think we're talking about the
100%
Trinity right
God and
now?
100% man. What does that even mean? I mean, that's very difficult. I mean, we don't
Patty,
have the ability to absorb that here
we need you
with the
to
physical
stay
abilities. I
focused on the
apologize, I can't
topic
hear
at
you.
hand.
Yeah, we need you to focus,
We need
man.
you to stay focused.
Which
I'm not talking
topic
about the
are you?
Trinity right now.
We're not talking about Trinity right now.
Okay, so do you want to swing to the rapture, or I mean, which topic do y'all want to? Y'all went on to.
We're talking about the topic that you brought up, Patty, which is the sources about the execution of the disciples. That was your talking point, not mine.
No, my talking point is about the rapture. I mean, we were talking about that, and I said that's the rapture silly. I was talking about
Right.
premillennialism.
And then what did you say after that? I asked you, why do you believe Jesus is coming back? And you said what?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I absolutely said, you know, it was written about, it was talked about. And you know, I'm right about that. I mean, it was written about and talked about. I mean, that's not
so were
unknown.
all
I didn't
kinds
come
of
here
other
with 50 sources. I didn't come here to
We're not asking you for
debate you in
50
that manner. I
sources.
mean,
We're asking
I
you to think critically about the sources that you brought up. Okay. So you're saying that one of the reasons we should believe in the resurrection and second coming of Jesus is because we have these disciples that went to their death proclaiming the resurrected Jesus. And our point this entire time has been, we don't really have those sources. Most of the sources we have that talks about the death of disciples come hundreds of years later, and they're full of all kinds of crazy other side pieces that you wouldn't accept. So for example, the narrative that tells you how Paul was executed, or how Peter was executed on the upside down cross, also says that the Holy Spirit gave utterance to a dog to provide a speech to Simon Magus and his household. You don't think that happened, do you?
What are you reading, by the way?
The Apocryphal Acts of Peter?
That's where we get the story from.
That's where it comes from.
Yeah, no, I of course I wasn't canonized on purpose, but no, it's good to know.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is the sources that.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I didn't come in to go, hey, let's throw down on sources. And this is the first time I found your channel where I would come in.
Mm-hmm.
Next time I'll come in with all my sources ready to go if that's how the debate's going. I thought it was more of a theoretical debate more than a, hey, where's your proof on XYZ? So yeah.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, this is all theoretical, right?
I mean, I hope not. I mean, it needs to be measured. I mean, I feel like my study in faith has been a measurement, not like, oh, hope and hope as in a wish, not hope as in faith or expectation to come.
When does the Bible say the second coming is going to happen?
Say that again.
When does the Bible say the second coming is going to happen?
I mean, there's no time or place that or there's no time at all. I mean, you have you have the trib before anything. I mean, it's up to what view you're at. Because,
Patty,
I'm a big believer in.
Patty, I have a section here from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 16, verses 27 through 28. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
Yeah. Well, that is true, because he died and he resurrected. Thus, he came into his kingdom. So you're mixing up two different things. That's not like a gotcha phrase.
That actually,
read the verse.
Actually
that
is.
Absolutely happened.
So he's not talking about.
What was the verse prior?
No, you just said he's going to come. So you have a resurrection. He did come. He came back from the dead.
But the resurrection isn't coming from anywhere.
Yeah, and literally the immediate context of the verse prior to the one where he said that there are some standing here, he describes the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of the Father. When did that happen?
Oh, gotcha. So you're saying the second coming as in the triumph coming.
Yeah, that's the context.
Yeah. You know what I'll do? I'll do some research and I'll make sure I am prepared when I come talk to you about this. Now that I know the scripture you're going to be using. So Matthew 16:27, and then what else you want to talk about?
Matthew 24:29 through 34.
The little apocalypse.
Matthew 10:23. Revelation chapter 1, I think 13. Philippians 4:5. Revelation 22:7.
Okay.
We could do more, but it's fine.
No, okay. So that will be the topics I hit up, and I will make sure to call you back. Anything else you want to talk besides that? And one of the things was about Calvinism, like that one dad that was talking to the guy that was talking about Calvinism. I agree.
Evil.
I agree 100%. I studied it. Calvinism, Arminianism, open theism. I never understood how anybody could think that Calvinism would be okay or biblical.
By reading the Bible.
See it.
I mean, it's very clearly in the Bible.
I've read the Bible quite a bit. I mean, it's hard for me not to see Jesus as a libertarian or God as a libertarian more than authoritarian.
Libertarian. He says, if you don't worship me, I'm going to execute you.
What are you quoting and what purposes?
Luke chapter
19.
No,
if you look at Jesus and his works is never through the state of Rome. It's always opposite. I mean, you look at when he's turning the tables over and in the temple.
Mm-hmm.
When he comes out and they talk about the mountain and they talk about how I'm going to throw this mountain into the sea. The whole point of that is to say that that's the temple he's looking at.
He gives a parable of his second coming, right?
Say that one more time.
In the Gospel of Luke, chapter 19, right before the triumphal entry, he gives a parable about his second coming. Have you read it? The parable of the 10 pounds.
Okay.
And at the end of the parable is about Jesus coming back. It's about the king who's leaving people in his place to do his work, and he's going to come back expecting them having to produce something while he was gone. And then in the parable,
investing the three people who were supposed to invest and one buried one. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Right. At the end of the parable, Jesus, being personified as the king, says, I tell you, to all those who have, more will be given, but all those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. For as these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. The doctrine of the New Testament is you will worship Jesus or he'll literally slaughter you. You think that's liberating?
I think let me look it up because there seems to be a little misunderstanding here.
Not on my part.
You said, where is it?
Luke 19.
I don't think the word slaughter is in the New Testament.
Sure is. Verse 27.
Oh, it's not that one. I'm going to see if I can do this while I'm on the phone. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
I think your connection froze.
Sorry, I'm looking at a Greek New Testament on my phone. Where's the word slaughter?
Verse 27.
Oh, thank you. I see it up here. Thank you. But as for the enemies of mine who do not rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them. So you're talking 27.
They get killed. You can say kill, you can say slaughter, you can say tear apart. It doesn't really matter which word you plug in there. Jesus is going to kill you if you don't worship him.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's a parable about it's a parable about the king. Number one, number two,
is Jesus the king?
Do not rule over them. Hold on one second. Bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. I've never read it that way, and that's Luke 7:19.
You've never read slaughter them in my presence as slaughtering them in their presence?
Is it Luke 19? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay, I'm here. Hold on. All right. Furthermore, the enemies of those who did not have willing to.
I think his internet connection got slaughtered. He keeps freezing. Or he's swiping away from the app. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sliding away in the app to read it in Greek. I apologize.
Do you think the Greek is going to help you?
Oh yeah, no, the Greek is way better to read it in.
Do you think the guy with the PhD that translated this got the Greek wrong?
The guy that translated it with the PhD has got the Greek wrong. No, okay. Let me give you an idea. I think people are translating it in whatever way they feel is the best way for their audience to understand it. I don't think there's any problem with people translating it. But for instance, when you read when Jesus resurrects, just quick, when Jesus resurrects and he goes to Peter and we ask Peter, do you love me? Yes. Do you love me? Yes. Do you love me? And he cries a third time. In English, you're reading it as, do you love me? And that's not what's going on. I mean, in Greek, he's saying, do you agape love me? And he's like, yeah, I'm philo love you, which is brotherly love. And he's like, I love you more than just that you're God. I love you that you're my brother. And then the last time he ends up asking him, do you philo love me? Do you love me as a brother? And that's when Peter cries. I mean, you don't get that in English. You just get some diatribe about or monologue about, do you love me? And it doesn't make any sense.
So you think maybe in the Greek you could find some hidden gem where slaughter doesn't mean slaughter?
No, I'm going to take it all and it sits in Laban. I mean, I'm not here to, I'm going to listen to what you're saying. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to look at it, relook at it, because let's say you're right. Right. So that's something we have to talk about. So if you're right, I'm going to go and say, hey, you know what? You interpreted that correctly. I misinterpreted it. Now, if you're not right, I'm going to come back and say, hey, here's why this says this. So, I mean, we can pick out things and battle like that, but it's it's not the best way to do things. But I don't mind looking at all these scriptures and taking it in the context that they're written in, and then coming back and having a conversation. I think that's what you want. You want a conversation, and I like that.
So just be clear, the Greek katispazo is used it's only used once in the New Testament, but the word but the word spazo is used throughout the Old Testament to describe, for example, Abraham when he was about to slay Isaac on the altar, or Joseph's brethren when they killed the goat to dip Joseph's robe in the blood. So it simply just means to kill something.
Well, the problem with that is you're going from Greek to Hebrew, and you can't really do that. Now, if you're looking at the Septuagint and you were going, hey, in the Septuagint, it's written, it's that word's used, I can understand that, but you can't do that and go, hey, it's the same word. It's this word in Hebrew.
That's fine.
It doesn't really work
so
that way.
Perhaps katispazo isn't used, but the word spazo, which is the root, is used throughout the New Testament to refer to the slaughter of individuals or just an individual. For example, the way 1 John 3:12 describes Cain killing his brother Abel. The word for slaughter there is spazo.
Yeah, I think you're right in the interpretation. I don't think that's wrong. Looking at it in the Greek, it looked like you were right. But I still got to go look at it and do my research. I'm not going to go, well, that got me. No, I'm going to spend my time and say, hey, so what are these guys talking about? What is it really about? Because I'm not here. If I was here to fake it, that would be a waste of my time and a waste of your time. It's my job to say, okay, well, let me look at the scriptures you have, and then the next time you do a talk, we can go over those and tell you where I'm at on those.
Surely, well, you understand that if you don't follow Jesus, you're going to get destroyed, though, right? Like he just says so in Matthew 10.
Yeah. So I mean,
do not fear the one who can kill the body.
It's interesting that we're quoting one thing. It's interesting we're not quoting one thing and looking at Jesus in that light. And I mean, do you have
a problem with me quoting Jesus?
You have so much going on in the New Testament that you're taking one thing he says and that's why I don't want to go.
I don't know if you know this. I can only quote one verse at a time. I mean, if you want me to gish gallop
that's a silly comment, but it all
gish
correlates and
through
it does
talking
matter.
points, I'm more than happy to do it. So Jesus says, "Do not fear the one who can kill the body, but fear the one who can kill the body and the soul." Correct? Which means if you don't follow Jesus, what happens to you?
That's a different type of fear as well. That's not that's a fear.
No one cares what the word fear means. We're asking what happens if you don't follow Jesus.
Well, you're getting into kind of a tricky situation.
I'm not.
In
you're trying to pettifog the conversation.
I'm sorry?
You're just pettifogging the conversation.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I appreciate you having a conversation anyway. No, it doesn't exactly work like. I mean, I think people are so tight and hey, it's this way, you're going to hell, and then the question is, what is hell on top of it, or what is
It's a place of
that's a whole
suffering.
nother discussion. But when you have Jesus and you have following Jesus, what does it mean? Because it's really everything really starts with the faithfulness of God. Before anything. And a lot of the people that say they're following Jesus don't even know who Jesus is. I mean,
Do
come on,
atheists
man.
go to heaven or hell?
You've studied, you know that. People get on here and they don't know, they haven't taken their time to learn, to study.
Yeah, we're experiencing it right
you look
now. So do atheists go to heaven or hell?
yeah, okay, that was just a dumb comment. But they really don't. They don't know what
Do
they
atheists
don't know
go
anything.
to
They've never
heaven or
studied,
hell,
never read
Patty?
anything. Sorry?
Do non-believers in your Jesus go to heaven or hell?
Well, the question is, what is hell? Because it's not
Nope.
heaven or hell. And
You can
heaven,
interpret
hold on,
hell
no,
whatever.
because first
Patty,
of all,
stop
no,
talking. You're avoiding my question. I'm
no,
not
you're
having.
not.
I'm not having a
What you're
discussion
doing,
right now.
what
on
you're
what you
doing
think.
is you don't understand that you don't.
Okay. I don't want you to obfuscate onto a pivot of whether we're using the same version of hell. That has fucking nothing to do with what I'm talking right now. What I'm asking you is about the state of the non-believer. I'm not asking you what you think hell is yet. All we're asking is what happens to the non-believer when they die. What happens?
Okay, so are we talking about heaven or hell? You want to go stay on hell or heaven? Because we don't go to heaven. Number one, that's not a thing.
We'll try this again. Do I get to go to heaven as a non-believer when I die?
God is a merciful God, and I don't know. I'm not here to tell you one
What
way
does
or
Jesus
another.
say?
Those who believe in me have eternal life.
And do I believe in him?
But there's a lot there. I don't think it's that simple. I mean,
I think it is.
It's kind of like Calvinists. Calvinists keep it so simple, and they miss out on so much stuff. And there's too much going on there, man. And, I mean, I'm not going to look at somebody and go like, God wants to damn you.
I think
I think
in the spirit, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, unless you've been born again, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Got it.
Okay, am I born of the water and spirit?
I don't know. I'm not here to judge you.
Well, the answer is no, I'm not. So does that mean I get to enter the kingdom of heaven?
I think that you do more work than more Christians do on studying. So I'm just being honest. And besides that one comment you made a minute ago, everything else has been very well done. And I can appreciate that. And I would rather have a conversation with you than most people that call themselves Christians, because you're studying. I mean, and to say you don't care, that's silly. You do care, or you wouldn't be studying about it.
Yeah, I do care. No one's ever, I don't think I've ever been accused of not caring. The question is, what does the Bible say about non-believers? Jesus says, unless you're born of the water and the spirit, you don't get to enter the kingdom of heaven. It says again in Revelation 21 that the people without faith go to the lake of fire.
Yeah, the lake of fire is interesting because what you have is the destruction of people in the lake of fire. I mean, if you really read it the whole way.
That's what I said earlier. Jesus will destroy you if you don't follow him.
It's the second death. It's a second death. Nobody wants a second death.
I know.
Yeah, but the issue is
you're proving my point for me.
Hold on,
if you
because
don't
that's
follow
important.
Jesus according to the Bible, you get destroyed. You get slaughtered.
It's difficult because of Romans, right? Like when you look at Romans 1 and you talk about the nature of people being able to see God. And I'm just using this because the first thing that came to my mind. Where it's like there's no excuse for everybody. You should know God, and what does that even? What does that mean? It's very difficult. And I'm not. And just to be clear, I'm not sidestepping you or anything like that. I just think that God is a lot more merciful than we are as man, and we're so quick to push and prod into and to say, hey, it's this way or not. And most people are inept. They can't even have a conversation. So when you go to Revelations, or you're talking about the end of Revelations where you're in hell. I mean, it looks like the angels that go to hell are tormented, but it looks like it's a second death for the people, which means non-existence. So, when you go into the topic of the second hell and
Buddy,
you talk about that,
well,
the second hell, The thing
Remember
is
we
you are
started this
completely
conversation
annihilated, and it's
by
saying to
me
me is
insisting that if you don't follow Jesus, he kills you. Now you're demonstrating that according to the Bible, if you don't follow Jesus, he kills you. Thank you for proving my
okay. So
point.
let me finish this point. The annihilation part is very important because if you ask me who goes to hell and who doesn't, it really goes to, do you want to be in God's presence or not? And God's not going to force you to be in his presence. It's really that
Why?
simple. And let me finish this
What a
point real quick before
crazy
you say
thing to
something.
say. Like if my child didn't want to be in my presence, I wouldn't murder it. I would never murder my child.
It's not murder. Let me explain. Let me explain, and then you can talk.
Hey,
if you give me a second, I can explain
I won't
it to you.
force you to be in my presence, but if you don't worship me, I will murder you. What a loving God.
Also, the psalm.
Okay, so can I finish the point now? Because I let you
to
finish.
escape from God's presence.
What's that, Dalton?
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say it's also quite clear in the Psalms that there is no place where I could go to escape God's presence.
Yep.
Well, okay. First of all, there is, because evil is the absence of God. So you can't say there's no
Where does the Bible
no place.
say evil is
no
the
place
absence
is
of
empty.
God?
Emptiness is actually. Sorry.
Where does the Bible say that evil is the absence of God?
I mean, that's exactly what it is. I mean, evil is the absence of God.
You can say it all you want. I'm asking, where in the Bible does it say that?
It's more theology more than anything. I mean,
it's made up.
See
it's not in the Bible.
But it really is. I mean, you look at it. I mean,
Jeremiah 23:24 says, "Who can hide
where's
in
the
secret
Trinity in the
places
Bible?
that
Let's
I
go
cannot
there.
see
I mean,
them?" Says the
that's
Lord.
so silly.
Do I not
I mean,
fill the heaven and the earth? Says the Lord. According to Jeremiah, God fills the heaven and the earth. There's nowhere without him.
So there's only physical. There's only this dominion. There's nothing else out there. Is what you're telling me? There's only physical. That
No,
you can see,
what we're
touch,
saying
feel.
is you don't know what's in your book. Like if you think that
I know what's in my book.
If you think
I
that
don't know
it's
why
problematic
like,
for
y'all don't even
evil
get,
to
y'all are the
be in
ones
the
jumping
presence of
everywhere. I
Yahweh,
didn't
but
even
you
get
believe
through
that
hell,
Yahweh
and you
is
guys are-
omnipresent, then you've got a huge contradiction in your theology.
Not to mention, the book of Revelation explicitly states that those who burn in the lake of fire will burn before the presence of the Lamb and the angels.
Okay, so again, let me start over with hell and start from there. The first of all about hell, like
I'd pivot
the
too.
idea that if you're not in God's presence, the absence of God is hell. The absence of God's presence is hell. So when
God's not
you're
omnipresent
living
then.
an eternity in that presence, you're going to have an issue, and it's better just to end it all. There's nothing happy outside of that. So
just to be
that's
clear,
the point of it.
you
now,
don't
now I'll let
believe
you speak.
Revelation 14 then?
Yeah, it literally
When you
says
say I don't believe Revelation
that
14, what do you mean?
Revelation 14.
It says that. Yeah, go ahead and read it.
It says, "Then another angel, a third, followed them, crying with a loud voice, 'Those who worship the beast and its image and receive the brand on their foreheads or on their hands, they also will drink of the wine of God's wrath poured out unmixed into the cup of his anger, and they will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb.'" If God's omnipresent,
what does that have to do? I don't understand your point.
You keep stating that God's not omnipresent by stating that somehow we can't be in his presence.
I'm not stating that God is not omnipresent.
You did. It's
No,
logically entailed in the bad argument you're providing.
So you're telling me that God isn't evil. You're saying God isn't evil
not,
itself.
Not remotely what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. You're saying he's
not
an
even
evil.
close
He's
to
in
what I'm
everything.
saying.
He's an evil.
Try to follow along, Patty. What we're saying is that
you're not understanding because you're saying
no,
he's everywhere.
I am
and
understanding, and you're not listening. So I need you to pay attention to the actual track the conversation for once. Okay. You stated that we can't be in God's presence. The obvious reason is because the absence of God's presence is evil. And we're showing you that according to the Bible, there's no such thing as the absence of God's presence if God's presence is everywhere. You can't be omnipresent.
God's presence is in hell.
You can't be omnipresent and then also have an absence of that presence.
So you're saying to me God's presence is in hell?
Yes, if
that's
he's
what
omnipresent.
It literally says in the text. It says they will be
doesn't.
tormented
That's
before
talking about
the presence
the ending of the life.
Of the
it's
Lamb.
not saying he's in hell.
It does say it in the text. We already read you two other passages that you weren't listening
first of all,
to
we're not
that,
in hell
that
anyway.
said
We're in the lake of fire at that point.
Again, and the presence is there of the Lamb.
He's making an artificial distinction between hell and the lake of fire.
That's not an artificial distinction. That's
It
a known
certainly is
distinction.
an artificial distinction.
Absolutely not.
So is God omnipresent or not?
Of course, God is omnipresent.
Okay, then his presence is in hell. That's what omnipresent means.
the
Do you need dictionary help with the word
Yeah.
omni or no?
No, it's interesting to me that you guys look at it like anything
Like
that's
words
evil,
have
God is going to
meanings?
be in that.
We
I mean,
didn't
that's kind
mention
of silly.
We didn't mention anything about evil. All we're talking about is the meaning
But
of the
that-
word
that is
omnipresent.
presence.
Omnipresent means that your presence is literally everywhere. There's no place where your presence is not. So either he's omnipresent and evil is around him all the time, or he's not omnipresent. It's got to be one or the other.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But to act like, I mean, the whole point of the lake of fire is complete destruction.
We agree. Yes, if you don't follow Jesus, he will destroy you. He'll murder you. He'll slaughter you.
That's fair. I'm fair with that. I mean, and you know, it's the following Jesus. It's what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So you think that it's liberating, that Jesus is liberating because as long as you follow him, he won't murder you. You find that liberating? Or is that like
No,
more
what I
like
find
Stockholm syndrome?
What I find liberating is when you read it, let me just start with Jesus and the disciples and all that. So you have such a non-governmental use. Everything is persuasion. It's not a force. So I guess it's where
It is a force.
struggling with you guys. There is no force. It's,
There is.
come and follow me, the rich man ruler, right?
You're forced.
When he's debating, it's like, give up all your things.
No,
And
he's
follow
got a
me.
gun to
It's-
your head, Patty. Pay attention. If the
there's no gun
equation
to my
is
head.
if the
I mean, the-
equation if the equation is if you don't follow me, I murder you in the most horrendous way possible, that is in fact the equivalent of having a gun to your head. That's a forced decision.
I would say I put before you life and death, choose life, and you're
That's
not
a
forced to
forced
choose life.
decision. Yeah, if you're the one deciding who dies, that's a forced decision. Yeah.
Yeah, the gunman's holding the gun to your head and says,
I put before
I
you
lay
life
before
and
you
death,
life or
choose
death.
life. The whole point, like, okay, you would go back to the
This
term
God
of love
sounding worse
itself,
and worse
right?
every
Like,
time
you
he
can-
talks.
Sorry?
I said this God is
That's
sounding
not
worse
choice.
and worse every time you talk.
Yeah,
What
that's
is
not
not
choice.
choice?
That's coercion. That's coercion.
There's no coercion in that. You like,
There
I
is
guess that's
coercion
where
in it.
there's
That you just
to tell you
you've
that this is
literally
life.
defined coercion. Like if you determine what life
Coercion is
is
the idea that you're making somebody do something. You physically
Patty,
are making them do something, not putting
that's
an,
not coercion.
not putting an
That's,
option
that's
on the
literally
table
not what
for
that
you.
word means. Not even close to what that word means.
Coercion?
That's not nope. Coercion isn't mean you're physically forcing anyone. Coercion is akin to strong arming someone. It's akin to persuading.
Dude, that's the same thing, man.
It's not the
That is
same
the same
thing.
thing.
Yeah.
Look up the
Yes,
definition
it
of
is
either of
funny.
those phrases. Neither
You're
one
not
of them
strong
mean.
arming it. Like, okay,
Neither one
let's
of
use
those
your term
things.
strong arming.
Neither one of those things
Let's use your
mean what
term-
you think
The-
it is.
The practice of
Let's use your
persuading
term
someone
strong
to do
arming.
something by using force or threats.
To say that I put before you life and death, choose life, versus, hey, I'm going
That's a-
to make you do this.
That's a threat.
There's
That's a
two
force.
different things, man. It's two different things. Sorry.
They're not two different things. If you're the one who determines who lives and dies, then any threat of if you don't do this, you die is the equivalent of having a gun to your head. If you
Yeah, I
don't
think-
determine that, then it's not the same thing. But God does determine it.
So let me ask you, so if somebody commits murder, do they deserve to die?
I don't believe in the death penalty. No.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm
I
asking do they
believe it.
deserve to die.
I
I don't
believe
believe
in
in the
I,
penalty
I
either,
asked
but
you
I'm
I
asking,
gave you the answer. I said no. I don't think we should be in the job of murdering people.
does anybody
for
deserve
committing
to die?
crimes.
Somebody kills two people. Do they deserve to die? I'm not
I
asking
would-
should you
There's
put them under?
there's
okay,
not a single
1,000 people.
there's not a single person on the planet, past, present, or future, that I would murder for any reason. I'd gladly lock them up for the rest of their life, but I'm not going to be murdering them.
Yeah, that's not the question. I'm asking do they deserve death?
Restorative justice is always better than retributive justice.
And I agree with you 100%. But I'm asking you,
No, you don't.
deserves death. Like,
No.
don't wordplay it. I'm asking, do they deserve
If I thought
death?
they deserved death, I would be in favor of it. But I don't think anyone deserves death. In fact, I think most people who commit heinous
Somebody
crimes
kills somebody kills a
I
child,
think
kills
most
your
people.
child, and I apologize for using that term. But if it,
Patty, you can't answer my
go ahead.
question. You can't even listen to my response while you're talking over me. It's crazy that you like haven't read Colossians that tells you that you need to like actually be respectful to the people you're talking to. Have you read Colossians?
There's a
What's
tiny time difference between you and I when I speak and when I hear you. That's why it sounds that way. So I apologize if it sounds like I'm interrupting you.
What's Colossians 3:12 saying?
Oh no, you're looking at it right now. Tell me.
I am. It says, God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. I can only assume that means you shouldn't be talking over me incessantly.
You're right. I can't hear you, and I apologize. There's a delay, so I can't tell when I'm talking and you're talking.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. So the reality is, back at the point that we were actually discussing, which you finally figured out, which is you have an ultimatum as a human being. You don't have a choice. You have an ultimatum, and it's love me or burn.
It's life or death based
Yeah,
off
it's the
of
same thing.
based
Love me or
off of
burn.
morality.
It's not based on morality.
And
It's not based on morality.
It is, and
it's not. Morality has nothing to do with it, because in your faith, anyone can go into heaven, whether they're a moral person or not, as long as they believe in Jesus. All their sins get forgiven. Even Jeffrey Dahmer confessed his sins, became a Christian at the end of his life, and according to your doctrine, he's in heaven.
Well, first of all, you wouldn't be in heaven because that's not how it works.
No,
That's
no one's saying he's
mythology.
in heaven right now, Patty. You know what I mean. Stop petty fogging the
It's not
conversation.
in heaven later either. None of that's Christianity, so I'm not really sure why you're
your
saying
doctrine, he enters the kingdom of heaven. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
that. That he'll spend eternity on earth. Is that what you're saying?
The kingdom of heaven is what he'll be entering. You can interpret it any way you want to. We're not debating the interpretation of the kingdom of heaven. We're debating who gets to go there. And according to the doctrine in your book, Jeffrey Dahmer gets to go there.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, and I agree. There is no what you're saying, and hopefully I can get this out without the video stopping. But yeah, I agree. It is not about your morality; it's about the morality of God, the morality of Jesus, should we say? But the accepting Jesus, man, I think it looks different than we interpret it. You know,
I don't think so.
Having this conversation is more akin than not having this conversation. I'm just being honest. I mean,
Good to see you,
I'd
Oso.
rather talk to you. I'd rather have a cigar, sit down, talk with you, and have a conversation about all this stuff. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a lot of fun. I certainly would enjoy a good whiskey. But the reality is, like, I don't think I would be taking moral advice from a deity that thinks it's okay to own slaves and murder babies.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Well, have you read the book? Because he does both those things.
Well, so you're talking about leaving Egypt on the murdering of babies, and
I didn't say anything about
which
leaving
one
Egypt.
are you talking about?
Did you not
sorry?
read the Old Testament where God tells you that you can own slaves if you're an Israelite?
I thought we were on the first debate, or the first the kids,
I'm
not the
I'm
not the slavery.
responding. Well, I mean, we can do the kids first if you want. He tells you in 1 Samuel 15:3 to murder babies. He does the same thing
I'm sorry.
in
I'm
1
sorry.
Samuel chapter 2 and Deuteronomy 20 and Numbers 31. Which one do you want to go to first?
Sure. Let's go to Deuteronomy.
Sure.
And I apologize. I should have had a Bible ready.
It's okay. I've always got the verses.
But I appreciate you having conversations with me. I do.
I mean, it's a good time. That's what we're here for. It says in Deuteronomy, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town as spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you, which are not the towns of the nations here. As for the towns of the people here that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive.
Yeah. So, first of all, you're talking about a love story of, when you look at the Old Testament,
love
it's
story?
really written. Hold on. Let me finish, please. So you're talking about a love story. This is written of a love story of the Israelites. It's a whole different
Fucking crazy
perspective.
love
And when you read
story.
the Old Testament, that's what you're reading. You're reading, hey, like, you have to go in there, treat them with love. If it doesn't
This is
work
like
out,
a
you
50
got to get
Shades
rid of
of
it.
Grey love
You're going
story.
to have issues. I'm sorry. I can go ahead.
This is not a good love story unless it's like 50 Shades of Yahweh.
I mean, right there, when they draw near to your town to fight against them, if they
No.
don't offer peace terms.
When you draw near to it. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. So he's saying, listen, if these people are willing to serve you as slaves, you don't have to slaughter them.
Yeah, they're not the defenders in this situation. They're the aggressors.
Yeah, thank you, Libra. I appreciate
where are
the...
we? We're Deuteronomy 10?
I appreciate whatever that thing was. What is that thing? The Night Star.
Who,
Thank you,
me?
Libra. No, I'm talking to someone on TikTok. We're in Deuteronomy 20, starting in verse 10, where God tells you you can make war with nations that live very far from you. And then as long as they're not willing to be your slaves, you can make war against them and kidnap their women and children, murder all the males. And that's what you get to do to the people God doesn't hate. The God hates the Canaanites. The Canaanites, you have to murder every last one of them, men, women, and child.
Yeah, I mean, the Old Testament is definitely a tough one, that's for sure. For the Lord your God is one who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies. I mean, this is about the love of, I could tell you the same thing. It's about the love of Israel. I mean, it's talking about in verse 4, for the Lord of God is the one who goes with you to fight
Now
for you against
we're in
your
verse
enemies
10.
and to give you victory.
Try to follow. We're at the part where God says you can enslave other people and murder them.
It's not murder if they don't offer pieces of or if you don't have terms
It
of
is.
peace.
What's the contract? The contract is you become my slave. If you don't want to be my slave, we murder you.
Yeah, if ISIS in the Middle East acted in this manner, you would automatically if they walked up to a town and said, "Make peace with us, or we'll like plunder you," and then the town, didn't give in to acts of like of this threat, you would probably rightfully like point at that and go, "That's horrible what they just did." But because it's the Israelites, you give them a pass.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is written from a different perspective, and hanging out in Deuteronomy and me explaining, what people should do when they're going into town. I mean, that's not going to be helpful for me.
Well, I don't know why it's unhelpful for you. The conversation was, I don't think it's wise to take moral advice from a guy who says it's okay to murder children and enslave people. And now I'm showing you a passage where the God instructs you to do both of those two things. Thanks, Libra.
Not exactly. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but
not exactly. Which word did I get wrong?
He's not telling you to murder them.
Yeah.
He's saying
You get to kill him.
If there is no peace, then make
No,
sure
he's
you
saying,
don't get destroyed. You go.
He didn't say
them.
anything about make sure you don't get destroyed. This is a town far away from Israel.
It
Israel is the aggressor. They're going out.
Sorry, go ahead.
The terms of peace is you can be their slave. That's not peace. That's an ultimatum. The terms of peace is be our slave or we slaughter you.
Yeah, and slaves is a whole different meaning back then than it does now.
No, it doesn't.
Eved.
Yes,
the Hebrew word eved. Eved is a word. But I mean, okay. Do you believe that the Israelites? Do you believe that the Israelites were slaves in Egypt?
Do I believe that the Israelites were slaves in Egypt? I think it's the same thing that I'm talking about. Slaves were still different.
What's different?
I mean, you could. Yeah, what's the difference?
yeah, I mean, the difference is most of the time you have the word slave or doulos in Greek as well.
Well, we're in the Old
You're
Testament, so it's going to be Hebrew. So focus up.
you're absolutely right. But I mean,
What are the words used in the Old
it's not
Testament
like
for
we're thinking
slave?
about it like you're getting beat to death.
We're asking
And
you. Well, you are getting beat to death, but we're asking you what's the difference between like slavery and biblical slavery?
I mean, first we're in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy is going to be different than, being a slave to God. I mean, that's a whole,
We're talking about being
Not
owned
metaphor.
as property.
But you just asked in
Yeah,
the
that's
Bible,
not
so that's a whole. I mean,
in
you're
the
talking
Torah.
3,000 years.
In the Torah. In the Torah. We're not talking about the New
in the
Testament's
Torah, in the
metaphorical slavery.
Man, it's a good question. I mean, you're not working your slaves to death. You're working your slaves for the purposes of.
I don't know why you think that people work their slaves to death to begin with. That's a nonsensical point of view. That would be the worst thing you can do for your investment. People literally didn't work their slaves to death because then you wouldn't have a slave
that
to work anymore.
It's called India. I mean, yeah, it did happen, dude. India's full. That's
No,
why you don't see any black people in India.
To be clear, nobody's making the statement that it's never happened. What we're saying is
you just said that. You just said it never happened.
I didn't say. Not once did I say never. I almost never use the word never because it's stupid.
The dichotomy.
The dichotomy was on purpose. I don't know if you know how words work. But when I say almost never back to back with the word never, I think most people will see what I'm doing. So the reality is, throughout slaveholding history, people understood, even the ancient Greeks and Romans, that it's unwise to kill your slave, even if you want to do so. In fact, there were Roman emperors that killed a slave or two, and even the Roman emperors were chastised for killing their slaves because it was imprudent. It was a waste of money. It was a waste of funds and resources. So the reality is, hold on. The reality is, you're saying the difference between biblical slavery and real slavery is that they're not murdering their slaves. And what I'm suggesting to you is that real slavery, for most of history, isn't the equivalent of just murdering your slave.
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
So again, what's the difference?
It would be stupid to murder your slave. It still happened. It happened a lot.
No, nobody said it never happened.
In India, they would work your they cut off your genitalians and then work you to
death.
Well,
saying a lot, you just said that it happened a lot. I don't think we have good justification to say that it was happening a lot. Like Justin said,
I mean, you're on Google, so why don't you look it up? I know you're there.
Well, we're trying to get you to actually focus on the text, because it sounds like what you're going to do is try to say that slavery wasn't slavery, which you've already started. And the reality is the definition of slavery has nothing to do with whether or not you murder your slave. The definition of slavery is if you own another human being as property, they don't have their freedom to leave, they don't get paid for their labor, and they are compelled to work. And if they don't work, you get to beat them. Do we agree that that is what slavery is?
Yeah, and so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to study this as well, and then we'll have a conversation later.
Well, I'll read you the passage that you can go study later, because in Leviticus 25, God says, "As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over one another with harshness." So these are people that are clearly owned as property. They are slaves.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to that. I mean, what you see is a revelation of understanding who God is through the Old
He's
Testament.
A fucking monster.
I mean, you know this.
Yeah,
well,
I know.
No, I'm saying that
he's a monster. That's why I don't take moral advice from him.
Dude, you can't even have a conversation, man. You just interrupt everybody. Good night. So listen. There's revelation throughout. I mean, you look at going up to King David all the way through to Jesus. The understanding of who God is develops and develops and develops. So there's a lot going on that. I mean, when you look at Abraham, taking Isaac right up to there. I mean, there was a lot of child sacrifice at the time, where the firstborn was sacrificed, and people
What's this
thought
got
they
to
were
do with
doing it to
slavery?
Yahweh. Sorry,
What's any of this nonsense got to do with slavery?
it has to do with the idea that I'm going to look at Leviticus 25 and then read that in the situation that's going on at the time and come back to you. I'm making the point that our understanding of who God is and and the understanding of people and the lineage in the Bible gets updated as we go, because we're living differently, we're doing different things. So there's not a complete understanding right away when you're reading the Old Testament versus the New Testament. I mean, you can see
Well,
that through the early fathers
if
as well.
it,
I mean, there's, I mean, what do you do with the Trinity, right? I mean, Trinity is not in the Bible. You don't get that till what, 325? So what's going on? That's the
And what's going on is you're ignoring the text about Yahweh that you don't like. The text about Yahweh that talks about him clearly being a pro-slavery, pro-child murdering monster. You want to whitewash that later. And I'm saying you can't whitewash it. It's in the text. You can cry all you want about how God is reformed. He's better now. He gave us Jesus. None of that makes the horrific shit that he did any better. If somebody came and wanted to date your mother that had murdered 1,000 people before they found Jesus, you wouldn't be likely to let them date your mother, in the fact that you don't think that people who murder thousands of people are really that trustworthy. So again, I don't care about the Jesus narrative. I don't
know,
care
man.
that you
don't
think
know my mother.
I don't care that you think Jesus got better in the latter stage. The fact that he was ever pro-baby murder and pro-slavery is enough. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, if it was, I mean, again, I'm going to read this in the actual situation, what's going on, and not just pick it out and say, hey, it says this right here. This is what it says, and not understanding the context. So I will take a look at that, and I'll take a look at Leviticus 25 as well,
Fair enough.
and really understand the situation and not go ahead.
While you're at it, add Exodus 21 to the list and come on back when you get them all read up, okay?
Will do. Hey, it was good talking to you, by the way.
Yeah, same with you, Patty. Take care, buddy.
Take care.
I'm working on something for you over here on the side that I think you're really gonna like when it's done.
Good,
So
I can't wait.
that's all I'm gonna say. You'll get later tonight.
We had another person waiting in the TikTok guest box for a while, and they just left. Big country, I don't know what happened to you. I assume you're a Jesus-loving country fella that wants to talk about the rapture or something. Come on back and talk with us. I'm going to grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. BC says Jesus can't come back till he's using GPS on a flat earth. Thank you, Hi, for the rabbit ears or the hamster ears. I appreciate that. Big W. And Chaos Engine's with us tonight. Good to see you, Chaos. He says the rapture is happening on Tuesday. So if it happens early enough in the day, that means more Taco Tuesday tacos for the rest of us. Couldn't agree more. Whatever I can do to double up on Taco Tuesday, you know I'm in for it. And Mike Bowen, thank you for the $9.99, says Jesus keeps trying to come back, but his foothole got caught on a poorly placed asteroid. That's what it is, actually. It wasn't hard. After they launched that rocket up to deter the path of Caucasian space Jesus, he's been hooked for a little bit. It's going to take him a while to get down. He couldn't even get off the cross. You know he's not going to get off that rocket. Lenny, thank you for the $5, says tomorrow is the big day. Remember, we may not know the hour, but we sure as hell know the day, apparently. Please disregard Matthew 24:36. Libra Skeptic, thank you for the DJ glasses. I appreciate that. And Xamillion, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, Prophet Justin, please expound on the soothing properties of Doug in his talcum form, along with Sharon Stone, and this form, some sort of trinity, where there's actually more than three. There's Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and Pebbles. So we've got a quadrinity. And obviously, Doug approves of properly sourced and ethically obtained and advertised talcum powder, just not the kind from Johnson & Johnson that's giving people cancer. Supernaut, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Livy Ab Urbe Canida book. I preface seems to indicate Livy doesn't believe the creation history of Rome. I don't know what any of those words mean because I assume that they're Latin. But if you think that we should give it another look, I'm more than happy to give it another look. Carrie says, time is running out. Pet Rapture insurance, only $500. DM me now. Absolutely, yes. Guys, if you're worried about your pets after the rapture, don't worry. The atheist community have you covered. We will take care of your pets. We will absolutely take care of your pets. Can Best, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $139.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much. As believers say they love everyone, but there is one thing they hate: facts. Couldn't agree more. That is a fact. I'll never understand why people will look at the behavior of the God in the book and say he's loving when he says, you will follow me and worship me, or I'll burn you for eternity until I annihilate you. But it's love. It's a loving annihilation. Marduk, great to see you. Great new PFP. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Justin, that guy shouldn't have told you to turn your mic down. It was fine before. It's too low now. Other people in the chat have said the same. Thanks, buddy. Well, I'll turn it back up. And we'll do the volume ring around the rosy again. Good question. Thank you for the $10. Says, is death in the Bible obliteration or supernatural life? In Revelation, second death seems to be existence under torture. So the Bible is notoriously unclear, but I do believe that the most cohesive view of all the biblical texts is to assume that there's like the end is annihilation. And even Jesus said that that the body and the soul can get annihilated in hell. So I'm assuming that means annihilation. Bluebird says, for the rejection of the 50 Shades of Yahweh. Thanks, Justin. Well, thank you, Bluebird. I appreciate that. And Josh Barber, my friend, great to see you tonight, says, I just came up with a new term for people like Patty: shitpologists. Excuses, deflections, platitudes, nothing of value. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. And last one, we'll get our guest in here from Brian. Brian, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Brian says, outstanding podcast. Well worth the time. Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. And this is a niche topic, so I know we're not going to get as many guests up here, but we're doing the best that we can to keep the conversation flowing. We're going to get Holmes Customs into the chat now. Welcome in, Customs. Did Customs fall asleep in the queue? Customs?
I can barely hear them. There we go.
There you go. How you doing, Customs?
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
So I haven't been on here long. I'm guessing you think God's evil because he just doesn't do everything good and great that, you do if you were God or something?
No, not even remotely close. I think God's evil because he does evil things. So, for example, he commands the murdering of infants. And when you're an all-powerful entity, you never actually have to murder babies. You're all-powerful. You can do anything you want to. So do you think that the individuals that murder babies are good or bad?
He's not an individual. He's God.
Yeah, but do you think murdering babies is
He's
good or
not
bad?
the guy next door. He's not the... Well, did Pharaoh let his people go?
Crazy that you've got to think
Did
about
it
it.
for a purpose? God's ways aren't your ways.
Just to be
his ways aren't
clear,
my ways.
it was a yes or no question. Do you think that it's good or bad? Well, actually, it's a one-word question. Do you think it's good or bad to murder babies?
Don't cherry pick and wrap it up.
I'm not cherry pick. I'm asking you whether or not it's good or bad to murder
That's the real
babies.
debate here. Not it's good or bad to...
His bars are telling me that Yahweh doesn't want him speaking on his behalf.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, his connection's already getting raptured.
Do you think it's good to call God a murderer?
I don't know. Yeah, it is, because he is. Do you think that infants are like when you kill them that they can be guilty of something?
Yeah, everybody's born into sin.
Okay, so if an infant gets murdered, it's justified because they're born into sin?
Well, it was somebody else's sin.
So you can be guilty of somebody else's sin? What a crazy way to do justice.
Which is crazy because the Old Testament
Well,
completely
no, it's not.
disagrees
It's
with
not
that idea.
guilty of it. You're not guilty of it. You're. Shit happens. We're given
I'm-
free will. If everything.
No, shit
if we
doesn't
were just
happen.
NPCs.
Did God
If we were just
did God
NPCs,
make the
God
decision
just
that
made us
after
all
Adam and Eve would
perfect.
sin, that the original sin would spread?
What?
Who decided the consequences of what happened in the garden?
God.
Okay. So did God have to decide that after they sinned, all babies would be born into original sin?
No, he could have just had them all be NPCs and never sin, and they could just be robotic.
That
They
wasn't
could be like
that wasn't
angels.
my question. Not even remotely my question. My question is, after they sinned, did God have to decide that all children would be born into sin?
No, he could have just took out the devil right then and just been
Again,
done
we're
with
not,
it.
we're not talking about the devil. We'll try this again. So you said that babies have guilt on them because they're born into sin, something that they didn't do. It's somebody else's sin. But the idea of sin transference, this original sin, is something that God did. God didn't have to do that, did he?
It's not even about sin. Like, good people die all the time, and bad things
You
happen
said
to
it
good
was
people.
you
and
said
good
it was
things
about
happen to
sin,
bad
not
people.
me.
Man, you
I
sound
thought
like
there
a
wasn't
sad
good
Timothy
people.
guy that's like, oh, I didn't get my way. God didn't
I have no
do
idea who
everything
Timothy
good.
is, but what I'm trying to help you to
like every school
understand
shooter's named
is
Timothy.
that
You know what I mean? Like, they're all a bunch of
murdering babies is there's no justification for it. So you think it's okay to murder babies because of something Adam and Eve did?
It's not okay for me to murder babies, but
I
it's
didn't
okay
ask
for
about
God to
you.
murder babies.
Okay, so you think it's
He
okay
brought us
for
into
God?
this world. He can take us out.
Just
you
to be
know?
clear, you think it's okay for God to murder innocent babies?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Let me ask you another question. Do you think it's
Yeah, he's
ever
God. He can do what he
okay?
wants.
Yeah, I know.
Is it
Do you think it's ever okay? When I say ever, I mean ever at any point in time by any person.
So you're trying to make God a person. You're trying to be over here like, oh, God's like just a guy
Well,
there in the sky.
Trinity literally says that there's three persons in one. So God is
Well, I
quite
don't
literally a
believe in the Trinity.
person.
That's some Babylonian Catholic bullshit.
And you should actually look up the definition of person, because God still counts as a person. So the question I'm asking is whether or not it's ever okay.
And when he came as a person, he was sinless.
Yeah, pay attention.
Person just
the question at
person
hand
doesn't
is
just
it
mean
ever
human.
okay for another entity to punish somebody with being raped for a crime that their husband committed?
Oh, so you think that God's over here doing the raping himself? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that at all. Nope.
Okay, well then what are you saying?
My question is,
He's
do you
another
think it's
entity,
okay?
like God's just some random entity.
We'll try this again. So,
He's
if you commit
you're
a
equating him
sin,
with like a person.
if you commit a sin, would it be justified for God to have your wife raped as punishment?
It could be, what's his name?
It
He
could
made
be?
a deal with God. It could be. What's his name?
Libra,
made a deal
thank
with
you for the
God,
ship.
and he said, I'll slay the first person that walks out of my house if you do whatever. And then his daughter walked out, so he killed her.
Jephthah, and that's not what we're talking about. So to try to track, okay? I'm talking about if you commit a sin as a person, as a human being, if you commit a sin and God decides, because you committed this sin, I'm going to have your wife raped, would that be justice?
It could be.
Fuck, are you married?
No.
I hope not. That's the most horrific
Thank
shit on the
God.
planet.
Well,
If you
oh,
were
give me
married
that
and
shit.
if you were married and your wife committed a sin, do you
I
think
was
it'd be
gonna say,
okay
your
if
judgment
do
is-
you
so
think
you're
it'd be
over here
a
being all
do you think
self-righteous.
do you
Your
think it'd be
judgment is better
okay?
than God, correct?
Yeah, I think my
Like, you
judgment that we
would run the
shouldn't
universe better, right?
needlessly rape women. Yeah, I think that's an easy take. So customs, if your spouse committed a crime and God said, now customs, you're going to get raped because your spouse committed a sin, you think that'd be okay?
If it's God's judgment.
Okay, just checking. Now, it seems to be then that you believe in divine command theory, which means anything God does is just automatically just, no matter what that thing is.
Yeah.
Okay, so if God instructed you
Or
to
it has
go,
a reason behind it.
I'm sure he does. If God
Not
instructed
everything
you,
that happens is obviously just in human
yeah,
eyes.
I know. Pay attention,
Ladies,
customs.
stay
If
far away
God
from
told
this guy.
you, to go and unalive your neighbor's baby, you'd do it? Or you think that'd be the right thing to do?
Yeah.
Okay. And if God told you to go unalive the entire family, you think that'd be the right thing to do?
Yeah.
Okay. If God said, I need you to go to the orphanage and take all the babies in the orphanage and put them through a meat grinder and make baby paste, and then put them in like the dehumidifier or the dehydrator and make like little baby paste fruit by the foot and roll it up and snack on baby paste fruit by the foot every now and then, obedience would be the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Hey, thanks for coming up and showing us
Just
that
like
your
he
religion,
told everybody to go slay the Canaanite.
yeah, that your
I hope you
religion's
never
a
have
red
a mental
flag,
break.
and that you people are clearly dangerous and need to be removed from society and placed into a self-snuggie.
I hope he never starts hearing voices, because that's the end for everyone near him.
I know, crazy. Hey, at least he's honest with his book. We'll give him credit for that. I mean, he's sick in the head, but at least he's honest with what the book says. Duke, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats before our next guest. Duke, thank you so much for the $10. Says, I'm in Jerusalem time zone. Your tomorrow is my today. Can't see any fleshly vacated real estate. Freshly vacated real estate. And all the crazy people are still here. I apologize. But Duke, I think what you're realizing is that the rapture is indeed not actually happening. Do keep us informed. Let us know any new developments. And Simple Programmer, good to see you tonight. Mm-hmm.
That's a really good point, by the way. A lot of the Christians think that Jesus is going to return on the Feast of Trumpets, a Jewish festival. Why would he not be returning? Why would he be returning on the 23rd in America, but not on Jerusalem time?
I know. That's crazy. It doesn't make sense. Simple Programmer says, if you want to avoid being raptured, recommended. I hear you can just avoid jumping too high all day tomorrow. Use Doug, Sharon, and Pebbles to hold you down. Yes, fill your pocket, friends, with Pebbles, Doug's children, and try not to jump. You can do maybe a moonwalk or something if you need to, but don't do any actual jumping. Don't run the risk. You don't want to meet the Lord in the air. I promise. He'll murder you, according to the book. Book says he's going to murder you. And Godwin says, when I was a kid, my older brothers burned incense to hide the smell. I recall the magical scent and how it made me feel on second thought. Astronova, thank you for the hat. I appreciate that. Yes, I too have fond memories. And Dadbot, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I started deconstructing after an epiphany in my anthropology and development of world civilization class, realizing everyone just made up their gods. Indeed. The more you study ancient religions and the ancient world, the more it's clear that this is mythology, just like the rest of it. And Nathan, thank you for the $5 says, rock hard for Doug, Jesus is coming is just a mistranslation. Original Hebrew says Jesus should pound some out before. I trust this translation, yes. Rufinus, thank you for the $5 says, the clean sheet intelligent designer hid a cancer time bomb in the inaccessible prostate. Biopsies are a nail gun up the bum. Jesus Christ, each pull. Fuck, there's a lot happening there, Rufinus. But you're right. The prostate is a shit design for a designer. Terrible idea. Crispy says, challenge accepted. Body hack that will work. 1, hold breath. 10 seconds. 2, keep holding and drink fluid for 10 more seconds. 3, exhale slowly, hiccups gone. Nope, doesn't work. Already done it. Sorry, doesn't happen that way.
For some reason, it's just become like a sort of thing on this channel to give Justin advice on how to stop hiccups.
Yeah, just to be sure, friends, everything you're going to suggest, I've already tried it, and I promise you it won't work. I love you for suggesting, but it won't work. Bertram, thank you for the fireworks and living in the moment. Welcome into the discussion.
Thank you. I'm so mad. Like, I heard your last discussion with that guy and the way you treated him and twisted stuff. I can't. I can't.
Are you here for a debate, or are you just here to talk about the meta
No,
of the
let's
conversation?
debate. I want to clear the air. That was not okay, and that shows the tolerance. That shows the tolerance of the left, the great tolerance of the left. Good job.
So we should endorse gods that murder babies and rape women?
Are you talking about my God, the God of Israel of the world?
The God of the Bible.
of the Torah and the New Testament? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
The Tanakh? and the
Okay,
New
you have
Testament?
no right. You have no right to point your finger at what he does.
Why not?
Because you support abortion and murdering innocent, helpless creatures.
Why would you
so
think
you
that?
are the devil.
Why would you think that?
Do you support abortion? Yes or no? Do you?
I don't support murdering babies.
Do you support abortion?
I don't support murdering babies.
So he can't answer because he does or he doesn't, and he doesn't want his fan base who does support it to know.
I support a woman's right to choose what to do with her own body to non-sentient entities.
No. You have no right to. You support mass murder. You are a devil, and you deserve to burn. No, there's no way, bro.
Christ.
This guy's
You
a
are a
troll.
demon.
No one can be this
No,
dumb.
I'm serious. You are literally a hypocrite demon.
To be clear,
You
what
support
I'm
murdering innocent creatures.
I don't.
Nah.
Do you support?
Yeah, you just said it.
Do you
You
support
just said you
raping women?
want them to choose. You just said it. I have it clipped.
You can clip it all you want. Everyone here knows my position. My position is I believe in a woman's right to choose what to do with her own body. I don't think that's actually
So
controversial.
you choose she can murder a baby.
So-
Okay, good. Thanks for the clip.
so-
Nope.
You
So,
can
so the
clip it all
left
you-
is the most evil thing. Thank you.
You can clip it all you
So
want.
don't
I
point your
don't know
finger at God, 'cause you're
if
a
you got lost. Do you think it's moral to put a sword through a baby?
See, you have no right to tell God
Okay, so
what to
so
do
just
when
just
you
to be
support
clear, you
murdering
can't
babies.
answer the question because you're a coward. So you're the hypocrite. You think that abortion's evil, but you think as long as they're already born and out of the womb, then you can thrust them through a sword and you can bang their head against rocks. That's the moral time to
I would
execute
never do
babies.
that. No.
Okay, so just to be
I
clear,
would never do that. What are you talking
just to be clear, in the womb, absolutely horrible to execute them. Outside of the womb, it's okay to execute them.
I mean, you think it's okay to execute them in the womb.
I don't
That's
think
like
they're
the most
babies.
demonic thing I've ever.
I don't think they're. I don't
they're
think. I don't think they're viable sentient living entities.
Because
You think
they're
it's okay to do it outside the
That makes it
womb.
worse. That makes it
No,
worse.
it
for
doesn't
you.
make it worse. Life doesn't start at conception, my friend. Life is a amorphous term that you can't even define. The fact that there's a clump
so a
of
creature
cells
who's so
that are
young, it's being
multiplying
developed.
in
You
the
want
fact
to
that
kill a creature that's being developed because it's so
try
young.
this again. So the fact that there's a clump of living cells or multiplying cells inside of somebody's body doesn't make them sentient. And I've already given you my position on abortion. My position on abortion is I am
Well, you support killing babe.
I am pro sentience, and I don't agree that a clump of cells are sentient and they qualify for a baby. Once those clump of cells develop and they can feel pain and they become sentient, then yes, I don't believe that we should be causing harm to that entity. But prior to sentience,
Does it have a heartbeat?
The heartbeat has nothing to do with
I don't
sentience.
So there you go. It's an innocent baby being developed.
It's not.
It's in the
Not a
very
baby.
earliest
It's not.
stages, and you want
So
to
you-
kill it. That's the most
okay,
evil
so
thing.
do
Living,
you think it's
you don't care about babies dying.
Yeah,
That is
I
the
don't
most
know.
care
evil
about
thing
that.
I've ever.
Yeah, I don't know why
literally
you.
have
I don't know
Satan
why you
raping
keep
your brain.
evade. I don't know why
Satan
you
is
keep
raping your brain, bro.
I don't know why you keep
You
evading the
deserve
point.
hell.
I don't know why you,
You
keep
deserve
evading
hell.
the point.
You
The point
literally
is the point is that your Bible is okay with murdering babies already born, and your Bible's okay with abortion. You want to see where your Bible's okay with abortion?
So you're running.
You want me to show you where the Bible
No,
says
y-
abortion's okay?
Where did God
keep-
say to kill babies?
You
I want
keep
to go to that.
hypocritically pointing fingers at me and Justin, but you don't actually give a shit about whether or not babies get killed.
No, you
Because
don't,
you
give a
don't care.
damn.
Exactly.
No, you don't.
You don't
care.
care.
You don't care.
Oh, I do care.
You don't
Absolutely.
care
No, you don't.
because you think
If-
it's okay
if
for
you
God
were
to
in-
command killing babies.
God can do whatever He wants.
Living,
Yeah, exactly.
if
So you
were
don't care
an
about the
You
Israelite-
have no right. You have no right to
I do.
dictate
If
that.
you
That's
were
my
an Israel-
point.
Just to be clear, if you were an Israelite serving under King Saul and his army, and Saul gave the order, say, to go forth and kill all the men, women, and infants, you would do it, right? Because it's Yahweh's orders.
Of course, he's the boss.
Okay, then
Yeah,
don't
that's what we're
fucking
saying.
point fingers at us.
No, but I'm a human. I can't do it myself.
You don't.
God can
You don't
tell
get to cry. You don't get to cry about our position on women's right to choose when you think it's okay to go out and
No,
murder
you don't
babies.
get to
and
point
and
fingers at
I'm not
God for
gonna.
that.
And
You
I'm
don't get to
still
point
never.
fingers at
I'm
God.
still not
So you
gonna let
lost.
you. I do. First of all, I didn't lose, and still, you're still running from my
I prove
the
you're
point.
a hypocrite and a demon.
You're still running from the point that I was making prior that you'll never be able to address, which is whether or not
Go
it's
ahead.
okay for women to be raped for the crimes of their husband.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about whether or not it's okay to punish people for the crimes of somebody else. If a husband commits a crime, is it okay as punishment to have the wives raped?
No, if I
Why?
was a king, I could never make that decision. Only God can make that decision.
So
He's
you
God.
think there's an occasion in which it would be justified for women to be raped for the crimes of their husband?
So you and your whole chat just got cooked. All the leftists.
I'm
You are not
asking you to
pro-life. You're
answer the
evil.
question. Stop running like
Oh
a
my
coward.
God.
Would it be okay?
I'm not a coward. I cooked you.
Would it be
cooked you.
justified? You could listen. You can bloviate all you want about your failings here. You can like pontificate
No,
about
you got
getting
cooked.
cooked. You can avoid the question, but everyone
have the
sees what's
clip. I'm
happening
so
here.
satisfied now.
You can
I'm
clip
satisfied.
anything you want to. I'm still waiting for you to answer the question. Would it be
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
justified
What's the answer?
for women
What's
to
the
be
question?
raped for the crimes of their husband?
Where did that happen in the Bible? Go to the verse.
Want me to show you? Just to be clear, I'm waiting for an answer
I'll
before I
answer.
show it to you.
No, I want to read it first. I'll answer. For
So
real,
you
I promise.
don't know if it's justified?
I just said whatever
To be-
God
to
says.
be
He's
clear-
the coolest. He's the alpha male. He can do
To be
whatever
clear,
he wants.
you have no way of knowing
Oh,
if it's
fucking
justified
hell.
to have women raped for the crimes of their husband.
I just said if God says it, yes, he can do whatever he wants.
Okay, just checking
Did
because
he
he
just
does
fucking
do
call
it.
God an alpha male?
Yeah, I think he's working out. Also, I think he's possibly a troll too.
Wait,
but it says in 1 Samuel 12.
You think God's a male?
No, I'm not a leftist, bro. I'm not into men like you.
I don't know why people
don't know.
say
I
that
mean,
like
you
it's
said
an
you were
insult. I'll never understand that.
Yeah. Also, you also just
Pretty
spoke about
gross.
how you were satisfied about this whole debate. So I'm pretty sure you're getting your rocks off
What?
in this whole scenario.
I can't even hear
But
you.
you think
mumbling.
God? Do you think God's a male? You
Yeah.
said he's an alpha male. You think God's a male?
Can you go to the verse?
Yeah, evade another question. Yeah, I would. I'd be running away from all the difficult questions as well. The verse is on the screen. I know you weren't looking because you were bent over getting
how is
back
that
shots.
An obvious question.
But the verse says this is the punishment.
Wait, what did you
right?
just say? Wait, Justin, what did you just say?
I said you couldn't
Justin,
see
what
the
did you just
verse on
say?
the screen because you were bent over getting back
before that.
shots. So the verse on the screen says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up
Justin.
trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor." Right? So God's going to give the wives of the neighbor. He will lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before
Justin,
all
are you gay
Israel
then? And a rapist?
in broad daylight. And
Are you
I
a
know,
rapist then?
I know addressing the text is really difficult for you because you're about to
No,
endorse.
bro, you just said
You're
backtrack,
about
you're a
to.
rapist.
No,
You're
we're
about to
atheist and a rapist.
endorse.
Wow.
You're about to endorse.
We're
You
not-
just said
You're about to
because I don't consent
endorse-
to that, Justin.
Well, try this
I don't
again.
consent, so you're a
Yes,
rapist.
I know dealing with the actual text is hard for you, but it's on the screen. Do you want to address it?
No,
Also,
so
stop-
not only are you a gay
also
theist,
stop-
you're a
Okay,
rapist.
so
Stop act-
so what
Stop-
I'll
stop
do?
acting like you give a fuck about that.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'm going to force you to address the passage, or I'll keep muting you. So, address the passage.
Wait, you just attempted to rape me. You just said.
Try this again. You don't. You're not here. No
Do you
one's
know there's
touching
kids
you.
listening?
You're not in danger. All of this fake outrage is a show because you don't want to address the passage, right? You can
Kids on the live. And
You can run like a coward all you want, but the
there's
passage is
kids
on the
on the
screen.
live. You can't say that.
There shouldn't be kids here. This is 18 only. Okay, so I don't know what you let your kids do, but my kid certainly wouldn't be watching this live stream.
Where does it say kids can't
If
watch?
your kids are watching this live stream, then you're
There's
a
no
terrible
problem.
parent. So what I'm going to do again
That's
is
not an
continue
excuse.
to
Kids-
mute you until you address the passage on the screen. Keep in mind, I'm more stubborn than you, and I will force you to address this passage, or I will continue to mute you. I can do this all day.
Yeah, I'll answer. Okay.
Okay, so address the passage.
So you're a pedophile and a rapist. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so you're not going to address the
Because
passage.
there's kids on the live. There's kids on the live, and you said you're talking about raping me. That's gay,
Just to be clear, you're not going to address the passage.
bro. You defend pedophilia too. Wow.
I'm sorry, but didn't your God knock up a teenager?
All right. Well, he's a waste of space. He's just going to avoid the actual topic the entire time he's up here because he's a coward. And I'm not sure. I mean, as fun as it is for a couple minutes, I'm not sure it's worth wasting any more time on him. That was not a serious person. That was clearly a troll.
That's why you shouldn't allow babes in Christ to debate because they ain't ready for it.
No, certainly not. Certainly. Let me grab a couple of super chats. Friends, we'll get our next guest in here. We've got people waiting to get in. It looks like now that the sun has went down and Jesus hasn't come back yet, people are ready to debate. Anthony's, thank you for the $5, says Doug can be submerged is dragons, breathe, reaper, pepper, puree, and be unmoved. I think there was a question in there, but I don't know what it is, my friend Anthony. But we really appreciate you being here and supporting the stream and for being a Dougite. And Apostate, thank you so much for the $5, says your hermeneutics might be sound, but how is your exegesis? I do. That was a good use of words. I appreciate that. And by the way, I do love some Cheez-Its, by the way. Cheese might be one of the best foods on the planet. Luke says maybe all the Christians got raptured already, and that's why they haven't been calling in. One could hope, actually. One could hope. And Wiz says Betamax or VHS. I mean, Betamax is better, obviously. VHS won out, so that's what we have. I'm not sure it's a real battle, though, you know? Adam says, do we have to remove the foreskins or just rub it on the door as it is? On a side note, anyone have a foreskin I can borrow? I seem to have misplaced mine. Well, I think in order for it to be a true foreskin, I mean, to do it the right way, you gotta circumcise it. You gotta remove it. Just a tip, though. Just a tip. And Rufinus says, what was the YouTube channel you did a week ago Saturday morning, maybe Sunday morning with two dudes, not the line, Talk Heathen, AE, or AE, cheers, and PD. Well, thank you, Rufinus. The show is called Unapologetic, and it's on Sunday mornings. It's me, Dr. Blitz, and Ian, and it's a fun time. We got science, philosophy, and Bible. And Josh says, gotcha. Glad there wasn't a falling out or anything. Love your stuff. Gonna need you to stop taking days off, though. Need more DZ. Sorry, Josh. I'm trying. I produce like 6 hours of content at a time, so I'm doing my best. Spencer says, Rapture priests with lisps especially despise specificity. Spencer, I see what you did there. Spencer. That was evil. Muffman says, Joel and Mezzo were talking smack about Doug the other day. Did you ever actually smack them fools for that? Listen, they're just denying the truth and unrighteousness. It's going to be okay, I promise. All right, let's get Solomon into the discussion. We had more Christians in the chat and they've dropped out, but Solomon has the power of the Holy Spirit apparently. How you doing? Is it Solomon?
I think yeah, bro. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I was gonna go with the topic because like all the other people, they for some reason they didn't want to do the topic. So yeah, I believe Jesus actually didn't. I believe Jesus wasn't actually unalived actually, and Jesus himself says this actually in the Gospels. You guys want me to show you?
No, we agree he's unalive. Yeah. The question is, do you think he's coming back?
No, I don't believe he was unalived. So that's why I know he's gonna come back.
Oh, you don't think he ever died?
Yeah, he says he won't actually.
Are you a Muslim?
Show you? Yeah, yes, of course I'm Muslim, bro.
Because Jesus himself says he's going to die.
No, he actually doesn't. Let me show you real quick.
No, you'd be wrong.
The gospel writers wrote that after.
Do you want me just to show you, like, in the New Testament where Jesus predicts his own death?
He actually doesn't, because I can show you the disciples.
He actually doesn't?
Let me show you right now. The disciples refute that fact, actually.
What a weird position to take.
Let me show you.
I've never met an honest Muslim. They all have to get up and lie. It's the only thing. It's the only thing that they can actually do. Like even in the earliest Gospels, in the Gospel of Mark, he predicts his own death.
Host. Okay, this is gonna be funny. Okay, go to Luke 24:21. Let's see if Jesus predicted his death. Okay, guys, you heard that. Let's see. Luke 24:21. Okay, if he did, why are the disciples doubting him? Now let's see if he actually predicted his death. Everybody watch this. Come on.
I'll just show you the exact places where he did when you're done with this charade.
Okay.
But we had hoped that he was the one to redeem Israel. Yes, and besides all this, it is now the third day since these things have taken place. Yeah, because he's dead.
So why are they hoping he was going to redeem Israel if Jesus himself always predicted his death? That means he never talked about his death in the first place.
He talked about dying and coming back, dummy.
Well, look how he insults people now. It's crazy. But no, I just disproved that Jesus predicted his own death. Now we can actually
move on. We're literally reading a passage where people are coping with the fact that he died.
Yeah, okay. Why are they surprised? Didn't Jesus preach
So
about that? Like you
just
said?
to be clear, one verse prior says he's dead. It says our chief priests and leaders handed him over to be condemned to death and crucified him. He's dead, bro.
Yeah, did Jesus say that?
Your
Or
reading
is those gospel writers?
your reading comprehension is bad.
Yeah, mine is bad. Yeah, yeah. You don't believe in
Okay,
God. That's actually funny.
I certainly don't believe in your pedophile God. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. We don't worship a man. Actually, you don't know about Islam. That's another
No,
debate for another day.
your pedophile God. Your God is okay with what Muhammad did to Aisha, right?
Yeah, I mean, Muhammad was the bravest man in the world. But
I'll try
anyways,
this again. Does your God condone child
No,
marriage?
don't change that. Look how he's changing the topic.
Does your God condone child marriage?
Don't change the topic, brother.
Does your God condone child marriage? I know you're terrified to talk about the pedophilia within your religion. Does your God condone child marge?
Can we be adults? Like, can we
I'm
actually?
I'm asking you to be an adult and actually own up to what your religion teaches. Does your religion, does your God condone the child marriage?
Host got cooked, bro. He got cooked. He can't defend Christianity.
Literally, the verse you brought up literally proved you wrong.
How is it? It's literally showing people doubt. That means he never predicted his death.
It didn't show them doubt that he was dead.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll be nice today. I'll be nice to you today. Let's go to the sign of Jonah.
Ignorant at best.
Go to the sign.
The sign of Jonah. The sign of Jonah declares that he's going to be dead 3 days and 3 nights.
No, that's actually what they talked about the Messiah after his alleged crucifixion. That's not what he actually meant. And I can show you in the Q gospel, it doesn't actually talk about the 3 days.
First of all, you can't. And second of all, you don't have a Q gospel.
We actually have a reconstruction of it by
the Q gospel is
no, you don't.
The Q gospel is a hypothetical text. You don't
hypothetical, but the gospel of Thomas was hypothetical sayings gospel, but the gospel of Thomas actually helps us with the Q gospel because there's sayings gospels in the time
the
of
gospel
Jesus,
of Thomas isn't actually a part of the Christian canon, so it's useless to you.
Yeah, of course it's not because it has no narrative.
And also, it's written after the alleged existence of the Q gospel.
Yeah, so the sign of Jonah was actually Jesus being saved, just like Jonah was saved from the whale. Actually, that's our interpretation. Yes.
So I'll just show you Jesus's clear words when he tells you in Mark he's going to die. It says, they went on from there and passed through Galilee. He did not want anyone to know it, for he was watching his disciples, saying to them, the Son of Man is to be betrayed into human hands. They will kill him, and 3 days after being killed, he will rise again. Jesus's words in the earliest gospel is that he's going to die.
Yeah, and that's why they doubted him, and that's why they went to the tomb and were surprised the body wasn't there. Yeah, sure, that's
because he was dead. Yeah, he was dead. He's dead as a doornail.
Yeah. This guy doesn't know anything, bro. I'm serious, bro.
Salmon, why would they be surprised that his body wasn't there if his body was never there?
They thought it was there.
Yeah, why did they think it was there?
Because they believe they were unalive.
No, because according to the Gospel of John, they watched him get placed in the tomb.
Okay, so if Jesus was talking about his resurrection...
Muslims, I don't know why they bring up these bad Bible arguments. They don't even read their own holy book. I know they're not reading the Bible.
I did read it, actually. I memorized it, actually.
You certainly did not.
The fact that they went to the tomb and were surprised means Jesus never even talked about his resurrection. Why are they surprised the body?
I literally explicitly showed you where Jesus said he's going to die. He just said that.
He never said those.
So when Jesus says things in the Gospels, he just didn't say it.
No, as Muslims, we believe that the Gospels are historical data. We don't take it literal.
No, you don't. You just said Jesus didn't say the thing Jesus said.
I know,
by what means can you determine that Jesus didn't say these words that are attributed to him?
Okay, good. This is the best question you actually asked today. That's actually really good. Yeah, so we can
trust me when I tell you the Quran isn't the right answer.
Okay, look. No, we actually had the 5 Gospels seminar, which is a huge book about the red letters of Jesus, what the historical Jesus actually said. We also have the Q Gospel.
Why would I believe your additional gospel?
Yeah, so because it's more historical than the Bible. If you read the other things,
you don't have a Q gospel.
Okay, but I just talked. We have historical data methods that historians use, where they said Jesus never claimed to be God, where they said this happened. We use rigorous.
No, you don't have any of those things.
So Jesus never actually said these words. I don't even believe Jesus.
Muslims pretending to do Bible scholarship is the most embarrassing cope I've seen in a long time.
Oh, also, why does Paul say Jesus wasn't crucified in Galatians 3:13?
He does not.
He does say Jesus was crucified.
He says
he literally does not say that.
Paul said, "I wanted to know nothing among you except Jesus and Him crucified."
Okay, yes. Why is he telling those? Why is he saying that to the Galatians? Why were they not believing? Why were they not
Actually,
believing?
What he says to the Galatians in Galatians 3:1 is, "Oh, foolish Galatians."
Yeah.
He talks about how Jesus was clearly shown to be crucified among them.
Shown.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good word he uses.
Romans 10:9-10 says, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. The dude was dead.
Yes, and Paul met zombie Jesus on the way to Damascus and thinks he was a prophet of some kind, but he wasn't. He was the false prophet that Jesus talked about.
You can make up your own fan fiction about the already written fan fiction all you want, and it's just as crazy as the original fan fiction. Still not as crazy as God's favorite prophet marrying a 6-year-old. That still takes the cake.
He made the Islamic Empire. What did you do today? He was 40 years old.
To be fair,
I didn't marry a 6-year-old.
Yeah, do you think that it's okay to marry 6-year-olds today?
Not today. Now you're changing the topic. See, I just said no.
So you're a moral relativist?
No, it's just I don't use.
You don't believe in objective morals?
No, I do.
Oh my gosh, rejecting objective morals is crazy.
No, I don't use presentism to judge someone 1400 years ago where they were still riding camels. So could we actually go
presentism doesn't actually fix it here. We're talking about objective morals. Do you think pedophilia is ever okay?
No.
Oh, just when Muhammad does it, it's okay.
No, because it wasn't pedophilia back then. That's the
Are
problem.
6-year-olds children?
Actually,
no. You're using Aisha wasn't a child back then.
She was. She was 9 when they consummated the marriage.
She was physically and mentally mature. That's why she was helping
not.
all days. Yes, she was.
She certainly was not. 6-year-olds are not physically or mentally mature.
Yeah, read the hadith. I think you need
the hadith
some
says
research.
She was playing with dolls.
Okay, and I'm saying she was mature.
Do you think mature women play with dolls?
No, you know why this argument doesn't work?
Do mature women play with dolls?
Okay, let me let you speak and then maybe.
Do mature women play with dolls?
Yes, back then yes. I play with Lego still. So, anyways,
yeah, I believe that. And you eat the glue too. Listen, Solomon, you didn't bring anything to the table, and I know you don't know the Quran or the Hadiths any better than you know the Bible.
Went to my awesome prophet by masculine prophet.
And it sounds like you're incapable of having a conversation, which is why I have to keep talking over top of you. And I just did that with the last guest. I don't know if I want to do it again with another guest, and you're just out of your mind. So I'm going to drop you and move on to the next guest, okay?
I'm going to drop me. Of course you want.
Yeah, because you're a waste of space.
The worst reading comprehension.
Yeah, that's crazy. Literally,
you literally pointed to a verse right before the one he gave that completely dismantled his point.
I mean, it's crazy that he didn't. This is what happens when you Google the internet for your talking points without having actually read the book. Crazy. Oh well, we'll move on to the next. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We've got, I think we've got, I don't know if we have any opposition in the queue other than Nebraska Steve. We'll see if we can keep Steve on topic. Flying J, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, every time you ask them about the baby paste, I'm like, there's no way they will say yes. And then they do. And I have no faith in humanity's future. What the fuck? Actually, you're right. What was the name of that guest that baby pasted? What was his name again? I already forgot. I need to write it down to clip it later.
I got nothing. I completely forgot as well.
In the comments, you think? I don't remember the name of the guy that was the baby paster. Holmes Customs.
Yeah, I agree with Flying J. Like, you would think that at this point I would be numb to it. I would not be shocked every time a believer says it. But I guess there's a part of me which is better, which is hoping for for them to be better, so that when it shocks me every time.
Yeah, it's weird. The first time it ever happened, I legitimately was in shock when I was new at TikTok streaming. The first time I heard somebody say that slavery was okay and these other things were okay, I was dumbfounded. I was literally so green that I just thought no rational human being would endorse it. Oh, well, that's what I get for, like thinking people are
helping
sane.
for the better of man.
Yeah. Oren, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, not fruit leather baby jerky. I don't think we've done fruit by the foot baby paste yet. I am eventually going to put together a baby paste supercut. That's going to happen, friends. People have been asking for it. Ursmont, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says the Christians want to talk about anything besides the rapture. You've nailed it. And the Muslims too. The Muslims, they actually do like to talk about the rapture sometimes because they have these weird ideas that Jesus is coming back, but they have no idea what's in the Bible. Gretchen, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says try to get your fingers as close as possible without touching them together. Could take up to a few minutes, relaxes your breathing, and stops hiccups. I've never thought about that, Gretchen. It won't work, but I'll try it. I'll try it for you. LLYA Tanvis, thank you for the $10, says this dude is alpha in the same way an unrealized game is in alpha. Unfinished and not ready for the real. I agree, yes. I absolutely agree. Not even made it to beta testing yet. And Gene, thank you for the $10, says, can we be adults? I don't know, Salmon. Can the brides? No. They fucking can't. Not in Islam. There's a reason why there are countries that are primarily run by Islam that still allow marrying 9-year-olds. Tutor Ed says the rapture isn't coming September 23rd because Mark 13:9 says Christians will have to be flogged in synagogues first. Yeah, well, all the signs in Mark 13 and Matthew 24 have to come true before the second coming. And obviously, they're not going to come true because they were supposed to come true in that generation. The reality is they'll just never come true. Thank you for that, Tutor. And also Dr. Fudge, great name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says this super chat is just so I can brag about building my brother's PC while you roasted Patty and booted first try. And it booted the first try. That's a fucking victory. I've built a lot of PCs in my day. And usually when you build a new PC and you boot that thing up, something's wrong. There's always a problem. All right, let me grab 3 super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest in here. Steven says, Patty, loving someone means allowing them to enslave and unalive others. I know. What? Don't you get that special loving feeling when God says to make slaves of other people? It gets me on the inside, you know? And Stephen coming in again says, changing the subject does not make the horrible shit go away. It never does, but they think it's going to help for some reason. It's like they've never watched the show and they don't know I'm going to bring them right back to it endlessly until they either cave in or leave. Helping Mega Deconstruct says Patty has stage 5 CBRS, showing us what it does to your brain. Praise Doug and Sharon as they are the cure for CBRS. What's CBRS stand for, friends? Let me Google that one.
Yeah, let's see.
Is that like what
By
you
the
get
way,
with
Justin?
Yeah.
Citizens Broadband Radio Service?
What?
I don't know. ChatGPT doesn't know what the hell any acronym means. It always gives me something random. By the way, in regards to the flogging in the synagogue, there could be a fulfillment in that every time I've ever seen a Christian go to a synagogue to debate some rabbi about messianic prophecies, he gets absolutely decimated.
Yeah, every single time. It's possible that CBRS refers to cortical basal syndrome, a neurodegenerative disorder causing movement and cognitive problems like stiffness, slow movements, and so on and so forth. Maybe.
Goofabouts in the comment section says Christian brain rot syndrome.
That makes sense. Yes, my vote is on Christian brain rot. Actually, that's where I'm going to go. All right, we'll try to get the next guest in here. Steve, I'm going to grab one guest and then I'll get you in here, Nebraska. Steve, it looks like possibly our next guest is going to be Clone. How you doing, Clone?
I'm not too bad. How about yourself?
Oh, not too bad. Clone, are you at least 18, and do you believe Jesus is coming back?
Well, yeah, I'm 22, and I do believe he would come back. Correct.
Okay. When do you think he's coming back?
I I wouldn't be able to tell you, to be honest with you. But I mean, I think probably a better question to start off would be, so how would you prove something like that? Are you saying that in order for you to
Something like
believe
what?
something like that, in order for you to believe even that God exists, do you want somebody to break him down into like a equation, a scientific formula, you would say? Is it
No,
that?
I've never once asked anyone to prove God in any of those methods. What I'm suggesting is that the onus, the burden of proof is on believers to prove that their nonsense is real. So this idea that not only is Jesus the Messiah and he died and resurrected and he's coming back, not only is that not true, it's just not true that he's coming back. Even if you believe he died and resurrected, he ain't coming back. He says in the Bible that when he's coming back and he doesn't do it.
Well, so you're questioning the you're questioning the authority of the Bible necessarily.
Yeah, because it says things that aren't true. Do you think that the word of God should be 100% true?
Oh, should, yeah.
Okay, so if the Bible's not 100% true, what are we supposed to do with it?
Give me an example.
Okay, Matthew 16, 27, 28. Jesus tells you his second coming is going to be within the lifetime of his disciples. Want me to read it?
No, I know which one you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm pretty sure there is like if you look at the interpretations for that, there's quite a bit that would explain that.
None of them explain it. I've read all the apologetics for it.
You read all
It says
of
the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he'll repay everybody for what's been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's the judgment. When he comes in his kingdom with the angels and the glory of the Father, that's Matthew 25:31. That's the judgment scene. And he says that not all of his disciples will be dead by the time that happens.
Correct. I mean,
did it happen?
One way that would be true, as if they're not all dead.
Do you think one of the disciples is still alive? Please show me the evidence for that.
Well, I mean, I just
that's a wild claim.
No,
Even
okay,
according to Christian tradition, they're all dead.
Well, in terms of at least how he died, we have no recollection of what happened. I think it was John. I could be mistaken, but it's whoever wrote the book of
There
Revelation.
certainly is a death of John recorded in church history.
Yeah, I could be mistaken. It's whoever wrote Revelations.
According to church history, John died of old age in Ephesus.
Right.
Well, it doesn't say exactly who, right? So it could be anybody, because, I mean, I'm not going to say who on the top of my head, but it does talk about some people not, not dying until the second coming of Christ.
Yeah, but they're all dead. That's the point.
So in order to make this passage work, you have to arbitrarily just say that one of the disciples had become immortal. Oh, wait, what happened? Did Jesus realize that he wasn't going to make it on time, so he extended the life of one of the apostles?
So, I mean, but you're saying it's not impossible, right? I mean,
no, I would say it is.
It's impossible for someone to live 2,000 years, yeah.
According to science, correct, but obviously...
According to every data point we've ever had. Keep in mind, as early as the 2nd century, there was already a record of John's death. Papias records it.
So do we have any direct evidence that there's an individual who's been alive for 2,000 years?
I mean, I wouldn't say I have any on the top of my head now.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find any. The evidence that a person from 2,000 years ago would be alive is if the guy was still alive, telling us about things that only he would know from 2,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be really good evidence, but we don't have anything like that.
Well, I think what it comes down to really is just.
Where do you think he is?
Oh, well, I don't know. Like I said, it's not really. To be honest with you, it's not something I looked into as much. So it's not like I'm not giving you the, the correct answer necessarily. So I'm kind of refraining from even saying anything other than the fact that there, whatever you say, there already is, scholars who took and dove deep, like spent almost all their lives focusing on that. Because I've heard that argument before, so it's definitely not something new.
I would say
But
that they're coping just like you are. To be sure, the latest like consensus of scholarship, it typically is that this was a contingent prophecy that didn't come true, or they'll have some bullshit hermeneutic about how it was somehow two different prophecies rather than the one prophecy, and it was actually fulfilled in the very next chapter during the Transfiguration, which is a pretty bad hermeneutic.
well, you see, the thing is wouldn't you say it's coping for really almost all atheists and agnostics? Because pretty much when
No.
you look into
What are we
when
coping
you
with?
look
The fact
into
that your book says things that are untrue?
no, the fact that you don't want to believe in the Bible, for example, is because you
No,
can't.
it has nothing to do with what we want to believe. It's just not true. It says things that are demonstrably untrue, and it contradicts itself all over the place. It just isn't true.
Yeah, Cologne, when I left Christianity, I did so reluctantly. I wanted to believe it to be true, but sadly, I've always had this like conviction that I wanted to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. So I reluctantly had to give up Christianity.
Yeah, Dalton and I both left Christianity kicking and streaming. We didn't leave because we didn't want to believe it's true. We left because all the data suggests that it's not true.
I mean, I would probably argue otherwise, to be honest with you, but that's just me personally.
What data could you possibly point to that would suggest that it's true? Jesus himself famously failed his own predictions, and he failed every one of the messianic predictions. Not a single messianic prediction was fulfilled in Jesus.
Well, that's just a complete lie. I'm born of
Then
a
show me
virgin.
one. Name one.
There's no
Okay.
passage in the
Hold
Hebrew
up.
Bible that says that the Messiah
It
will be born
was
of a virgin.
it was talked about that the king was gonna enter his kingdom on a donkey. Jesus came riding on a donkey.
Okay, so Zechariah 9. Let me actually read Zechariah 9 to you because I can only assume you haven't read it. Zechariah 9 doesn't just say there's a guy riding a donkey. Like, I've ridden a donkey. That doesn't mean shit, right? And didn't say anything of that nature. The guy riding the donkey does a thing. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he'll command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." That's a victorious king that defeats Israel's enemies. Something Jesus never did. He didn't sit on that throne for even 10 seconds, and he sure as hell didn't defeat Israel's enemies.
It's obviously an analogy. You're only comparing the first part, which is your
Certainly
king
not.
arriving on a donkey.
If a prophecy says there's a king riding a donkey that's going to defeat all the enemies, and some guy who's not a king shows up on a donkey and doesn't defeat anyone's enemies, the prophecy didn't come true.
He defeated death, quite literally.
It didn't say a damn thing about defeating death.
His
Pun
enemy.
intended. It was half-assed.
That was good. Double-assed, maybe.
Oh my god! Look at this guy. Look, dude, you can't be talking like that, looking the way you do, bro. I'm just putting that out there. But we can get back to it.
Tell us the joke went over your head without telling us. My goodness. What are you? Why are you making fun of Dalton's appearance? Put your camera on.
Oh, I mean,
show everyone how handsome you
are.
are, Cologne.
I'd like to
Put
say
your
I'm
camera
pretty
on.
handsome, actually. I'm pretty handsome. Don't you worry
Show
about
everyone.
me,
Show everyone how cute you are.
man. Don't you worry about me.
We are worried about you
You know,
now that
it's
you're obsessing over
I don't want
Dalton.
it's completely. It's crazy. It's completely fine because there's not a day that doesn't go by on this app where the Christians who are supposed to love their neighbor as
Oh
themselves
my God, the
make
victim
fun
card.
of my weight. So
The
you're
victim
just like the
card.
rest of the hypocritical Christians.
Yeah, it's crazy. So to be clear, this passage doesn't say a damn thing about defeating death. It says that the implements of war are going to be defeated. So you can add to the prophecy all you want. The prophecy is about a victorious king. In fact, it talks about during the battle, the enemies of Israel are going to be defeated. On that day, the Lord their God will save them, for they are the flock of his people. For like the jewels of a crown, they shall shine in his land. They're going to be restored to the land. Jesus didn't restore them to the land. They got devastated by the Romans. They got driven from the land. They got so heavily defeated by the Romans, they renamed the fucking land. It used to be called Israel. They renamed it to Palestine.
So, I mean, it doesn't bother you at all that, your whole time period is based on the life and death of Jesus, right?
No,
My
that's
time period's
the
not.
calendar argument. The calendar argument is the worst argument in favor of Christianity. All the calendar argument will get you is the fact that Christianity became the most prominent religion in the West, and therefore Western calendars are based off of, well, not really Jesus' birth because it's off by a couple years depending on which gospel you're reading. What do you do about the fact that in other countries where they don't use the Gregorian calendar, what kind of argument would you make against them?
I'm just saying, well, obviously, this applies to you, and it wasn't to make an argument of, oh, that, that's why I believe that it's true or not. I was doing that to get under your skin because you seem to be pretty bothered by.
No, it's a shit argument. It's one of the worst arguments that Christians can make for the validity of their religion.
Yeah. And to be clear, the Gregorian calendar is only a very slightly modified Julian calendar. They're nearly identical. So how does that make you feel that you're following a Greco-Roman calendar by Emperor Julian who believed in gods that you don't believe in?
Well, we can go if that's the case. We can go back and forth. We can talk about the fact that science pretty much.
Bro, are you a
tells
janitor? What are you doing over there?
Definitely not a janitor. I'm a security guard, buddy.
That sucks. Anyways,
dude, look what you're doing. What?
We're cooking your
Yeah,
religion.
I'm
It's not
cooking.
even hard.
It takes more.
So
it
next
takes more
next
faith to be an
prophecy
atheist, right?
certainly
You know
doesn't.
that.
We're demonstrating right now that it takes stupidity to be a Christian. So what's the next prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
He said the Old Testament says that the Messiah would be born of a virgin, even
Oh,
though there's
shit.
no passage in the entirety of the Old Testament that says that.
Yeah, can you show me where it says the Messiah is going to be born of a virgin?
Look, you guys are humans, so I love you in humanity, but man, atheists are the
Somehow
dumbest.
I doubt
ever.
that. Just to be clear, you can't show me where the Bible says the Messiah is going to be born of a virgin?
Oh, I can pull it up to you. I got you.
Yeah.
Even though you're
Great.
just gonna ramble away about, oh no, this is not what it means. This is
No,
this,
we're
this
just
is
going to
what it
make you
means.
read the actual context of it.
So you know what I'm gonna refer to.
I know exactly what you're going to
Mhm.
refer to, and you don't. You don't know what you're going to refer to because you don't even know where it's at. I do.
Jewish people have been cooking Christians on this verse for 2,000 years.
It's not even hard.
It's one of the easiest ones to debunk, really. By the way, while he's looking for that, Justin, have you ever read Chizuk Imunah by
No.
Rabbi Abraham Isaac Troki? I'll send you the whole book for free as a PDF. It's a Karaite Jew from the medieval period, and he dismantles step by step all these different Old
Oh, I
Testament
love it.
prophecies.
Yeah, send it to me. I'd love to read that.
So yeah, I mean, pretty much the best argument that I could say honestly is you don't apply the same belief to your belief, or sorry,
Yeah,
you
we
don't
do.
apply the same
Yeah, we
standard.
do. You have no idea what standard we're
believe in
applying.
miracles.
All
You
we're
believe
doing
in
is
miracles.
reading the text, and you're terrified to read the text. Do you want to read the text or not?
You know what I'm referring to. You could read it, man.
Okay, so Isaiah chapter 7, right?
Let me just double check. I got you.
It is. It's Isaiah 7.
So how are you gonna? What's your explanation as to why that is not talking about Christ?
For starters, virgin. Yeah, for starters, there's no virgin and there's no Messiah mentioned in the chapter. We'll start with the context. What's the actual context of chapter 7? Do you know what's happening? If you don't, it's on the screen. You can read the screen. It's okay. I'm sure you haven't read it. He's reading it right
now. Oh my God, you're a clown. Yeah, I just read it.
Okay, so what's the context?
I mean, I don't know exactly what is. It's not enough that's being said, to be honest with you. It's talking about David. In the days of
David.
David.
When the house of David.
The house of David.
The house.
His house.
Yeah, David's been dead at this point for quite a while.
So they're saying they went to attack Jerusalem but couldn't conquer it. House of,
yeah, who's they?
King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah. Pekah.
Good enough. And who are the people groups that are represented by those two kings?
I would assume probably Jews and another group of people.
The Northern Israelites and the Arameans. Okay, so there's an alliance between the Northern Israelites and the Arameans, and they want to replace the king of Judah. They want to take King Ahaz off the throne and replace him. And King Ahaz isn't interested in that, but he's afraid that it might actually happen. So the Lord sends the prophet Isaiah twice to give him two different prophecies to shore up his faith. The second of those prophecies is the one that you're concerned with. Verse 10, it says, "Again the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, Ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted." Okay, so the prophecy is to who? Cologne?
Yeah, hello? Yeah, you were cutting off quite a bit. I think it was my interception, bro.
Okay, well, the verse is on the screen. Who is the prophecy given to?
That I wouldn't know.
To Ahaz. Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz.
Right.
Follow along? Okay. And he tells Ahaz to ask for a sign. Why does he tell Ahaz to ask for a sign?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because he wants Ahaz to have faith in the middle of the war. It's the last thing he said one verse prior. If you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So God sends the prophet to Ahaz saying, ask a sign from me. Let it be anything you want. And Ahaz said, nope, I'm not going to ask. So then the reply from God through Isaiah says, fine then, I'll give you a sign. And the sign shows up in verse 14. It says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. And before that child knows to choose right from wrong, it doesn't say virgin. Follow along.
You're looking at a different translation.
We'll fix the virgin issue next. So it says that before the child knows right from wrong, what's going to happen? Verse 16.
The land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted.
That's right. Okay, so the prophecy says there's a child about to be born, and before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you, their lands are going to be deserted. And then verse 17, how does it happen?
You said, how does what happen?
How does he destroy these two kings? It's in verse 17.
I'm reading it. The Lord will bring on you and your people and on your ancestral house such as days have not come since the days that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria.
Yep.
So it's referring to what happened with them. He's saying the same thing is going to happen with them.
He's saying he's going to bring the king of Assyria down, and that's how the prophecy is going to get fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled by the king of Assyria coming down and wiping out those two kingdoms, which does actually come true. This prophecy is about something happening during the time period of King Ahaz that actually did come to pass. Now, on verse 14, what is the word in the Hebrew text that means virgin? He's got to go look it up.
Yeah. What's the exact question? You're saying which word is supposed to mean virgin?
Yeah,
And,
you're accusing me of using a translation that is not true to the Hebrew text, but Dalton and I both actually know Hebrew, which is why this translation works. I'm asking you, what word in the Hebrew text would lead us to believe that it's a virgin?
Well, because the first thing I get when I look it up is it says virgin. It doesn't say that, so I don't know which.
No, in the Hebrew, what is the Hebrew word for virgin?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
So
it's
the
Bethula.
Hebrew word for virgin, Bethula, which is not in the original text. It doesn't say anything about a Bethula, a virgin.
She's specifically described as Ha'oma Hara, which means a pregnant young woman.
So who?
Not just a pregnant young woman, but the pregnant young woman. Someone's very specific.
It's true. It's just funny. Like, you guys just try and think of anything to try and discredit.
We're not thinking of anything. We're demonstrating to you the folly of the lies in your book. The reason why the translation I'm using is true is because this is not lying to you. There's no virgin in the original Hebrew text. It doesn't show up there. And there sure as hell isn't a Messiah.
Oh my God! Yeah, the whole atheism and agnosticism.
Listen, you can cry all you want that you don't know how language works, but that's where we're at right now. You can meta all you want, but the reality is the Hebrew text does not say virgin.
We could perhaps show Cologne, where the for example, Joel 1:8 in the Hebrew, where it does use the word betula, just so we can see what it looks like, and then we can show them that it's not in Isaiah 7:14. I think it's Joel 1:8 is where it shows up.
Yeah, let me grab. Nope. It shows up in the story of Samson, or not Samson, story of story of Samson's miraculous birth as well. All right, let me grab Joel 1:8. So in Joel 1:8, we do indeed, we have Bethula, although this is conjugated with the as preposition. But if you literally just go to the word, look up the definition, it means virgin. Bethula means virgin. Do you think that this is the word that shows up in Isaiah?
When you leave the screen, Cologne, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just looking it up real quick.
No, look at the screen. It's right here.
It's on the screen, bro.
Do you see where it says original word in the at the very top? You see these letters, Bet, Tav, Vav, Lamed, Hey. That's the Hebrew word Betula or Bethula, and it means virgin. Cologne.
Bueller.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I do see that. I won't lie to you.
All right. Now Justin's going to show you Isaiah 7:14 in the original Hebrew, and we will see if the Hebrew word Bethulah occurs at all.
All right.
So we have Lakin iten Adonai, hu lakim otine ha'alma hara v'yoladet ben v'kalat shemo Emmanuel. Did the word Bethulah occur at all in the sentence I just said to you?
To be clear, this is the word, and it's not Bethulah. It's just the young woman, Ha'alma. If you just go into the definition, simple definition from the BDB, it's a young woman. That's it. That's all it means. And she's pregnant, by the way. The adjective hara means pregnant. She's pregnant. She's with child. She's a pregnant young woman. Do you want to know why the New Testament has this nonsensical idea that there is a virgin birth here?
Hold on, what was your question?
Do you want to know why Matthew thinks this is about a virgin birth?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It's probably just translation from Hebrew to English. It comes out like that.
No, the problem is that Matthew couldn't read Hebrew. He was reading the Greek Septuagint. That's the Greek version of the Old Testament. And there's a word found in Isaiah 7:14, Parthenos, that at the time Isaiah would have been translated could mean a young woman or virgin. It was used both in a pretty wide semantic range. But by the time of the New Testament writing, it took on a more narrow focus. It was generally more used to refer to an actual virgin. So Matthew misunderstood what the text was actually saying and thought it was about a virgin birth. The reality is, it's not about a virgin birth. In Greek or in Hebrew, Matthew is just a dullard. If he had bothered to read the context of the prophecy is about a child who's already conceived. He's about to be born during the reign of King Ahaz. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, Ahaz will see his two enemies defeated. And it comes true in the next fucking chapter. Just turn one page and you can watch the prophecy come true. This nonsense that 725 years later it came true with Jesus is a crazy cope.
I think what's even, bro, you can't say that, and yet your whole belief is founded on one miracle. Science says forget everything that religion tells you.
I don't believe in miracles. We don't believe in miracles.
You believe in a miracle, man.
We don't believe in any
definitely
miracles. What miracle do we believe in?
If you don't believe in the Big Bang, then I'll take it back. If you believe in the Big Bang, bro, you believe
certainly
in
not a miracle. What do you think the Big Bang is? I'm willing to bet you don't even know what the Big Bang is.
I mean, but nowadays everybody else has their own definition, right?
What do you think the Big
Bang?
No, there's only one definition of the Big Bang. What do you think it is?
The Big Bang is the explanation of the universe. It's how the universe started.
No, what do you think it means?
It's a theory, therefore not proven. Therefore,
Okay, well, first of all, you don't know what the word theory means, but we're not even going to allow that rabbit trail yet, right? The Big Bang is an explanation for the expansion of space, time, and matter. It is not a commentary on what happened prior to the Big Bang. The cosmological model says nothing about whether or not there was something or nothing prior to the Big Bang, but modern cosmologists overwhelmingly agree that there was something prior to the Big Bang, even if we don't have the means to observe it.
Yeah, no, I mean, even the way it, like, even just the process of it, you can't demonstrate any of that. You have no
demonstrate any of what? Demonstrate any of what?
You can't demonstrate a eternal universe.
What?
You can't demonstrate.
What do you mean I can't demonstrate it? Show me once that there's even a single piece of evidence that the universe once didn't exist. That's the default. By the way, the default position is that the universe existed forever. You would like, we know that you, as far as we know, you can't get something from nothing, and we have something, which means there was never nothing. To insist that there was once nothing requires at least like a logical argument.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you could probably say just the first thing that comes to my head is everything that we know of as humans came into creation at one point. So
You're wrong. Nope, we don't know that as humans.
So then, give me an
That's what
example.
you
of something
believe.
that's always- Can you provide me an example of something that's
Yeah,
always
literally,
existed?
literally the entirety of the energy in the universe always existed. It's the law of the conservation of energy, like this basic, like 5th grade physics.
And even all the particular objects in the universe, they don't have a definite beginning either. They have beginnings through the iterations, but everything in the universe is made up of atoms, and those atoms have always existed. So we don't have any examples of anything coming from nothing.
Well, you know, it's already like proven that the Big Bang it can't be true. So it's already been debunked. It's already
Who
impossible.
debunked it? First of all, you're wrong. And second of all, you're lying. Who did it?
Can't tell.
Anyone with common sense, because if you look into studies,
We've looked at the studies. We're asking you for the evidence that of your claim.
yeah, well, assuming that the Big Bang is true, that the universe would have a certain layout. It's necessarily supposed to be
What
the
layout?
farther that the farther that we're supposed to go out, the older the planets that we're supposed to find, right? But that's just not true.
First of all, that is true, and second of all, we have no idea how far out we can actually observe. There's an observable limit. We have no idea how old the furthest reaches of the universe are. We only know how old is the light that we can actually see and observe. That's it. And it is true that the furthest reaches of our telescopes are detecting older formations. And to be clear, the universe isn't linear.
I don't know why they insist on talking about things they know nothing about.
I know. But he read it in like an apologetics book, so it must be true.
I think that's just what you call a straw man. From what we know, that's not like that. You can find planets that can be younger than the Earth, for example. That
So what?
aren't as
Yeah, all science has never proposed that all planets were all forming at the same time. That's never been that doesn't debunk the Big Bang theory. That's not something that's ever been proposed by scientists.
Yeah, again, I've already said this. The formation of planets, stars, and galaxies is not a linear process.
There are constantly planets and stars that are forming and exploding all over the universe.
It still has nothing to do with whether or not Christianity is true. Christianity is simply not true.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, to each their own, man.
I think somehow he managed to get us off of Isaiah 7:14 in order to dodge the fact.
Yeah, he was dying to get away from the Bible. They're terrified to actually read the Bible. It's wild to me. Do you think that the Earth is spherical or flat?
It's probably no. It's a sphere. Yeah.
You sure about that?
It's not flat. I know that for sure. It's not flat.
What do you think the Bible thinks about that?
Well, the Bible, it says we're in like a dome necessarily.
Yeah, the Bible says that the Earth is flat with a dome over it. Do you think that's true?
Well, I will say I haven't seen any convincing evidence of, for example, any of the rovers that, for example, sent on Mars, and especially the moon landing. As far as I know, that definitely didn't happen.
No, we're asking.
We literally have mirrors on the moon.
Yeah. By the way, we fuck me. There's 7 different mirrors on the moon, maybe 8 now, like from multiple countries. Like we've got like 3 of them, but the rest of them are by different countries. Just to be clear, you're saying if the Bible said that the Earth was flat, you would believe it's flat?
No, but wait, you were there with them when they left the Earth, and you saw for yourself? Because
No,
that's the
you
only
can
way you
literally
could know,
point. You
right?
can point special lasers at the moon, and it will literally bounce off and reflect off of these mirrors.
You know that
Oh,
like there are
man.
universities, like if you study like cosmology at a university, like these are experiments that they let you do. Like this is part of your curriculum. Like when I was in school
So do you believe
for
everything that?
when I was in school for electrical engineering, I got to do electrical experiments as part of my training, right?
Fucking conspiracy theory mindset.
That's crazy. Universities are lying to you, Dalton. Don't let them lie to you.
It's crazy that they managed to keep it all hidden away from us.
I was curious if I'd be able to push them into flat Earth or talking points. It looks like the answer is yes.
I mean, I'm not surprised. A lot of the same like sort of the mindset that leads to conspiracy theory, which is believing in things without proper evidence, is
Yeah. Look, the last one from 2025 was put there by the University of fucking Maryland. It's called the Blue Ghost Mission #1. There was a robotic moon landing in 2025.
So just to be clear though, right? This is all said. It's happened, right? But there's been no raw footage of it happening. It's all artificial or
we have had raw
edited.
footage.
Raw footage of what?
Of the entirety of the planet.
Any of the sort of like our Voyager 1 spacecraft or anything like that, it's all like, it's not raw footage. It's not.
What do you mean it's not raw footage? What do you think raw footage is?
As in, it's just a lot like non Photoshop, no AI.
You know they didn't have AI or CGI or anything like that during the time of the moon landings, right?
Yeah,
Unless
it didn't even exist.
Espouse another conspircy theory.
Like the amount of their computing power was that of a hand calculator.
He has to espouse another conspiracy theory.
Well, no,
he has to say that the government secretly had the tech, even though it just would have been less. It would have been less expensive to go to the moon than to fake it.
Yeah, to be clear, this is the moon landing from 2025, when they landed on the moon with the robot to place the latest reflector from the University of Maryland. They have film of it. I'm sure it's CGI though, right? They just made it up. The amount of conspiracy theories you have to believe to maintain these biblical positions is crazy. It says on their website there were 3,000 still images taken of this landing outside of the video that they took. 3,000. You think that NASA photoshopped 3,000 images of the moon landing? What?
Wait, I have a. Wait, Cologne. Do you think there's a secret meaning behind the name NASA?
Okay, I'm sorry. What was
Is there any secret? Is there any secret meaning behind the name NASA?
behind the name NASA? I mean, I know that there's some theories about that, but I wouldn't agree with that now.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Well, listen, Perfume, we had a good time talking. We appreciate that you seem to be honest about the flat Earth position. Now we know you're a flirt. That's okay. We've got time to grab some super chats and get Nebraska Steve in here. So I appreciate you coming through. Okay, man.
All right, man. You have a good night.
Cheers. Man, he cooked.
I know as a Hebraist, you also like that little talking point about NASA. It makes you chuckle every time.
The funny thing is, like, you think they would look deep enough into the spelling of it, because the sheen and the scene they're not the same letter.
The problem is that they're not reading the actual Hebrew; they're looking at the transliteration, and they don't realize that the Karen at the top produces the sh sound. the funny part is there is a Hebrew word nasa, which means to lift up, which is a lot more
entirely
apt.
different. Which I say nasa, not nasha means to deceive. Nasa means to lift or to raise or sometimes to carry, which is a great description of NASA. I love it. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get Nebraska Steven here. L-Teen, welcome in. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, one of the craziest twists of irony with deconstructing, I now believe so much more that David really was a man after God's own heart. Disgusting. Oh, such a good point. Yeah. David probably was a man after God's own heart, which is deplorable and disgusting. A good point. Hammond, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, so when Muslims say that the Bible is corrupted, do they mean that Moses had the Quran? How does that work? Because a lot of them believe that the Quran has existed since the beginning of the world. I know it's a funny thing. In fact, I was just reading, I think it was Tertullian's defense of the Book of Enoch, and they were making the same argument that, like, well, how did the Book of Enoch survive the flood? And like they have a whole hermeneutic. There's a whole list of hermeneutics for the Quran as well, but most most Islamic people believe that it was given to Muhammad in the cave and then subsequently written down after his death. So I don't know if they believe that Moses had a copy of it. That might be like Islamic lore. That might not be part of like proper Islam, if that makes sense.
I've never heard the apologetics on how first Enoch survived the flood, because that's always been my objection, but I've never heard the defense for it.
There is one. Remind me after this. I'll send you the thing. It's in. You can find it in Philip Schaff's Ante-Nicene Church Fathers. It's in there. Anthony, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says my uncle is into Rapture literature. I should probably check on him. Yeah, you really should. Now it's a difficult time period for these people waiting for the rapture. Angelfish, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says that, I'm sorry, what time zone is the rapture supposed to start in? Well, certainly, it's hard to say. It might be Eastern Standard. We'll know in about an hour and 15 minutes. We'll have to find out. It's certainly not in Jerusalem time.
Not Jerusalem, yeah. Right? Which is where he's supposed to return.
I know. He's supposed to come the same way he left, according to Acts 1:11. Cryptic says, y'all got raptured. The line to enter heaven is long and crappy elevator music is playing while we wait. The cover charge is rare labubus. What's labubus? I gotta look this one up.
Yep. Let's see.
Is this a doll?
I feel like I'm way out of the I have no idea what anyone's talking about anymore. I've gotten to that age.
Labubu does show up on the internet, and it appears to be some sort of collectible doll.
Oh yeah, it's the little monkey-looking things, Labubus. That's what they are. Yeah,
they're kind of cute. They're not bad. Okay, if Yahweh's collecting Labubus, that's not so bad, is it? That's kind of cute. We'll allow that. I'll bring if I get raptured, I'll bring a Labubu for Yahweh.
Audrey says, yes, Christians are scared of them. Must be a conspiracy theory around them.
There probably is, actually. Well, anything that's like Eastern is demonic. Just like when I literally had a professor in Bible college that thought doing yoga was demonic and you can get possessed if you do it because...
The satanic panic never ended. Don't let anyone tell you it did.
All right, Steve, let me get you in here real quick. I'm going to make sure your echo cancellation's turned on, and then bada bing, bada boom. Welcome back, Steve.
Oh, hey, Justin. Yeah, thanks for having me again.
Steve, do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
I believe that he has returned and that he may return sometime in the future. And I was calling to argue that that Jesus' return prophesied in Matthew 16:28 was scripturally fulfilled when Jesus, alongside Moses and Elijah, reappeared to Peter, John, and James. And this is in the very next chapter in Matthew, in Matthew 17.
Okay, so this is where...
Steve,
Go ahead, Dalton.
I'll say, Steve, were there any angels present at the transfiguration event?
Moses and Elijah.
You think Moses and
No,
Elijah are
angels.
angels?
I mean, that's a Jewish
They could have
position.
been. They could have been in heaven and retransfigured into angels, right?
Why would you
People
think
that
they're
go to heaven
angels?
are angels, right?
No,
Not really. I mean,
there
there's
are some Jewish traditions that apply that
like-
to Elijah, but Moses,
Yeah.
no.
Moses died.
Moses in the Bible died, but he could. Okay, but this is what my AI over. I'm going to read you my AI overview.
Don't do that. All right,
Where's
let me.
Matthew 16:28 and unfulfilled prophecy.
Nebraska Steve,
No,
Google AI is not going to help you. We'll read through the text slowly and we'll demonstrate why it's not.
No,
about
I want you to
transfiguration.
say. I want you, to tell you what AI says.
Steve, we already know what it says. We already know this hermeneutic. Do you want me to just tell you why it's wrong, or do you want to waste time reading it?
No, I want your perspective. That's why I called, because I want to
Right.
hear what your take on this.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We already know what Google AI is going to say. It's going to say that it was fulfilled in the Transfiguration, this very next verse, or very next chapter, next verse too. The reason why it wasn't fulfilled in the Transfiguration is because, for a couple reasons. One, it just talks about him coming, not going up a mountain. It says he's going to come with the angels, and he's going to repay everybody. That's the judgment, when he repays everybody for their deeds. The other thing is that none of these disciples died in the next 6 days. The Transfiguration was 6 days away from this statement being given. None of those disciples died, but some of them had to have died before this gets fulfilled, because it says there are some standing here who will not taste death, meaning there indeed are some who will taste death. Some is never all, and it's always more than one.
But in Matthew 16:28, was he just speaking strictly to the disciples? We do not know. Maybe he was speaking to a larger audience, and some of them did pass away.
Well, it says his disciples. It doesn't explicitly say the 12.
So how do we know in 16:28 Matthew that it wasn't? It was just the disciples that he was speaking to, and not a larger audience.
According to the Gospels, Jesus had up to 70, at least 70 or 72 disciples, and Jesus says that only some will not taste death. So are you making the claim that between this and then, like maybe like 50 or 60 of his disciples all died before the next chapter?
Well, I'm just saying maybe in 16:28 he could have been speaking to a large enough audience, maybe 100 or 200 people, and maybe a few of them passed away in 6 days. How do you know that didn't happen?
Not a few. It only says that some will not taste death before that happens, and meaning that most will have. So you're making the claim that over 100 of his disciples died between this verse and the next?
Well, some could mean a few.
We agree, yes, the survivors are few. That's what we're saying, because it says some of you will not taste death, meaning most of you will taste death. So did most of his disciples die in the next 6 days?
No.
Right. So it'd be silly to think that it's about the Transfiguration. The other thing is, it's clearly about the second coming, and I'm going to show you why. So the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father and repay everybody for what's been done. This is nearly a direct quotation from the same book, Matthew 25, 31 through, we'll call it 36 for now. This is what's going to happen. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. Oops, I typed the wrong, there we go. Typed the wrong number in there. There we go. They will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats. So you know the judgment scene, right? That it's the same words. When the Son of Man comes in his glory with all the angels with him. It's the same thing. There's no reason to think that this is talking about something else.
Okay. Well, what about the temple in 70 AD? The fall of the temple.
What about it?
Well, was that not a judgment passed?
No.
Yeah, but Jesus didn't come with his angels.
Well, how do we know that? Maybe this could be referring to, could have been fulfilled then.
Well, but it wasn't.
When Yeah. Do we have any author saying, like, any author reporting that they saw Jesus in the air with a bunch of angels at the destruction of the temple? Even one?
Okay, so why does my AI overview just say Matthew 17:1 describes how after 6 days Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, and the brother James,
We
the
know.
brother of James, and led him up to a high mountain. They were all alone. And this verse
AI
marks the beginning of the
because
transfiguration
be,
event where Jesus is transformed and shines with divine glory, appearing with Moses and Elijah before the
yeah,
three
Steve.
disciples.
The reason is because your AI overview is just like sort of gathering information from a few of the first websites that pop up, which are usually going to be apologist websites. So it's not giving you like some sort of objective, definitive answer. It's just pulling from different websites, including some which are like bad apologetics.
Okay, so when you Google, just Google this. Was Matthew 16:28 an unfulfilled prophecy?
It
And when
was.
you
That's
Google
not
that,
how I can.
AI overview says no. Matthew 16:28 is not considered an
Nobody.
unfulfilled prophecy
But
by
no, it
most
is
biblical
considered.
scholars.
It literally
Instead, it is widely
is.
interpreted as a reference to the Transfiguration,
It's
an
not.
event immediately following this
To
teaching.
be clear, Steve, we've already demonstrated why Google AI is wrong. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
what
me and
Google AI
Justin don't use.
says. Google AI is not a
Yeah, that's
scholar.
why. Yeah, that's why me and Justin don't use Google AI.
Well, it
We
says,
look at
and I
what
know
the text
Justin's like
says.
a biblical scholar level scholar, but it says most. So it says most biblical scholars believe the Transfiguration event followed the teaching and
What's the source? What's the source for that claim?
well, now I have to go down
Because
here. Hold on.
Yeah,
yeah,
because
because
if
the
you
AI is
Now
pulling
I
from a
have to click on
source.
this little icon thing
because
here that says
if you
what is
believe the
this?
Jesus seminar, he didn't even say those words, or he said
This
those
says
words.
Bible Hub.
Eh,
Bible Hub is the
yeah,
source according to AI.
Bible Hub's not a source.
Well, okay. Well, hold on. Okay. Well, hold on here. Let me click this other icon and says what it says besides Bible Hub.
To Justin's point, the majority of biblical scholars are going to side with like the Jesus seminar on this point. That this is most likely something that Jesus never even said in the first place.
Okay. So you don't even think that this was even spoke by Jesus? That this just never even
No,
happened?
I think Jesus probably did say this nonsense. This perfectly aligns with the historical Jesus that we know of, who thought he was the actual Messiah. I think he was deluded. I think he was sick in the head, which is why he made these kinds of harebrained promises, and they didn't come true because he needed medical help. He needed to see a shrink.
There were lots of messianic individuals in that time period who thought that the kingdom of God was right around the corner. I mean, Justin just pointed out to me just like last week that there people in the time of the Maccabean revolt thought that the promises of God were coming true within their lifetime and that the end was nigh, but it didn't. And Jesus was just as mistaken.
Okay, well, I guess it's a non-falsifiable, non-provable claim, I suppose, then.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like, if you believe it was fulfilled in the Transfiguration, the problem you have is nothing during the Transfiguration was described in verses 27, 28. Not a single element of those two verses show up in the Transfiguration.
So then why do these Bible scholars believe the Transfiguration fulfilled that prophecy? Why does AI Overview Chat say that was
one word,
not necessarily unfulfilled?
Yeah, either one of two things is true. Either Bible scholars don't believe that. Number two, the ones who do are clearly coping. They're not willing to be critical with the text in order to maintain their faith.
Okay, well, I'll have to find the sources of the AI overview, and this should be fixed. This should just, I mean, when you Google things, it should give you a right answer. It shouldn't just
AI
give you
has no idea.
apologetic answers.
AI has no idea what the right answers are.
Well, it should be programmed in there.
They don't know. Who's going to program
it? Garbage in, garbage out. It should be, you know what I'm saying?
If you're going to be using if you're going to
Shouldn't
be
be
if you're going to be using
apologetic
AI,
answers to my questions.
yeah, if you're going to be using AI to look for answers like this, you need to just ask AI to like find you sources so that you can go and look at the sources themselves.
Yeah, and to be clear, all of the AI models right now are incredibly kind toward the religions. You can ask critical questions about Islam or Hinduism, and it'll tell you that they're true as well. Like all of the AI models go over the top apologizing for the individual religions because they don't want to be accused of being biased towards somebody's religious belief system. In fact, if you ask it too many difficult questions about a religion, it'll tell you that it can't answer your question.
Oh, okay, interesting. I'll have to ask more questions to my AI.
Like if you ask Google AI why Islam isn't true or why the prophecies in the Quran doesn't come true, it's going to give you apologetics for the Quran.
Okay, but I don't think that it should work that way, but I guess that's just the way it is.
We agree.
We're in agreement.
Okay. Yeah, and the next best thing to the rapture is Jimmy Kimmel coming back.
We agree.
Yeah, unlike Jesus,
if the
Jimmy
rapture
Kimmel is
doesn't
actually
happen, we
returning
got
tomorrow.
the next best thing.
We're with you, Steve.
Yeah.
We're with you.
All right.
Hey,
Hey, you guys
good
have
to
a
hear
good
from you,
one.
buddy.
Thank you for having me on.
Take care of yourself, man.
Yeah, you too.
We've talked to Steve quite a few
That was a
times.
good way to end it.
Yeah, and with that, friends, it's 11 o'clock. I've got to read through what's left of the super chats before it gets too much later. I've got a full week ahead of me. I can't be doing streams where I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 in the morning, and then useless the next day. But thank you so much for being here, friends. And don't worry if you send a super chat and it didn't get read yet. Don't worry, we're going to read through all the remaining super chats now. Really love and appreciate everyone who's here and supports the stream. You guys know I do everything I can to make sure that people's super chats get read, because I think your support for the channel is the thing that makes the channel keep going. So I really appreciate that. And thank you for everyone on TikTok that gave gifts during the live stream. I saw some of them, and I really, really appreciate everyone being here. With that, Peter, thank you so much for the super chat. Peter says, "Don't slander my boy Plutarch." Thank you. Hold me back. Listen, Plutarch did some things, okay? But overall, I like Plutarch. I get it. Calling him the father of lies is a little harsh. I get it.
That's Herodotus was the father of lies.
Oh, Herodotus. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Herodotus. Yeah, I mean, Plutarch, he's all right. Jennifer says, "Don't tell him about the Homeric parallels." Oh, no, you're right. Fair enough. He didn't bite on the Homeric parallels. He could have. He could have done that. And to be fair, that's not the strongest hand we could have played. Godwin says, George Constanza, "It's not a lie if you believe it's true." This is a fair point, actually. Because if you believe it's true and you spouting it off as being true, you're not really lying. You're just saying something that's untrue. And I can understand that, Godwin. Good to hear from you tonight, buddy. And Nick, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, "Saw a miracle on Sunday, but still not a believer." You saw the Browns win? Is that what you're referring to? I mean,
I was about to say.
It was clearly a miracle from Nessie, the Great Lake monster. It was a miracle of Nessie. Praise Nessie. We actually have I don't know if anyone knows this, a Lake Erie lore. We have a restaurant dedicated to the Lake Erie Nessie monster.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. You'll have your own little Loch Ness monster up there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like our version of the Loch Ness monster. You could there's pictures and newspaper clippings and all kinds of stuff about Nessie. Yeah, I see Micah talking about Champy, the Lake Champion or Lake Champlain Loch Ness monster, Champy. Steven says, "Have a look at the book list on Discord on prehistory." Me? I have seen it, my friend. I'm on the Discord. And Reverend, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Hello, Bible guy." Hey, that's for you, buddy.
Hi, Rev. How you doing?
Good to see you, Rev. And also thank you for the addition of super chat. Says, "And obviously, hello, Justin, Doug, and Jared." Well, thank you, Rev. I really appreciate that. Hello to you, my good friend. And also, Herman, thank you for the $5 super chat, says Adam wakes up and finds Eve counting his ribs and asks, "What are you doing?" Eve says, "I want to make sure there's no other woman in your life."
That's good.
That is good. I appreciate that. Lone Dro says, not sugar, but a spoonful of honey, and swallow as quick and as often as you can while swallowing it. I used to get hiccups daily, 100% success rate. Okay, Lone Dro. I always have honey on hand. And by the way, I know it won't work, but I fucking love honey. I'm more than happy to down a whole tablespoon of honey to cure my hiccups. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. We'll see. Amir, thank you for the $5. Says, I sold like 40 lifetime pet care packages to believers who think they're going up tomorrow. If they go, I'm going to be screwed with the food bills. I know. We were just talking about this earlier today, a couple of us, and we're like, listen, if we do a Rapture pet care for real and we take people's money, I think like in order to not get prosecuted for fraud, we would have to demonstrate somehow that we could care for these pets, because other than that, I think it's a viable business model. But I think we have to bake into the language that taking care of the pets can include euthanasia.
I don't think the people you're charging are going to be, if the Rapture is true, they're not going to be able to like litigate against you. They'll be gone.
That's true. Well, I mean, fair enough. If they're gone, they're gone. What are they going to do? Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. Says, can't find your Ancient Near East YouTube channel. Drop a link, someone. Let me see if it's in my link tree.
It is difficult to find. I had to type in the Near Eastern channel, and it came up.
Fuck. Yeah, it doesn't really come up in YouTube searches, even if you type the exact name. Put the exact name in there, and it still doesn't follow it often. Let's see.
Just follow the exact name with the word channel, and it came up for me at least.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me log into my link tree, see if it's in my link tree yet. If it's not in there, I apologize. I'll add it to my link tree. But the channel is going to be, you could just go YouTube and then at the Ancient Near East. Yeah, it's not in there. But if you go to YouTube, I'll show you. Hold on, how to force it.
I will say this, Justin. As of today, the Bible guy now has a YouTube channel.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're gonna get that added up here. So if you do YouTube / at the Ancient Near East, you'll find the Ancient Near East YouTube channel where I read documents from the Ancient Near East. We got all kinds of fun ones from the Ancient Near East. I would be adding more to it soon. We've got the Assyrian scapegoat ritual, or it's actually a sheep in this account. We've got Neo-Assyrian proverbs. I got the descent of Inanna on here somewhere. I've got magic spells on here. I've got the Sumerian creation myth by Marduk. I've got all kinds of fun stuff. I've even got a reading of the Merneptah stele, or the Mesha stele, as the first one I did. We even got rituals to counteract sorcerers' spells. There's all kinds of fun stuff. I don't have that many videos. I'm only at like 31 videos, but I'm going to be adding more to this channel for people interested in hearing readings from the Ancient Near East. I've got rituals and spells and narratives. It's gonna be a lot of fun, friends.
The Descent of Inanna is one of my favorites because it has a strong parallel to. Have you ever read the Ascent of Isaiah?
Yeah, but it's been so long. The details are murky at this point.
In that book, Jesus descends through the 7 layers of heaven, and with each layer of heaven, he becomes less and less glorious. Very similar to Inanna stripping off her regalia as she descends. Right. Yeah,
that's actually a really good point. I got to reread that. I've got it on the bookshelf behind me. It's a good one.
It's in Dr. Carey's book. I'm just saying.
Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, buy a net tomorrow. See how many souls you can catch. That's not a bad idea, actually. Might be able to get somebody. I mean, theoretically, we should see their bodies rising, so we should be able to net them. Just like a really big butterfly netting. Lou, thank you for the $5. Says, love the haircut, but I'm still hoping for Liberty spikes. Well, Lou, I actually, when I was younger, I rocked some Liberty spikes for a narrow time period. I had some crazy stuff going on when I was younger. I was a wild kid. I might bring them back. Let me know if you want me to bring back Liberty Spike sometime. John, thank you for the $5, says, Christians waiting for the rapture remind me of Ted Stryker's cab driver at the end of Airplane. Oh, I'll wait 5 more minutes, but that's it. I know, indeed, actually. I'll never get over Christians will be like, he's coming back soon. We're in the end times, and the end times is a third of all of human history. Okay, well then soon doesn't have any meaning anymore. But we already know words have no meanings to Christians, none. Buget says, Herman's new what? Oh, Herman's new dick. Yeah. I like that accenting of hermeneutic. Herman's new dick. I mean, it works. You just got to shift the accent a little bit. Blue says, I guess we win. I think we did. We finally got some people closer to the end of the night, and it's a shame I can't stay up late, but we'll be doing it again. We got more stuff coming. Tomorrow should be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing a Rapture watch. Blue Sunrise says, I'd love to be your sound mixer. Blue, it's not that easy. To be my sound mixer, you have to be in my room on my computer. Unfortunately, there's not much way to work that one out. Everything
the plane
runs
tickets
through
alone.
I know, right? I appreciate the offer though, Blue. The biggest problem is I can't hear myself compared to the guests. It just isn't a thing that's possible for me. Tutor Ed says the rapture isn't coming September 23rd because Mark 13:9 says Christians will have to be flogged in synagogues. Oh, you're right. We actually did read that twice now, but you're 100% right.
And they do get flogged by them rabbis. I'll tell you what, they get them every time they debate.
They sure as fuck do. They get cooked every time. It's one of my favorite debate topics for obvious reasons. Spencer, thank you for the super chat, says apologies for making you read that. Love and Shale Doug. Spencer, don't apologize. Do not apologize. You're referring to make me reading specificity twice. It's okay. I still love you. Don't worry. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says the word lisp is kind of cruel, to be honest. I know. I've said this quite a few times. I had speech therapy as a kid, so I've said toothbrush more than anyone should ever have to. I took speech therapy even into like the 6th and 7th grade to stop fucking up these words. It does help with enough time and effort. Speech therapy really does help. I promise. Until you get like a few whiskeys in, once you're down to like your third old fashioned, the lisp is going to go south. Shadow, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says my pastor used to say there are no accidents, but I know he was lying because my mother always says I was an accident. Shadow, I'm sorry to hear that. And even if your mother doesn't love you, we love you. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Checkmate, Pastor.
Absolutely. Cooked. Mabas, thank you for the super chat. Says, doesn't resurrection count as second coming? That means he came back and still didn't fulfill any prophecies. Maybe they meant the third coming. So that was always the question I had as a kid, which is, okay, Jesus said he's coming back, right? Why wouldn't we just include him coming back as the second coming? And the reality is because he tells you what's going to happen during the second coming, and he didn't do any of that shit, which means technically when Jesus comes back, it's his third coming, which is wild.
You know, I actually knew some believers who, back when I was a Christian, who made the claim that Jesus did make a second coming, because there's a part in John where he says, to Mary, do not touch me for I have not yet ascended to my Father. And then in the next passage, he tells Thomas to touch him. So they made the claim that, actually he went back to heaven real quick and then came back.
I can see that, Cope. Whenever it comes to Jesus, it's always a messiah of the grammatical anomalies. Like every way that they justify Jesus is always through, here's this weird grammatical feature. Let's plug Jesus into it. Let's ignore all the context and just pick on this one little grammatic feature that doesn't make sense.
Or just a single letter. It can be as simple as a single letter. That one I told you about, the closed mem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so true. It's painful to watch the hermeneutics. Amir, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, buddy. Says, texting from the past in delayed play. Hearing about casting lots being used to determine life or death judgment, people be dumb. I know, but that's what they did. If you didn't know what to do, you had to ask Yahweh. And the only way to ask Yahweh is to throw those lots, baby. Master Mashadier says, you can hear the cope dropping, and you could. You can always hear the cognitive dissonance. It's surprising how obvious it is to most of the audience members. And Jennifer says, oh, look, slaughter is the New Testament. Is in the New Testament. Indeed it is. It's crazy how quickly they'll go from slaughter's not into the New Testament to, well, maybe slaughter doesn't mean slaughter. And then maybe it does say slaughter, but it's okay for some reason. And Jennifer again says, let's say you're right, Justin. Let's say it. Say I'm right. I should have made him say it. Jay says Patty's daddy is making him saddy because Luke 19 shows that God is the baddie. Oh, fantastic use of words. I really appreciate that. I really do. Now we finally got a rapture. And Seth, the Hamburglar, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, if I comment on Patty's shiny head, will he send 2 she-bears to mommy? I mean, to be fair, you might not want to risk it. I'm just saying. Because if he would do it to children, he'll certainly do it to an adult. And Unashamed says, cooking tip, you've got to flip those patties to keep them from burning so badly. I don't know if he got flipped, to be honest, but he certainly got burnt. And Arvin, my friend, says, love watching Christians get passive aggressive. It is fun, to be honest. I think it happens because they feel the legs underneath their Jesus stool getting kicked out, and rather than standing up, they're like, "Fucking, I'm going down with the ship," you know. And eventually, you just gotta get off that stool and be like, "Okay, well, maybe this bullshit doesn't work." Helping Mega says Patty has to be a professional dodgeball player. I agree. That dude, either that or and I'm not shaming anyone, but he needs Ritalin. He needs Adderall. Like, he's the poster child for ADHD in adults. Like, he could not stay focused. And Dr. Fudge, I agree. Patty's a yapaholic. Hope he recovers. He needs to be in a 12-step
Patty's
program.
getting ripped in the...
Patty, if you're watching this back, just know I didn't read most of these comments while you were here. Sam says, AKA Shmuley, I'm sorry, is AKA Shmuley. When does theology become mythology? I'm glad you're better. Hail Doug, always rock hard for Doug. CSJS related to ills from the other night, which I super chat about. What's SJS?
People keep using acronyms with just expecting us to know what they mean.
I don't know what, Steven Johnson syndrome? A fatal reaction that affects skin and mucous membranes. What? Huh. Yeah, Sam, I love you, buddy. I don't know what SJS means, but CSJS related to ills from the other night. I mean, related to my my chugging of hot sauce?
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying.
Well, I'm glad I don't have SJS. It doesn't sound pleasant. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, Sam. And Mike, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, God is good. God is great. God is 2,000 years late. What a good rhyme. That is a good rhyme. I appreciate that. And Josh says, the trap is set. Boing. You know what? We didn't set as many traps as we could have tonight, but I really wanted to keep people on this particular topic. But on the your God doesn't exist topic, that's the best open topic for setting traps, because they really don't know where I'm going to lead them. With this topic, they have to kind of know that I'm going to lead them back to the topic. But EOD Punk says, can you teach me how to go fishing? Rock hard for Doug. I mean, I think I could. It's not hard, to be honest. You need a stick and a string and a hook. And you put bait on the hook, you put it in the water. I mean, I don't know. There's probably some technique you can learn, but really the actual technique you need to be a good fisherman, and this is the secret, friends. find water with good stock of fish. That's the fucking secret. I don't care what you put on your hook. If you go to a lake with no fish in it, you're not gonna catch shit.
Or just have a Messiah on hand to like just make the fish like abundant. Yeah,
That's true.
That's the real trick.
There are apps that track weather and barometric pressure and all those things that will give you the best time to go fishing based on trends. So like we know at certain pressures, the fish are more likely to come towards the surface of the water to eat. There's lots of little tricks and things like that. But the reality is, if you're not fishing at a place that you know is stocked and has fish, you're just not likely to catch anything. You got to go to a good water source. Helping Mega says CBRS equals Christian brain rot syndrome. I think we did get that right. Thank you for the clarification, Helping Mega. And Master Machete here says, bro is getting cooked with all the greatest hits. I know. I feel like at this point, a lot of these moral arguments, I'm going to start mixing in new moral arguments because everyone knows my favorites. And there's so many more that we can do. I've got lists of them. We'll get more into the discussion. Leftover Pizza says Jesus cheats at peekaboo
because of the hole in his hands.
Indeed he does. Yeah. And Helping Mega come in and again says, does the rapture follow time zones? Well, we've had this conversation tonight, and it appears not, because the Jews haven't been raptured, or the Israelis haven't been raptured. And Ice Cream Assassin, interesting name. I might join your guild. This caller totally reaffirmed my faith. Now I'm a born again atheist. I appreciate that. W Ice Cream, by the way, best dessert on the planet. Sovereign atheist black woman. Yeah, fuck those bears. Fuck the bears. And D20 says W channel. Well, thank you, D20. I appreciate that. And our friend Fern is with us. Fern says, duh, obviously Yahweh uses Eastern Standard Time because America, fuck yeah. I mean, the Bible Belt is mostly Eastern Standard Time, which means God should be on EST. I agree with you, actually.
God damn, I thought for a second there, I thought America was some sort of Akkadian or Hebrew word that I wasn't familiar with. I was like, America, what the fuck is it?
Yeah, you're right. You can certainly see why that would be the case. I have to retake Akkadian soon, but that's another sort of story for another time. Guts says,
Good luck with that.
I liked it the first time around, but I think we'll see what happens the second time around. But right now I'm taking, and maybe you can have some conversations with me to keep me fresh. I'm taking modern Hebrew right now. Because I took classical Hebrew and it was really centered on grammar, and modern Hebrew, the class I'm taking, is really centered on speaking dialogue with people. So I'm excited to be able to like hold my own eventually in like speaking to somebody in the modern age that speaks Hebrew, because like knowing biblical Hebrew isn't quite the same. Like you can't, for example, my Hebrew professor made the point once. He's like, imagine showing up in America and the only English you know is from the King James Bible.
Or even older, technically. It's like Beowulf kind of English, really. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, they're gonna think you're goofy.
I probably need to like catch up on my modern Hebrew as well. I got Rosetta Stone. Maybe I'll catch up on it. You catch up on it, and we'll chat.
I can hook you up with the university that I'm taking them from. It's for adult learners. It's like $200 per class, not per class, but for the whole semester. It's pretty dope. It's through Case Western Reserve University, because we've got a contingent section of Cleveland where one or two of the schools realize that, hey, there's enough Jewish people here. We should have like Jewish studies at the school.
Yeah, well, I have a lifetime subscription to Rosetta Stone, so I get all their languages for the rest of my life for free. And also, I have that one. What's it called? That it's got the fire symbol. It's it's like Netflix, but with all the education. No. It's got everything: history, science, mathematics.
Khan Academy.
The great course. The Great Courses
Oh,
Plus. And,
okay,
and
okay.
it has both ancient and Greek and Hebrew and Latin
Right.
on there for
Oh,
courses.
that'd be fun.
Really good stuff.
Hell yeah. Guts says, spread yeast outside your door. Yahweh is allergic. I agree, actually. I think if you put some yeast outside of your door and find some any like a wheelbarrow, like an iron steel wheelbarrow that counts as a chariot, I don't think he's coming anywhere near your facility. He's gone. He's toast. And Adam says performative indignation makes chuckle. It really does. And the two troll vibey guests were doing exactly that. They were doing performative indignation in order to avoid the point. Josh Barba says guest is an abortion. I got to be honest. I mean, he sounded like what was left over after a failed one. And Dr. Wrong says hiccup, push under rib cage, massage diaphragm. Doctor, doesn't work, my friend. Also, I'm very fucking concerned while you have a dog in your PFP with his mouth duct tape shut. That's not fucking okay. That's animal abuse, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. But if you're abusing your dog by putting duct tape on its mouth, I will promise people in this community will find you. This is not good. Don't do that. Space Lord says caller is a bro flake. Yeah, actually, that was the case. Draco says, glad to see you back after the ghost pepper sauce incident. I hope that your toilet also survived. If you do that again, remember the milk. I certainly will. This toilet did survive. I actually threw most of it up, so most of it didn't come through the other end, so I was kind of preserved there, but I appreciate your concern. And Tim, thank you for the super chat. It says normalize answering I'm alpha with, is that a fury thing?
A furry thing.
Oh my God, furry thing. Sorry. Yeah, furry thing. Is there? What's the relation
That's fantastic. There? Furries, they dress like the animals and stuff, and some of them will dress like wolves. Alpha. Alpha's more of like an animal thing. I mean, it doesn't really exist among wolves. That's a myth, but that's where they get that alpha language from. So just
that's
ask
an
them if
interesting
they're
point.
a furry next time.
That'd be fun. I'll definitely watch them crash out on that. Dan says Christian brain rot should. Oh yeah. CBRS. We have determined is Christian brain. We appreciate the educational chat though. And Amir coming in again says ignore, and hiccups just go away. Well, Amir, I don't know if you've had hiccups, but just ignoring them are next to impossible, friend.
It's kind of hard to ignore them when you're like doing a live while it's happening.
I know. We appreciate the advice, and I'll say the same thing I said prior. None of your advice will work. Leftover Pizza says Christian rap artists are divided on whether or not it's caring to raise your hands in the air. Like you just don't care. That's a fair point. Yeah, I wonder what the over-under is on that. If we took a... If we made bets on whether or not Christian rap artists care about raising hands, we need to figure that out, because what I know from my time in church is that you're not a real Christian if you're not raising your hands in worship. That's how you know the real Christians from the lukewarm Christians. Just saying. Nobody, in fact, I literally have had friends who went to church services and criticized the church service because nobody was there raising their hands. It's a dead church. Ugh. They're not alive. No one's raising their hands in that church. Okay, well, judgmental piece of shit. Nobody on Fire says, dude sounds so scared for a security guard. Actually, I thought the same thing myself. I don't want that guy guarding my place anytime soon.
He was trembling.
He heard his keys shaking. He was terrified. Helping Maker says facts equals antibiotics for Christian brain rot syndrome. Praise Doug and Sharon. Couldn't agree more. That's why you guys know on this channel, we stick to, we read this book. If there's one thing we're going to do on this live stream, is we're going to force people to read the book. That's what's going to happen. And Singer says, these dudes love to go straight to the meta when you present the verses in the book that prove your point and then prove them wrong. I know. It's like a reflex. You know what I mean? Like, it's like running away. Fight or flight syndrome. Symptoms. Squidgert is crazy, by the way. That's a good name. The Shinto gods are amused by this rapture thing. I'm sure of it. I'm sure there are people in other countries who worship other deities, or like the Buddhists, who are looking at America's worried about the rapture, being, look at these fucking idiots over here worrying about getting carried away in the middle of the day.
That is the one thing I do, because I will never be able to look at Christianity or Judaism from an outsider's perspective, because grew up religious. So I'll never know how believers from other religions look at Christianity.
Yeah, it's weird. My thought was always, people who didn't grow up in this religion will look at our religion the same way we look at everyone else's religion. It's just stupid from the outside. But our religion is special. The God who walked on water, divided fish and loaves between 5,000 people.
Talking snakes and donkeys.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
It's completely logical, obviously. Created his own enemy and refuses to kill it. Hank says, unsurprisingly, Paul Blart knew less about science than he did about his foundational fanfic. Yeah, Paul Blart Mall Cop is a security guard. Fuck. That's good. We had a visitation from Paul Blart today. Mr. McDizzle, good to see you today, says, saw you were live and wanted to jump in to support. Thanks for all you're doing. Well, thank you, McDizzle. We appreciate that. And thank you for your support, friends. Your support via members and super chat and watching and interacting with the videos makes this stream possible. Also, when I post clips and whatnot, just know, the more you like and comment the clips, the more people that don't follow the channel get to see them, right? So, for example, the way YouTube and TikTok both work is when you post a clip, if it performs well within your circle, within your people, then they show it out to others. So the content always gets shown to the new people when my people like it the best. So the more you like and interact with the clips, the more people that don't follow us will be able to see the clips and realize that Jesus was a liar and a fraud. Science Lover, thank you for the 349 THB, says, I so love this debate. Well, thank you. I love this topic. I really wish that we had more people wanting to talk about this exact topic tonight. We're going to try again, though. And Stephen says, moon landing, you weren't there, 2,000 years old, New Testament, it's all true. Such a good fucking point. When it comes to, Christians will say over and over again when we talk about science or the moon landing or the beginning of the universe, but, well, you weren't there. Like, motherfucker, you weren't anywhere in the Bible. You don't know any of that stuff is true. What a crazy double standard that now we have to personally be there to witness it for it to be true, but you don't. And Jack says, the perfume dig was divine, my dude. I wondered if anyone was going to catch that.
Oh, what was
it? When Cologne was here to the end of the conversation, I called her perfume.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. Okay. I don't even know if perfume got it. But Bingus, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, so come here to sit and think. Others come to leak and stink. I come here to scratch my crack and write some scrawlings front to back. I love it. Just make sure you don't wipe back to front. Just be careful there. There's some things you need to know about that. And Fry, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, did you see Trump and RFK lying about autism today? Oh my God, no, what happened? What'd they do? Please tell me they didn't roll out vaccines cause autism.
Nothing surprises me anymore with those two.
Oh, fucking Tylenol? They think Tylenol's... Oh my God. Okay, well. Oh boy. Fucking, I guess we're gonna get rid of acetaminophen now. To be clear, my child was diagnosed with autism long before he ever had Tylenol, and the mother didn't have Tylenol when he was in the womb. How did it cause?
Give it like 6 months, and we'll be hearing him say something like, "Pepto-Bismol causes cancer."
Does Bayer still own Tylenol? What's happening there? If you own stock in Bayer now, I think it's time to sell it. This is not financial advice, but to be sure, the Trump administration is about to ban a whole lot of shit. And Lou says, "Oh, what's the epitome of dehydration? Powder eczema? What? What's CXM?
All right, here we go.
Cream? Way too many abbreviations here tonight, friends. I love you, but these got to be abbreviations that we know.
Is a type of antibiotic.
Fuck. Okay.
I don't know.
This is not medical advice, to be clear. Dumble Dad, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I love having both of you on live. My master's in biblical languages was my start out of Christianity. Funny what happens when you actually read the text they never do. And Dumble Dad, I couldn't agree more. Dalton and I were the same way. Same with like people like Dr. Josh, Kip Davis, other people that have been speaking out. The more you read this text and then you read the adjacent literature and study the language and the culture, the more it's just like, oh, this is just another fucking mythology that's been edited and changed and redacted over the years. Anthony says, on vacation, listening from Thailand this morning. Well, fuck. Sounds like a great vacation. I hope you're having a good time. Thanks for supporting the channel. And Logan.
No one's gotten raptured in Thailand, apparently.
Apparently not. Yeah, that's a good point. What time zone are they in? They're like 12 or 13 hours in front of us, aren't they?
Oh,
it's ways over there. Logan says, yes, on a plain reading, it looks like Jesus predicted the final coming within the lifetime of his hearers, which did not occur. Chat GPT-5, deep analysis. Yeah, actually, yes, if you tell Chat GPT to give you honest answers, rather than just asking it open-ended questions, eventually it will give you fair answers. But you have to force it.
Yeah, I have specifically personalized my ChatGPT to only pull from like peer-reviewed sources and to always give me a link to the source so that I can actually fact check it myself.
Right, yeah. And Chaos, good to see you again, says inventors of the English language were a-holes, Lisp for S, Roticism for R, and hippopotamonstrosquissophobia for the fear of long words. Very
That's
good,
real.
Chaos. I think it is. They really doomed me. They hated me. Noah's Lions, good to see you, says in Mennonite land, they don't go to seminary. They cast lots, and whatever is lucky, unlucky is the new pastor. So casting lots is still used. So yes, my understanding was because the Mennonites came up with this idea to in opposition to the Anabaptists. So the Anabaptists is where the Mennonites come from, but they came up with this idea, didn't they, as a to fight back against the consensus model. So in Anabaptism, the pastor is usually selected from among the congregation through consensus. And it sounds like the process of consensus is difficult, kind of like how the cardinals select a new pope is kind of how they were selecting pastors. And I could imagine that they would think that the consensus model was humans doing it rather than God doing it. And so they would want to cast lots instead of depending on humans.
Yeah, that's wild. I've never heard of that.
Those are true believers when you're willing to cast lots for shit. And Aaron Feller says, I think SJS and ills refer to conversation you had about Harlequin's disease and other tragic disease conditions with M's and the supergroup. Oh, I mean, in the prior live stream. Guys, I mean, I love you. Context matters, though. If you're referencing a prior live stream, you got to let me know, friends. I'm not a mind reader.
Have you seen A Million Ways to Die in the West with Seth MacFarlane?
No, I haven't.
There's a line in it where someone mentions like another disease in the West, and they go, "What's that?" He offhandedly just says, "Just another way that God shows us that He loves us," and just moves on.
I have to watch that. It really is something. Orc in the Basement says, in the same vein of Philbro Clock, we need, and I appreciate the convo as a deflection limit. Oh, yeah. I appreciate the convo is like it's like the softening phrase for, hey, I gotta get the fuck out of here. This pressure is getting a little much. All right? I appreciate you cooking me, but I gotta go. Like I hear the timer ticking.
An anthropologist or someone needs to like study these debates and really dive into like the tactics used by these Christian debaters. It would be fascinating read.
Oh, I would love to have it. I would love to have it. John S., thank you for the super chat. John says, sorry for this. Oh God, but hiccups. I will never understand why people are so sure their cure for hiccups is going to work for me. If I pucker my lips and breathe real slow, like I'm breathing through the straw for a minute or two, it usually works. And I'm sure it does, John. I am positive that it works for you, but it won't work for me. Guys, I've been trying to fix my hiccups for over 40 years. Trust me when I tell you, I've done every trick in the book. Marine, thank you for the hand hearts.
They've given us so many different ways that you could possibly cure your hiccups. I'm convinced that if you do anything, it could possibly be a cure for hiccups.
Right. It just, listen, I love that it works for you. I do. I love it for you. Not going to work for me.
I'm ready for Justin to publish the Cure for Hiccups book that he's going to, from all this research.
We've got at least 30 of them now. Amir, thank you for the $5 super chat. Amir says, poor Justin. First 6-7, now Labubu's. Wait till you hear about Lafufus. What?
Here I go.
What is wrong with the youth of today? I can only assume this is some sort of a meme I don't know about. Is this a meme that I need to know?
I typed in Lafufu. They look just like Lafufus are counterfeit Labubus. Whatever that means.
So you're telling me that there are these little demon dolls called Labubus, and they're so popular that the people are counterfeiting them and calling them Lafufus? Fuck me, that's crazy. Bring back the Furbies. Steven C says, let's go Lions. Fuck yeah, we'll root for the Lions. You know why? You know why Browns fans will root for the Lions? First of all, because misery loves company. Second of all, because sometimes when you're having a hard time, you just want to look at somebody else that's worse. And you feel better. So every time I go to Cleveland, I think to myself, at least we're not fucking Detroit. And that's the best we can do, friends. That's all we have. At least we're not fucking Detroit. And Sydney, thank you for the super chat, says, bet you haven't tried a taser. Oh, Sydney, this is a fair point. This is something that might actually work. I'll see if I can get some taser. If I tase myself having hiccups, the diaphragm contractions getting tased right in my diaphragms gotta cook the hiccups. I mean, it has to work.
See, I thought this was next charity event. We'll just like tase you every milestone, and it gets progressively worse.
What about those gimmicky ab workout machines where they just put electrodes on your abs and make them flex? I bet you can get one of those and like crank it up to 10, and it'll cause your diaphragm to contract so you can't hiccup.
Hey, there you go. Maybe you might solve you might solve the age-long issue.
We fucking did it. All right, I'm gonna find one of those infomercial ab workouts.
No more hiccup comments now, guys. We figured it out.
We finally found the answer. Adam, thank you for the super chat. It says, casting you to the TV tonight, and my wife is catching her first barbecue. She wanted to know if she could see Doug and Sharon, please. Of course you can see Doug and Sharon. The authors of Reality, The Grounding of Grounding, Doug and Sharon Stone. And to be sure, Sharon is rock hard. Sharon's petrified, my friends. And we know from Christian teaching that something that happens over hundreds of thousands of years or even thousands of years can't be observed. And if you can't observe it, then it didn't happen, which means the petrification of Sharon from wood to stone is a miracle because nobody was able to stand there for 100,000 years and watch it happen. It must be a miracle. Obviously, she's divine. The co-redemptrix.
As soon as this live ends, Justin, you have to go check out the latest video I posted. I made it for you, and it has to do with Doug and Deconstruction Zone. You're gonna love it. You're gonna shit yourself.
I can't wait. As soon as we're done here. Jarek, thank you for the 100 THB. Says, caught the very end of Nebraska Steve today. He seemed better. Last time it was very little ammo and a lot of acid. Glad to see you recovered. Well, you know what? I've talked. Oh, wait, what?
A little amino and a lot of acid.
Sorry, a little amino, a lot of acid. Yeah, because he had that bad talking point about the formation of the 8 special amino acids.
Yeah, I think so. That was
a rough one. I'm glad he didn't.
Yeah. You know they have absolutely no scientific, like they're just reading from some sort of creationist website when they make these claims. So,
for sure. With Nebraska Steve, it's hard to know exactly. Church of Rock denomination drums, good name, says hiccups for me stopped as soon as I believed they were in my head. Been over 10 years since I got them, except 2 or 3 times while drinking. Well, I will tell you this. I don't usually get hiccups when I drink unless it's Kraken. And I don't know why. Kraken will give me hiccups. I don't know if it's a combination of alcohol plus sugar. I don't know. All I can tell you is Kraken would do it. Whiskey, not a problem. Tequila, not a problem. Kraken, it'll give me hiccups. And I'm okay with that because I love Kraken, friends. I'll put up with the hiccups for the Kraken, but I also don't drink a whole lot. Yeah, you have to drink quite a bit to get to the hiccup stage, and I prefer to not do that. Dr. Wrong says PFP is my protest against censorship. Reverse image, search info, still public, not my dog. Over a dozen reasons this is deeply meaningful to me. Okay, listen, Dr. Wong, if that's some sort of a protest against something bad like censorship, I get it. Just know, I'm not accusing you of doing that to your dog. Just know that when you put that in your profile picture, it looks sus. And I am a deep, deep animal lover. And I think most of the audience here loves and appreciates animals. So you just got to know when you have a picture like that, you're going to draw some attention to people that really think that you're pro animal abuse. The same. Love you. Luke, beautiful dog, by the way. Adorable Pity says the best evidence that we really did land on the moon is that the USSR never denied it. Oh, that's a fair point. They hated the fact that we beat them to the moon. They definitely would have denied it if they thought that they could. Jamie Oliver says try doing a hiccup on purpose. I don't even know if I could. It's an involuntary body reaction.
Yeah, it's not like a burp.
Yeah, I agree. Lone says my sis couldn't say her L's R's. Her name is Leah Ray. Oh, that is. I know it wasn't the parents' fault, but that is a little bit cruel. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Konami, welcome in, cheat code, says the electrode pads thing is called TENS machine. Oh, yeah, let me see. What's that short for? Transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation. Yes. But if you call now for 4 easy payments of $19.99, we'll give you 2, not 1, but 2 TENS machines or whatever they want to call it, and Tony Little on a gazelle, something of that nature. What? A commemorative Tony Little ponytail. Last one from Jarek. Thank you so much, my friend. And says it's now almost 11 a.m. in Thailand. Sinfully wet for Sharon. Couldn't agree more. Guys, thank you so much for being here and liking and supporting the stream. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Somebody certainly's got to be live right now.
Let's see.
I'm gonna check.
Looking pretty empty on my end.
Yeah, there's not a ton of people live right now. You know what? Breakfast Tacos. Oh, he's not debating right now. He's playing a game. Well, fucking A, no one's live except for Parker that I can tell on YouTube. We haven't sent Parker a raid in like 2 years. Mostly because he's like the giantest creator on the platform. But guys, we're going to go raid Parker's live stream. I know he's not debating religion today because he basically stopped debating religion, but Parker's a friend of mine. I support his work. If you support his work, well, let's go raid him. He's got 3,571 people in there. Let's go give him a good... Yep.
I was just playing. Oh, never mind. Just keep going.
I said, let's go give him a good deconstruction zone raid. He'll know who it is. He might even be worshiper of Doug. I'm unsure if he worships Doug. But friends, let's go raid Parker. Let's go say hi to our friend doing the other side of the Lord's work, which is combating Christian nationalism, which we don't fucking need. And I'm glad that somebody like that's doing it, so I don't have to do it. I'm not interested in debating politics, but here's someone who's willing to do it. So I'll see you over there. Say hi to Parker for me, friends. And we'll be back again probably tomorrow night with Rapture Watch.